Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, Indiana. Welcome to coverage of the 2022 First Indiana Robotics District Championship. Over the next 2 days, schools and teams from all over the state will put their robots to the test to try to win that state championship. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rob Conant. Thanks for joining us here on the ISC Sports Network. They've turned Holbert Arena into a robotics arena this weekend, and we're excited for this event, which shows off individual talent, but also how good you can be working with other teams as an alliance. 3 teams will claim the title tomorrow night, but it all starts with the first couple of rounds here this morning at Rose-Hulman. Thanks for joining us here on ISC. It is a great Friday morning. We'll throw it down to the PA system for our opening ceremonies.
Rose-Hulman alumni and your master of ceremonies, Chris Verdine.
Hello, welcome to the first in Indiana state championship. You guys ready to play? Welcome to this year's challenge, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. And congratulations to all of you that have made it this far to the state championship. I know it has been a heck of a couple years here with COVID and the season's being canceled, but we are all back here doing robots again, and it is awesome. I'm super pumped to be back here at my alma mater. I graduated here, I think, before all of you were born, but yeah, it's still a great school. I encourage you to check out the campus while you're here. This season, First Forward, presented by Qualcomm, challenges the first teams to look to the future of transportation, taking lessons from the past and evolving transportation modes into something better for the planet. And you are the drivers of tomorrow's breakthroughs, and this weekend, we come together to celebrate your creativity, talents, smarts, energy, and spirit. As we rethink the future of transportation, explore exciting new technologies, who better to step up as a presenting sponsor of Rapid React than the Boeing Company? Boeing has been at the leading edge of the transportation space for decades. Here is their Chief Technology Officer, a first volunteer, and a big believer in our mission.
Hello, First Robotics competition teams, and welcome to Rapid React, presented by Boeing. I'm Naveed Hussain, Chief Technology Officer at Boeing and former First Robotics competition judge. The skills you are developing today will be the skills you'll use to innovate a better tomorrow, and I've seen it firsthand. I've had the chance to meet many of you in the arena and see your teams in action, competing, creating, and building the confidence to go further. At Boeing, we know you are the generation that will propel us forward. People who were in your footsteps not long ago are now at Boeing. How will you be part of the future of transportation? All of us at Boeing wish you a safe and fun competition season as your innovation, creativity, and ingenuity continue to propel you forward.
Thanks to Boeing for that. We're very excited to partner with Boeing for the Rapid React season. Achieving new heights has never been more within our reach, so a big thanks to our presenting sponsor. We have 32 teams here competing this weekend, many veteran teams and some rookies. Can I hear from the rookies here? Any rookie teams here this weekend? We got a couple. This is a big challenge for the rookies, but they've made it to the States, so I think they know what they're doing. Now, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We also have a video here from a special sponsor. Let's hear, is anybody here a Disney fan? Let's hear from our sponsor, Disney.
Hello, first teams and fellow spectators. We hope you're having a blast. Hello, first teams and fellow spectators. We hope you're having a blast at today's first competition. We wish we could be there with you.
More than ever before, we need ambitious, creative, and optimistic minds to solve the world's greatest challenges. Through the power of science, technology, engineering, and math, today's students can face these challenges and create the futures they imagine, both for themselves and
how first teams are using their STEM know-how and creativity to be forces for good through Build the Future, powered by Star Wars, Force for Change.
And we want to hear from you. We are here to remind first teams to make sure that they submit their stories for the chance to be featured on the global stage. Empower you and your teammates using your STEM skills beyond gameplay to be forces for good in your communities.
Submit your stories at firstinspires.org/buildthefuture for the chance to be featured.
We can't wait to hear your stories of hope and innovation. Have fun at today's competition, and may the force be with you always.
The history of Disney sponsoring FIRST goes back many, many years. We were talking earlier about our first championship event that we'd gone to at the Disney at Epcot in Walt Disney World, and how great of an experience that was for the students. But now I think these events have grown to the point where they're even bigger. Like Disney can't hold us, and I'm really proud to have seen FIRST grow to that point. So visit firstinspires.org/buildthefuture to share your team story for the chance to be featured in the Build the Future powered by Star Wars Force for Change. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. This competition here at Rose-Hulman is only possible with the support of our local sponsors. Representing one of the sponsors is the chair of the First Indiana State Championship Planning Committee, Professor Carlotta Berry from Rose-Hulman. She is the Giacolet Endowed Chair of Electrical and Computer Engineering and has helped create the multidisciplinary minor in robotics here at Rose-Hulman. She has been a volunteer for FIRST since 2007 and is the co-founder of Black in Engineering and Black in Robotics. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Carlotta Berry.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are so glad you're here. Who loves them some robots? So we love having you here at Rose-Hulman because Rose-Hulman represents what FIRST represents, which is the first core values. Who knows the first core values? You know I'm a professor. I'm about to give you a quiz. Don't play with me. What is the first core value? It starts with a D. Discovery. You discover who you are when you do STEM. You discover the great things and the way STEM impacts the world. What's number 2? Innovation. Rose is all about innovation. We make things happen around here. We like to say Rose-Hulman is where thinkers and tinkerers come to play. What's number 3? Impact. Okay, I'm starting to lose the crowd. I feel it. Impact. How can what you design impact the world and make the world a better place? Rose-Hulman is also all about that because we produce scientists, engineers, and mathematicians that can change the world. What number am I on? What's number 4? Inclusion, baby. I'm all about that inclusion. Do you have some girls on your team? Do you have some students of another race on your team, or is it all one race? Go in your school and get some people to include, because jocks can do STEM too. Wait a minute, I didn't get no shouts on that. Put the quarterback on your team. All right, what's number 5? What's number 5? Okay, I'm gonna go to teamwork, even though I think fun is number 5. Teamwork. Learn how to work with people who are like you and who are not like you, right? Being on a team is a big part of science, engineering, and math. Being able to communicate what you do. And then most importantly for everyone in this room is the F. I want you to have fun. Thanks, and come back. Any of us can help you. And if you want another tour, there's another one at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. Oh, can you hear me now? There we go. Our next speaker is State Senator John Ford, who has represented Hoosiers in Western Indiana in the State House since he was elected in 2014. As a state senator, Ford represents District 38, Senate District 38, which includes all of Vigo County and the northern parts of Clay County. Ford serves as the chair of the Senate Committee on Elections and as ranking member of the Senate Committee on Family and Children's Services. He is also a member of the Senate Committee on Appropriations and Public Policy. Ford has also served as the chairman of the Indiana Arts Commission. Let's have a warm welcome for Senator John Ford.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here today to see all the passion. I want to first off congratulate you all for making it here today. From the state perspective, we try to invest in STEM. We try to encourage folks to get innovative, get into technology. We also try to fund at the higher education level, quality institutions. I think here in Indiana, we've got, obviously, you're standing here today or sitting here today at Rose-Hulman, one of the best engineering schools in the country. We also have Notre Dame, Purdue, and IU. And, you know, I'd just like to encourage you to bring this innovation, this technology that you've all learned and your skills to Indiana schools. And then afterwards, our goal is hopefully you'll stay here in Indiana. We work to attract capital investment so some of your ideas and your thoughts can get funded down the road. Again, I'd like to just congratulate everybody. Good luck today. I look forward to seeing everybody in the pits. Thank you.
Hey, you guys, you remember a few minutes ago when Dr. Berry was out here talking? Well, she forgot to say something, and it's very important that she comes back out and tells you this one thing. So, once again, Dr. Carlotta Berry.
All right. The absent-minded professor really is a thing, and I forgot the most important thing. We have some swagalicious for you guys, and I forgot to announce it. So I would like to introduce the Robot Cannon for t-shirts, as well as our Rose alum, Taylor, Jonathan, and Garrett to the stands with the shirts.
Oh, dear Lord. T-shirts being launched everywhere. It's madness. Now, oh my gosh. We got more T-shirts, 2 more coming. 3, 2, 1. Oh, he's gonna, there you go. I feel like it's just the tall kids that get T-shirts, and that doesn't seem fair. Are we done with T-shirts? Are we moving on? Here we go. Let's now welcome our judges, led by Judge Advisor Ben Cerveny. Most of the judging for this event is being done remotely, but we have match observer judges here at the event. We'll begin recognizing award winners at the end of today. Because this is a state championship, we will have awards both days. Judges, come on out. I've done judging before, and it is a very difficult job. It was a very difficult job at the district event level, and I can't imagine what it's like at the state champs level. These guys have their work cut out for them. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, to help you play within the rules of the game, and to help all teams compete like crazy while remembering, you guys know what you have to remember? Gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee Andrew Corrington. They know the drill. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority here at First. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Please welcome our safety managers for the event, Professor Christine Buckley and Professor Eric Constance. And congratulations to Team 1939, the Kniggets from Kansas City, Missouri, for their terrific award-winning safety animation. Let's check it out.
Technology is helping people and cargo move a better planet faster and further than ever before.
Let's follow one package to see how the future of transportation is safe for all. People and robots often work together to create products and get cargo ready for shipping.
Just like in FIRST, safety training is important when working with robots. Robots will also have safety features like sensors and cameras to avoid injuries.
Planes, trains, and semi-trucks can be powered by electricity and renewable energy in the future to be safer for our planet.
Self-driving cars, drones, or delivery robots will use LiDAR and the Internet of Things to avoid accidents and crashes.
Each year, 40 million people are injured in car accidents worldwide, so these technologies could save lives.
And help us go faster, farther, and safer
than ever before.
Speaking of safety, here at the event, we'd like to make sure that you and your team have a safety plan. Safety is always a priority at FIRST events, so please, safety first. Mentors, communicate your safety plan and have a designated meeting space to communicate to your team in the event we have to evacuate. And now, let's talk gracious professionalism. Woody Flowers, who helped launch the FIRST robotics competition alongside founder Dean Kamen, created this term, which is really the heart of the FIRST experience. Let's hear how Woody defined gracious professionalism.
In FIRST, we do our best work while helping others and treating folks with respect and kindness.
If you compete such that if your grandmother saw everything that you did on a national television program, she would be very proud, then that'll be okay.
Gracious is mostly about feelings, both yours and those of others. Professionalism is mostly about knowledge and its application for good. Combining the two is important, so learn everything you can and experience helping others as often as you can. Rational self-esteem is a big deal, and it is a likely outcome from practicing gracious professionalism while busting your chops in FIRST. So use your FIRST experiences well. They will serve you well. Gracious professionals tend to be satisfied, happy people. So, again, both gracious and professionalism are essential to the kind of meaningful life we all want to live.
To meet Woody, he was a very inspiring guy, and I'm glad to be here carrying on in his in the thing that he's created. This is an amazing program that we're all involved in now. We are indebted to Woody for creating this ethos and ask that you continue to maintain this high standard of gracious professionalism, honoring Woody's legacy, and do it and you'll make Woody and your grandmother proud. One of the awards that we will present during closing ceremonies today is the Woody Flowers Award, which will be presented to an outstanding mentor that's been nominated by their team. The winner will receive a blue banner, a trophy, and the shirt signed by all of you. So if you get the chance today, go and sign the shirt. Woody was famous for wearing a shirt that he would have everybody sign, and by the end of the season every year it would just be completely covered in signatures, and it was wonderful. So we'd like for you to go. It's over in the pits by the inspection table. Please stop by and sign it if you haven't yet. Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. There are lots of other robotics programs. Very few of them focus centrally on mentorship as FIRST does, and that's one of the things that makes it so special. We know that many of you also mentor teams from other FIRST programs, FIRST Lego League and the FIRST Tech Challenge. So a big thanks to all of our mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST programs. Thank you. And teams, if you're looking for some additional mentor support, the FIRST Mentor Network, sponsored by NI, has over 750 mentors willing and ready to share their skills and talents to assist your team. Create a team or mentor profile and get connected today. All the details are available on the FIRST website. You can also check out other FIRST programs on display here this weekend in Scholarship Row next to the pits. And also the Rose-Hulman has a number of clubs set up on that Scholarship Row. Really cool stuff. The robotics team, I talked to them a little bit today. All very cool stuff. There's a racing team. There's a flying team. It's really something. All right, it's almost time for takeoff. But before we set the robots into action, let's take a moment to commit ourselves to a world where everyone feels safe and lives free of fear. At first, we join all those around the world who are calling for peace and safety. And now, please stand for the national anthem performed by Team 5188 members Tina Hudson-Simone and Isaiah Racy. Who's ready for robots? Let's play some rapid react. Teams, come on out here and turn your robots on. Let's go. You will be hearing some other voices come across the PA this weekend. First off, my partner in crime over here, my game announcer, Jim Fox.
Good morning, Rose-Hulman.
And the rest of our talent team. You will meet Ryan Camphouse, who is not on a microphone. He's just waving. And out here on the field, you will see Corey Bounds, whom you probably know. And they're wonderful. We have a great team. Yeah. All right, let's get set up.
Opening ceremonies here inside Hobart Arena. Thanks for joining us again this morning on the ISC Sports Network. Rob Conant joined for the first hour or so with Rachel Baker. We will have a rotating panel of analysts helping us out with our broadcast as we are with you here until about 7 o'clock tonight. A long day of action, and it is going to be an exciting time. Rachel, for those that don't know much about you or much about this robotics competition, let's dive into some of the details. First, how you got started here with robots.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, good morning, everyone. So I started robotics. It was actually a family affair. So right from the womb, my parents were involved. My father specifically has been mentoring since 1997. So I grew up thinking it was normal for everyone to spend their weekends in workshops and go to big, exciting events like this. So I've been involved from a young age. Then when I reached high school, started a team, one of the teams here today, Team 3940 from Kokomo. And then after that, went on to Purdue, started mentoring a team 461 and also got involved with the Purdue Student Organization, Purdue First programs. And then since then, I've also been game announcing and emceeing. So I'm 25. I've been doing it for 25 years, more so from the time I could hold a screwdriver in my little toddler hands. And I'm just so excited to be here for state champs. This is the first year back since the pandemic, and it's really exciting and wonderful to have everyone in the same space together, to see these robots in action competing against each other on the field, and it's going to be a great weekend.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it is great to just see this crowd. And again, this is a big thing. You know, you might be used to tuning into ISC Sports Network for high school and college sports, but, you know, we reach out every once in a while, and this robotics competition, it is a real serious thing. As you can see, this arena is packed here today, and they have been all season long. We had districts a few weeks ago, but here we are with the state championship. And you mentioned, Rachel, Team 3940. Again, that is something that we'll be referencing throughout the entire day today. Each team is from a different school. We have teams and schools from all over the state of Indiana here competing in the state championship. So each team is designated a number, but they also have some team names as well. And some of them are pretty good. Like you mentioned, you are familiar with Team 3940. That is from Northwestern High School. They call themselves Cybertooth.
They sure do, yes. And for folks at home, it's good to keep in mind that teams have a number associated with them and a name. And a good rule of thumb, the lower the number, so for example, Team 45, they're the oldest team we have here. The higher up a number goes, that means the newer the team is. So our youngest team here, Team 8742, Argyle Attack, they're from Madison Grant. They are a rookie team who this is their first year, and they made it all the way to state championship. So you're going to hear a lot of numbers being thrown around, a lot of names thrown around. We're going to be here to help guide you through that. But just rule of thumb, smaller the number, older the team. Larger the number, newer the team.
And you mentioned the Technocats from Kokomo, team number 45. They've been around doing this thing since 1992, so a lot of veteran teams. And it's great to see how much this sport has grown over the last few years.
Oh, absolutely. Back in the 90s, they would actually play this game in a field that was about 10 by 10. And one of the years even, the robots played on a field of dried corn. They used to be wired. It used to be 1v1, then it got 2v2, and now, as you can see throughout the day today, they're playing on a field the size of a basketball court. It's 3v3. These teams, the robots themselves, have also grown in size. So they used to be small enough that you could pick them up and even put them in a backpack, but now these robots can extend up to 6 feet tall, weigh 150 pounds. It's really exciting.
Number one, starting
Let's
off.
throw it down to our
Team
PA. Jim Fox getting ready for our first match of our state championship.
Indiana and Castle High School. It's Castle Robotics.
Their partners here in the middle. Team 8116.
Sponsored by Toyota and Washington High School in Washington. It's Hatchet Robotics.
I will not do that anymore. Finally, finishing up our Red Alliance, Team 1720.
From Matthews, Indiana, sponsored by Dulcer Place, Progress Rail, and Praxis Consulting, it's Fixed Gears.
The Blue Alliance, Team 1024.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, sponsored by McKinsey Center for Innovation and Technology, Kilobytes.
Team 1018.
They hail from Indianapolis, Indiana, Pike High School, it's Pike Robo Devils.
And closing out our Blue Alliance, Team 461.
From West Lafayette Senior High School in West Lafayette, Indiana, Westside Boiler Invasion.
All right, first match of the Indiana State Championship. We're ready to go here. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here in autonomous, it's 15 seconds of autonomous action. Getting out of the red and blue painted areas on the field gets 2 points for each robot. Any cargo that goes into the upper hub is 4 points. Any cargo going into the lower hub is 2 points. And autonomous is 15 seconds, and that just ended. Now in teleoperated play, cargo going into the upper hub is worth 2, into the lower hub is worth 1. 1024 kilobytes is lined up. A shot up and in for the Blue Alliance. Another one for Blue. Their teammate for Blue gets another one. 2 reds answer, 3 reds. And here's the 4th one from red, 1720. Fixed gears trying to get loaded up again. Fixed gears looking around for some red cargo. They've got some in their grasp. Lining up, no defense. Let's see if they can grab another bit of cargo. They've got a blue one. Let's see what they do. They were able to get rid of the blue one. Trying to chase down some more cargo. In the meantime, 461 gets a shot up and in for the Blue Alliance. Another 2 from kilobytes for the Blue Alliance. The score is 24-41, advantage Blue, 85 seconds to go. Castle Robotics, 6498, a shot up and in for the Blue Alliance. For the Red Alliance, rather. Blue gets one up and in. 1720, trying once again to get some cargo. They've got it. Let's see what they can do with it. Fixed gears, working the field. A bit of defense by Kilobots. Kilobots shot up and missed the first one, makes the second one for the Blue Alliance. 8116. Got a bit of blue cargo in their robot. See if they can get it shot. In the meantime, Kilobytes gets one up and in for the Blue Alliance in the upper hub. 461, a shot up and missed for the Blue Alliance. We've got 40 seconds remaining. Advantage Blue, 59-36. 35 seconds remaining. In about 3 seconds, we'll start the end game, which involves going to the hangar zone. And that buzzer means it's time for the hangar zone. In the meantime, they're going to keep scoring for the Red Alliance. Down on the blue end, 1024 kilobytes is already at the mid rung. Now the high rung looks like they're going for the traversal. Remember, the rungs are 4, 6, 10, and 15 points. And kilobytes are almost onto the traversal rung for 15 points for blue. 7 seconds remaining. Down on the red end, 1720 is up on the traversal rung as well. 2 blues going high, and that's the match. 3 blue robots hanging down on the red end, only 1, maybe 2 hanging.
As of right now, looks like the Blue Alliance was your winner. They were waiting to confirm the scores, and there we have it.
Win with a score of 98-56.
So there we have it, Rachel, our first match of the day, and it goes to the Blue Alliance, which featured teams from Lawrence, Pike, and West Lafayette.
The game animation video, so we can tell what the heck that just was.
We'll take a quick break and thank our host as we are here at Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, Indiana.
Hi, thanks for calling Ask Rose. What are you working on tonight?
Well, I'm doing this algebra assignment, and I kind of just don't get it.
Okay, yeah, algebra can be pretty tricky, but I can help you walk through it if you'd like.
So there's this hill, and its measurements can be placed on a 2-dimensional linear graph, and x equals 5 while y equals 165.
At Ask Rose, the hill we're climbing is the challenge of providing Indiana students with world-class tutoring at no cost to them. We believe our state's future depends on the next generation of bright young minds, and we're determined to give them the support they need.
So if it crosses the y-axis at 15, we can put those values into our formula.
Okay, that makes sense. I remember walking through this in class.
Since 1991, we've helped nearly 750,000 students, but there's still an urgent need in Indiana for more STEM-capable graduates. Timely guidance from Rose-Hulman students can be invaluable.
So if y equals mx plus b,
and m is the slope and b is the y-intercept.
That's it, you got it.
Making that light bulb go off for a student also helps create a brighter future for Indiana as a whole.
Nice work. You used the slope-intercept form to tackle this and find the slope of the hill.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Hey, great job. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
It's essential that STEM education in our state continues to attract and empower students from all backgrounds. This free resource goes a long way toward leveling the playing field for all. Thanks for helping provide a solid solution Together, we're preparing students to build a better future for Indiana.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, Indiana. It's the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship here on the ISC Sports Network. As we just finished our first match of the morning, and the Blue Alliance, formed by teams from Lawrence, Pike, and West Lafayette. Your winners of match number 1, Rob Connett and Rachel Baker, back with you here as they will get set for the second match of the morning. It takes a while to get these robots ready to go, so we'll take a look and recap that first match, Rachel, as, again, if this is your first time watching this event, the first 15 seconds, the robots are autonomous.
They sure are. So that means that while there are drivers that are operating the robots during the rest of the match, during the first 15 seconds, the robots are doing everything that you see by themselves. So they have sensors, they have cameras, they have timing, they are programmed to score cargo into the hubs in order to score points during those first 15 seconds. After that, the drivers and operators take over.
And you see there 2 minutes of the robots collecting the cargo and trying to score it into either the lower hub or the upper hub. Think of it as a basketball hoop, if you will. You got 1-pointers and 2-pointers. As again, that Red Alliance in that first match was made up of Castle, Washington, and a team from Matthews, Indiana. Again, the blue team, your winners of that first match with Lawrence, Pike, and West Lafayette. So during these 2 minutes, you see the 3 robots for the blue, 3 robots for the red, going to collect cargo and then try to score it into that lower and upper hub. And watching that first match, Rachel, it seemed like the strategy is trying to hit that upper. Obviously, it's more points. Is that normal for this type of competition?
Absolutely. So one of the really cool things about FIRST actually is that there's so many different opportunities and ways in order to score points. A lot of teams, as you said, are going for that upper hub because they get more points. But if you have a robot that you can dump a whole bunch of cargo into that lower hub faster than you might be able to score into the upper, that's a strategy that some of the teams here employ. It really depends on how these teams approach the game every year, what they think they're capable of, what they think that their strategy will entail. And you're seeing on the screen right now the second aspect of the game besides scoring cargo into those hoop-like hubs is hanging on the rungs, kind of like a monkey bar situation.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite part of the competition, of the match, is that final 30 seconds. You get more points. It's not just about flinging balls or flinging cargo into the lower and upper hubs. That final 30 seconds, then your robot has to, like you said, kind of try to climb some monkey bars. So there's 2 different aspects
exactly
in one single match, and you get more points if you climb that lower rung, 4 points. You get to the middle level, 6 points. If you get to that high rung, 10 more points. And then the traversal rung is 15 points. And that's why going into that final 30 seconds, you saw the blue team had about 50, 60 points. They finished with 98 in that final 30 seconds.
Exactly.
Our second matchup coming up. Here's our second matchup. Red Alliance features South Bend Career Academy, Anderson, and Fishers. The Blue Alliance has teams from Northwestern, Penn, and Carmel. So the first 15 seconds there. And now you can control and operate your robots for the next 2 minutes or so, picking up that cargo and trying to score into the lower and upper hubs. Right now, the Red Alliance with a slight advantage at 22-16. South Bend Career Academy, you'll see on their robot, they are 5484. That's their team number. Ranked 7th in the state coming into today's state championship.
They've also already qualified for World Championships. They went to a regional in New York and won. And so they're back here in Indiana for more to see, I guess, if they're able to double qualify for World Championships, which is next week in Houston.
90 seconds to go here in our second matchup. Red Alliance currently up 38-24, scoring more points, trying to get into that upper hub.
Another robot to keep an eye out for, they just made a cargo in the upper hub, is 3940, that purple robot from Northwestern High School in Kokomo. My old team, but they're also, it's not just my bias, they're ranked number 2 in the state right now, and they've won 2 events already. And so they are coming into this as one of the top robots to keep an eye out for. Even though their alliance right now is struggling, they really need to catch up with the Red Alliance, which has a 10-point lead on blue.
Under a minute to go here in our second qualification matchup. As you see, 2 of 64. We got a long day of robotics here in Terre Haute. As, again, when you hit that 30-second mark, that is when you will head to your hangars and try to climb the rungs. So the red team with a slight advantage, and there is the whistle. 30 seconds to go.
And we already have a red robot, Team 447, Team Roboto. They're over for the Red Alliance climbing up on those rungs. It looks like they're on the high rung already. That is 10 points, trying to get up to that traversal rung for 15.
Red team trying to add to their lead in the final 10 seconds. Here go Blue Alliance climbing their rungs as well. And that will be our final horn. We'll wait for the judges to confirm the final scores. Looking at it right now, the Red Alliance with the lead, but they are reviewing this match.
So usually when that yellow match under review sign comes up on the screen, that means that the referees have something to deliberate. So just like with a lot of other sports, there are fouls that can be incurred from pinning, from being too rough with the other teams, from holding too many cargo balls at once. Just like a lot of other sports, we have a lot of rules and regulations that you need to follow in order to make sure that, 1, it's fair gameplay, 2, it's safe. And so you can see on the field, if the camera is able to show it, that we have a group of zebras, the referees that are conferring right now to make sure that everything is good to go before they put that score up on the screen and finalize it.
You mentioned pinning. Do you see that often where robots are slamming into
the
competition?
Absolutely do. Yeah, so you'll notice the bumpers on each robot, those are actually pool noodles covered by fabric. Yes, the red and the blue bumpers you see with these robots, that's so that when they slam into each other, you're not messing up the electronics, breaking something on the other team. And we made the comparison earlier to basketball, and I think it's very apt for this game, but they're also scoring in the same goal, so there's a lot of defense. There's a lot of conflict.
It was closer than we thought after review. Red Alliance wins it by 5, 84-79. So again, those teams, 54-84 from South Bend Career Academy, 447 from Anderson, and 50-10 from Fishers, your winners of our second matchup. Blue penalty is what we were hearing.
So the 4 points that you see on the Red Alliance under the blue penalty, kind of seeing what those subtotals are for the total 84 that got them to win. That means that the red team incurred 4 points of penalties against the Red Alliance. So the blue team did something against red, either a pinning, either holding too many cargo balls, either getting into zones of the field that are marked by that red or blue tape that they're not allowed to go, often touching a robot, making contact with an opponent robot while they're trying to hang on the rung. If you touch them when they're in the protected hanger zone during that last 30 seconds, that can also incur a penalty. So
So again, your final score, the Red Alliance wins it by 5 in our second qualification. We'll take another break and get ready for our third matchup. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics District State Championships.
Welcome to the 2022 First Robotics Competition. And this year's game, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score their cargo balls into the lower hub and the upper hub. They earn additional points if the robots traverse the rungs of their hangar. Robots start each match on one of their tarmacs and may be preloaded with 1 cargo each. During the first 15 seconds, robots are autonomous. Without guidance from drivers, they leave their tarmac, score preloaded cargo, and collect and score additional cargo. During the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. They continue to gather up 2 cargo at a time and score cargo in the lower and upper hubs. Cargo scored into either hub count towards the cargo bonus. Launch pads protect robots from contact by opponent robots. Robots may use either terminal, where their human players assist the robots with acquiring cargo. As time runs out, robots race to their hangar and traverse as many rungs as possible. The higher a robot gets, the more points it earns. An alliance that reaches a hangar point threshold is rewarded with a ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
So there you go, a better understanding of how this competition works as you take a look at some highlights from our second matchup against the Red Alliance, winning it by 5. That Red Alliance featuring South Bend Career Academy, Anderson, and Fishers. And we're still trying to figure out what that 4-point penalty was on the blue team. Maybe we might be able to see what happened in these highlights as you take a look at some of the action. And it's just incredible to see these high school kids get in action. These high school kids building these robots and putting them to work. Pretty incredible stuff. As our third qualification matchup is now underway. The Red Alliance features teams from Western High School, Center Grove, and Homestead. Our Blue Alliance has Warren Central, Brownsburg, and Westfield as the first 15 seconds of autonomous play is complete. And now the robots will go and retrieve the cargo and try to score in the lower and upper hubs. A big advantage early on here, Rachel, with the Blue Alliance.
Absolutely, and a bit of a surprise, honestly. I was expecting the Red Alliance, which has 1741 from Center Grove. They have won an event already this season. None of the Blue Alliance teams have, and so I was expecting for the Blue Alliance to be behind, but they really came out this match, scored really strongly during the autonomous period. You can actually see in the upper right-hand corner that 12-18 for the Blue Alliance. That is the count of cargo or balls that alliance has scored into the upper and lower hubs. So they were able to get over 5 during the first 15 seconds, that autonomous period. And that means that in order to get a bonus ranking point or the cargo bonus, they only need to score a total of 18 cargo throughout the match in order to get that bonus ranking point, while the Red Alliance, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, 5 out of 20, they have to score 20 in order to get that bonus. So Red Alliance, because they just got it, 18 out of 18, because they performed so well in autonomous, they get a bonus. They only have to do 18 as opposed to 20.
And more proof that that first 15 seconds could either make you or break you in a competition, and it has really helped the Blue Alliance as they are out to a commanding lead. 40 seconds to go here in our third matchup, and it is a 65-26 lead for the Blue Alliance. Again, this is featuring 3 teams: Warren Central, Brownsburg, and Westfield. Under 30 seconds to go, and you see the Red Alliance already in action in their hangar zone, trying to climb those rungs. The higher you go, the more points you get in the final 30 seconds.
And speaking also of ranking point bonuses, you're able to get one by the cargo, which I just discussed, but you're also able to get one with the hangar bonus if you score over 16 points with a combination of robots hanging on those rungs at the end. So it looks like the Red Alliance may have gotten that. We'll see during that final score screen that they show once the score has been finalized. We'll be able to see on that screen how many ranking points the teams were able to get during their match.
As you get a look at behind the scenes of these players, if you will, controlling their robots.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have a score coming up, and it is the Blue Alliance. Like I said, bit of an upset. 3 teams that hadn't won any. 1741 on red already has a win under their belt, and you'll see the 1 RP on red and the 3 RP on blue. That is showing how many ranking points they got. So the Blue Alliance got a ranking point from the cargo, those 2 balls, that blue oval that's on the right-hand side of the screen, and then the trophy, they get 2 for winning the match. Whereas Red Alliance, they got a ranking point from the hangar bonus, which they got because they had 2 robots hanging to score over 16 points thanks to the hangar.
83-51, your final here in our third matchup. We'll take another break. Let's hear from one of our students. We'll be back on the ISC Sports Network.
The environment is. With a lot of other sports, you don't see the sportsmanship that we have here. Everybody really does take gracious professionalism to heart, and it's like other sports, you don't see the teams rooting for each other, but we're all so nice to each other. And then in the pits, if you need something, there's 100% chance that another team will give you whatever you need if they have it. It's so nice. I really like seeing the way that different people challenge the same problems. Because there's teams that have things on their robots that we didn't even think of when we were talking as like a group of like 20-ish people. I think it's really worth it to be a mentor. Like, it takes a lot of time, but we all have such a huge respect for our mentors and what they do for us, because they really are what keeps our team running. Because while the students do a lot of the work on the robot and stuff, the mentors organize us and they give us some sort of a direction to go in.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, Indiana. Rob Conant and Rachel Baker with you here as we just wrapped up our third qualification match. And as Rachel said, a bit of an upset as the Blue Alliance, made up of teams from Warren Central, Brownsburg, and Westfield, with a big win over the Red Alliance, which featured Western, number 9 Center Grove, and Homestead. And again, Rachel, it went back to big start during that first 15 seconds of the autonomous time. Blue team was able to get out to a big lead, and that's what really helped them win that matchup.
Exactly. So you'll see down here on the field, the drive teams are made up of an operator, a driver, and a drive coach. They also have a human player. But during that first 15 seconds, it's really the software teams that are behind the scenes programming that robot. Like that fall you just saw on screen, that's the drive team that is controlling the robot during that time, during the end period. But at the beginning of a match, it's the kids who are able to program and code, that are programming those sensors, setting up the camera, implementing the logic required in order to go pick up balls and shoot into the hub completely without any human direction or intervention. It's all pre-programmed, and to me that makes it even more impressive, and that I think is why it's weighted so heavily, that when you have a really good autonomous period, you're able to get a really big advantage and head start, just because it is such a difficult achievement and accomplishment in order to score points that way, especially during such a short period of time. 15 seconds is not a lot of time.
Get ready for our fourth matchup. This is one of my favorite parts, is when they introduce the team, each team has a flag that you wave. It's a fun little introduction to each matchup.
There's a lot of personality and spirit behind these teams. So a lot of them adopt their school mascot. You'll see people dressed up. Some teams wear different costumes. I see some tutus in the crowd. There's some fun cowboy hats over there. They have mascots. Teams color coordinate. There's a lot of spirit, even sometimes when a flag may break. These teams have an identity. They have passion, they have spirit. You see that in the branding. There's even an award to award a team that has really good imagery, really good branding, a cohesive vision for how they want to present their team, both in this competition and also to a broader community.
Getting ready for our fourth matchup, and you might go into this thinking the Red Alliance is your favorite, as the Red Alliance has McCutcheon, who is ranked 4th in the state, Perry Meridian ranked 5th in the state, along with Princeton. The Blue Alliance here features Plainfield, Columbus North, and University High School. The first 15 seconds, slight advantage for the Red Alliance in that autonomous time, and now a full 2 minutes to control your robots, pick up the cargo, and try to score it into the lower or upper hubs.
But just as we've seen, the second and third match today already had a bit of an upset, with alliances with some lower ranked teams beating some of our top teams here this weekend. So especially at this state competition, all of these teams have competed in at least 2 district events already. They are old pros at this, and so really anything can happen. And as you see during these qualification matches, the teams are randomly assorted to alliances. So there may be a really surprising and fun and interesting and unique combination of teams that haven't had the opportunity to play together yet, but when they get together, magic happens. And so that's when you're able to see even some teams that might not be ranked quite as highly surprise some of these old guard, high-ranked teams with a really, really tight strategy and really good performance.
A good example of that, again, the Red Alliance here. You have McCutcheon and Perry Meridian, who are ranked both in the top 5 in the state, along with Princeton, one of our newer teams. They were formed just last year.
The Disco Ducks.
The Disco Ducks. I love that. And they have the 9-point lead. Under a minute to go here in our 4th matchup. Pretty close battle. It might come down to what you can do in the hangar zone.
Exactly. We also have both alliances. The Red Alliance has surpassed their cargo bonus. They've gotten over 18. Blue Alliance is almost there. They need 1 more cargo in order to reach that cargo bonus. And now 30 seconds, these teams are going to attempt a hangar bonus. We've already got 1 Blue Alliance robot up. Let's see if the Red Alliance 234 is up as well, making their way up the rungs to try to get all the way up to the traversal rung. 3487 is reaching right now, and they've got it for Blue.
15 seconds to go. This might be close. 7-point lead for Red, and again, it'll all come down to how many points you can score here in the hangar zone. The higher you climb, the more points you get. Final seconds, and then we will wait for the judges to review it and confirm our score. As of right now, looks like the Red team might win, but we'll see if they get the full points in the hangar zone.
Especially since the Red Alliance had 2 robots that were pretty high up on the traversal rung, but Blue Alliance got 3 robots up hanging in that hangar zone. So it's really going to come down to the wire to see who won that match, and it did end up being the Red Alliance.
By 6, 91 to 85. You see there, both of them just about even in the hangar zone. A few more cargo for the Red Alliance, and that was the difference in this matchup. Close one.
Absolutely. And even though they were not able to clinch the win, the Blue Alliance still gets 2 ranking points from their cargo bonus and their hangar bonus. So it's not all win, all lose. If you are able to perform in those categories, the cargo and the hangar, you're still able to get some ranking points so that it's not a wash, you know? I'm sure that Blue Alliance is a little bummed that they didn't win, but they still have 2 ranking points that is going to, if not bump them up in the ranking, keep them steady.
We'll take another break. Actually, we'll keep it here and take a look at a recap. Maybe that was some foreshadowing, the blue team.
Perhaps. As an MC, that is a worst nightmare. Those flags are heavier than they look, too. So he's doing a great job out there, even though one of them was maybe not constructed as well as some of the others.
76-17 again from the Blue Alliance. That is the robot from University High School, the Robo Blazers. And again, this is a great example and what makes this sport, the robotics competition, so unique and so fun to watch, Rachel, is each team is made up of 3 different teams. Exactly. 3 different schools having to work together to try to score as many points as they can going throughout this championship match.
And that means that unlike a sports team where you only see your opponents as rivals, you only see them as people or as teams that you have to beat, the structure of this competition forces these teams to play really nicely with each other and strategize together and work together, because you may be against one team one match, and then the next match you're playing with them. So you really have to build relationships. You have to strategize together. You have to come together and say, okay, here's what my robot does. Here's what we usually do that is successful. But what do you do? What are you good at? What do you want to accomplish this match? And that teamwork, that sportsmanship, that gracious professionalism is really in the DNA of First Robotics.
Again, the Red Alliance made up of number 4 McCutcheon, number 5 Perry Meridian, and Princeton. Your winners of our 4th matchup. Get ready for our 5th matchup. Some fans in attendance for Team 3147. They are from Munster. Along with them, Madison Grant and Twin Lakes will make up the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance, you have Kokomo, the oldest team in the field, along with Purdue Polytechnic, the #1 team in the state, and Bloomington South is that third team making up the Blue Alliance here, getting ready for our 5th matchup.
And we have a lot of really strong, I would say, rookie teams in this match, or teams who, during their rookie season, performed very well. Purdue Polytechnic had the best rookie season of all time in Indiana. The highest number of district points scored during their rookie season, 71-98. Fearsome Gears from Twin Lakes on the Red Alliance. They actually won World Championship Rookie All-Star Award during their rookie year. And then we also have 87-42, the Argyle attack team from Madison Great, which is the only rookie team here this season. So really a prime match to watch out for young teams that had extremely good rookie seasons and are continuing to perform exceptionally well this season.
Getting ready for our 5th matchup so far. 2 Blue Alliance wins, 2 Red Alliance wins through our first 4 matchups. Getting ready for qualification number 5.
All right, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
The first 15 seconds are autonomous. Pre-loaded cargo. You shoot it into the lower or upper hubs. Most teams try to go for the upper hub.
Super Duper missed a few of their cargo, which is something that, as we discussed already, autonomous period is really crucial, and these alliances are coming out tied, which means that neither of them have an advantage going into the teleoperated period. So it's really anyone's game at this point. Even though the Blue Alliance has the #1 seeded team, it's anyone's game.
Close battle to start out with. The Blue Alliance have scored 7 cargo. The Red now with 7 as well. A 2-point lead, though, because in that first 15 seconds, Rachel, scoring in the hubs is actually worth more, right? In the first 15 seconds when you're autonomous?
Exactly, it is. It is actually worth double. So scoring in the upper hub during autonomous period worth 4 points. Lower hub is worth 2 points. So those cargo during autonomous are golden. If you miss one, that could be 4 points down the drain, which can, as we've seen already, can make or break a match.
Still a close battle here in qualification number 5. Just a 2-point lead for the Red Alliance, closing in on 1 minute to go.
And we're seeing a little bit of defense here. Keep an eye out when these teams, as I mentioned before, with basketball, each team has their own basket. This competition, teams are all scoring in the same hubs. So you see a lot of bumping into each other. You'll see, especially during the playoffs, some really intense defense. When you look at your opponents and you say, hey, this robot's really good, some teams will assign a robot to give them a hard time, to play defense on them, to make sure that any shot they're able to get off is really difficult, that they're not able to line up, calibrate, and score.
Red Alliance already lining up. Blue Alliance already had a robot climbing as that 30-second horn went off. Again, close battle might come down to how far you can go on the hanger.
And we'll see Super Duper coming up. Less than 15 seconds left. They are notorious for having a pretty quick climb if they can get their hooks on. Looks like they've been having a tough match. They only have 1 hook on that hanger. This might, as we've said before, we've seen already, match 2, match 3, upset. It's tight. These teams are neck and neck. Red Alliance had more robots up on the hanger by the buzzer. We might see another upset here. Anything can happen this weekend during state championships.
That Blue Alliance had the #1 team in the state from Purdue Polytechnic High School, which, by the way, probably one of my favorite team names, Super Duper. Purdue.
Lots of puns.
I see
Lots
what
of
they
puns.
did there. Yep.
Absolutely.
So the judges will review, and we'll await the confirmation and the final scores. You can see some of the fans waiting with anticipation. See who got the victory here. It is the Red Alliance, an upset here in qualification number 5.
And you can see after each score is announced, it will show how it impacts the ranking for these teams. We're only at match 5 of 64, so these rankings are early, but to come into this weekend, ranked #1, and after your first match to be 22, that is going to be tough for Super Duper, which to this point in the competition had not lost a match this season.
That's a big upset there by the Red Alliance, which featured Madison Grant, a brand new team this year, and they were part of that Red Alliance pulling the upset. As you take a look at some of the action in that matchup, but man, Munster, Madison Grant, and Twin Lakes pulling a big upset there in our 5th matchup of the morning. And Rachel, you were talking a little bit about the defensive play. We might see a little bit of it there in the highlight package of some robots trying to defend and trying to fend off their opponent trying to score in those upper hubs. And then we get to the final 30 seconds with the Blue Alliance climbing up the rung, but only able to get one in the final 30 seconds of that matchup. So the blue team struggled there on the hanger as you take a look at the Red Alliance. 71-98, that's the team from Twin Lakes. And 31-47 from Munster, both climbing up the hanger in the final 30 seconds, and that was the difference. Big upset here in qualification number 5.
In the event space over there, hosted by.
We'll take a break and get ready for qualification number 6. We'll be back on the ISC Sports Network.
My son Andrew is drive team for fixed gears. The good thing about what we've seen from this team is that it's really forced him to have good interaction, make good friends, and people with like interests, people that can inspire him to improve and be better in terms of a person and also a good teammate.
My son is in his 3rd year on the robotics team. He's gained a lot of friendships and they're like a family. He's also planning to go in the engineering field, and I think that's helped just reinforce that and helped him to have some clarity on what he wants to do after high school.
In 2006, my son was on Team 135. It is life-changing, you know. He became an engineer, and he now works for NDOT. Thanks to the robotics program, it guided him in that direction.
I have a son on the team, and he's been in it for 4 years. He's a senior this year. He was introduced to it, I think, through some friends at school. I've seen him grow from like a shy kid to a confident young man, and now he wants to go to Purdue for engineering.
I think it instills a sense of responsibility, but also a sense of teamwork. I think that is something that's really important no matter what profession you decide to go in the future.
I've seen so much positive with our son and how much he's enjoyed it, and I would definitely recommend it.
It will change their life forever. It will give them confidence. It'll give them a career path. I mean, I have nothing negative to say about it at all.
First teaches them way beyond engineering, and they support each other. It's teamwork. The students all work together for a common goal.
Getting ready for our next matchup here at Rose-Hulman. Thanks for joining us on the ISC Sports Network. The first Indiana Robotics District State Championship. Rob Connett, Rachel Baker back with you here. So we get ready for qualification number 6. Our Red Alliance features teams from Anderson, Matthews, Indiana, and our 3rd ranked team in the state, Huntington. On the blue side, Carmel, Evansville North, and Center Grove.
This is a really, really stacked 2 alliances during this match. 868, one of the most winningest teams in Indiana District history. 1741, as we mentioned, from Center Grove, has already won an event this season, also have won the Chairman's Award. 1501, ranked very highly, has also, just a tidbit, won the most finalist awards, has been second place, the most of any team in Indiana State history. And as you can see, a little bit of defense from 1741 up against Team Roboto 447. We've got the Carmel team here. They're going to grab a cargo and lining up to shoot into the upper hub. Really, really tight match here, 34-37, but these alliances are neck in neck.
Closing in. About a minute 15 to go here in qualification number 6. Like you said, Rachel, a close matchup here, tied at 37 right now. As some robots in the top left corner playing a little defense, little shove back and forth. I like seeing it.
Yeah, lots of contact. We're going to see that more and more as the weekend progresses, but defense is often kind of the special sauce for an alliance. You got to have scores, but you also have to make sure that you have a robot that is able to make your opponent's lives really difficult. You don't want any shot to go off uncontested, so it is all part of strategy, but unlike a basketball where any kid can go out and play defense on someone else, defense is something that you need to take into consideration when you are designing and building your robot. The drivetrain that you're assembling, the motors that you use, the wheels that you choose, all of those little decisions go into how effective of a defensive or offensive robot you can be. You can build a robot that is able to move really quickly and be agile for scoring, or a robot that when you hit him, it's like a brick wall and you're not able to get around them to get off a shot.
Looks like the Red Alliance doing a pretty good job on the hangers. Blue team trying to catch up as well. Oh, one robot fell there. Final 6 seconds. Close matchup. Going to come down to how far you can go on the hanger. Horn will sound.
And that is the second time that we have seen Team 1741 Red Alert from Center Grove fall this morning. This is their second match. They fell earlier, but that's something that in between matches that teams have, they're able to go back to their pit area, make improvements, make fixes, make adjustments, so that if they underperformed or if something broke during one match, they're able to address it and fix it, hopefully, in time for the next match.
I got 2 questions for you while watching that matchup. The first one, and you saw it there, when if you're hanging and the buzzer sounds and then you drop, that doesn't count, right?
Correct.
You have to keep hanging on after that buzzer sounds, right?
And that is something that is really important why we have those referees. So every single match, we've got referees stationed at every corner of the field. They're the ones making those final decisions. They study the rule book, and they make that final deliberation of, did that count or did it not? When you see that yellow match under review sign pop up during a match, that means they're trying to make decisions just like that.
Your winner of our 6th matchup of the morning, blue team, a 5-point victory. And how close was it? Look at the hanger points. 10 for the blue, 6 for the hanger. So 4-point advantage there. And penalties on both sides as well.
Exactly. I'm glad that we talked about defense. That's often where a lot of those penalties come from. Pinning, being too tough on another opponent. So we'll be able to see a little bit of a replay of potentially one of the penalties. Again, that's something that those referees decide, but during a match with a lot of defense, it's really easy to incur penalties, just like a basketball, just like a football. But if you're too tough with another team, if you reach inside another team's frame perimeter, if you pin them, there's a lot of different penalties that can occur that, as we saw, is going to make or break a match.
Again, some of the penalties there. Robots ramming into each other. That might be where one of the penalties came. And you see the referee there signal a penalty there on 1720.
So what I think that was, based on that replay, 1720's intake arm had come down, and when they made contact with that blue alliance, as I said, you're not allowed to make contact with an opponent's robot within their frame perimeter. That's where a lot of the electrical components are. That's where a lot of the expensive computer components are. So if you reach in there with an arm and break another team's robot, that's something that we absolutely want to discourage. So if you ram into another robot and you have an arm down, that's something that is definitely going to get you a penalty.
And so the penalty points was the difference there in that matchup. The Blue Alliance, your winners of Our 6th qualification of the morning. Carmel, Evansville North, and Center Grove getting the win in that matchup. Get ready for our next one. Our Red Alliance will feature one of the top teams in the state, Northwestern, who has already competed today and lost in that second matchup, an upset earlier today. So Northwestern, their rankings dropped after that loss. They will be with Washington and Fishers on the Red Alliance here in our 7th matchup. On the blue side will be Western, Plainfield, and Brownsburg.
And something also to keep in mind with a lot of these teams, for example, this match, we've got 39-40 from Northwestern and Kokomo, and we've also got 292 on the opposing alliance, Western from Rocheville, Indiana. I know that those two teams practice together. So they're opponents in this match, but they also collaborate during the build season. They work together during the competition season. These teams are, they may be opponents in one match, but as I said earlier, gracious professionalism, a really important component of this competition, and these teams help each other out. They have practice fields, they work together, they practice together, they lend each other tools. It's not just a bloodthirsty competition, even though it can get really intense.
Yeah.
These teams work together to make sure that everyone has a good experience, even though they're also extremely competitive.
We talked about the enthusiasm that you see from the kids. 31-76, that is the team from Brownsburg. And they get into it. I mean, you got the signs, you got the hats are looking pretty fashionable here this morning. And it's,
like
there you go, top hats as well.
Suspenders. It's something we'll see, like there's teams with Hawaiian shirts, there's teams with cowboy hats, there's teams with a lucky or a green clover theme from Westfield.
I was going to say, I'm
exactly.
going to guess that's from Westfield.
Yep. And it's something that the teams, it builds team spirit. That's another award that we have. The team with the most team spirit is a judged award that can get these teams points in order to qualify for this event. But it's also about community. It's about making connections with your school, making connections with your community, and also just getting excited. It's a lot more fun to cheer for your team when you're wearing a silly hat together, or you have a mascot, or you have a chant or a cheer that gets everyone really excited and builds that team spirit and excitement right from the stands.
And we mentioned at the start of our broadcast, it's just awesome to see everyone here packed inside Holbert Arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman. And a lot of parents and fans as well. I mean, bleachers are filled pretty good, but they are standing along the railing all the way around this arena.
Yep.
A lot of fans, a lot of students come out and support their teams and their schools.
And the stands are probably half as full as they will be during the playoffs. We've got a lot of people in the pits making updates to their robot.
7th qualification underway, and a lot of scoring in the first 15 autonomous seconds of our matchup.
So you see in the top left-hand corner that Red Alliance cargo count. The 20 just dropped to 18. That means that because the Red Alliance scored 5 cargo into the hub during that first 15-second autonomous period, they only need to score 18 with that quintet cargo in order to achieve the cargo bonus, which gets them an extra ranking point by the end of the match. Blue Alliance didn't get 5 during autonomous period, so they have to score 20 total cargo in order to get that cargo bonus by the end of the match.
So it was a close matchup through the first 15 seconds, but now a slight advantage for the Red Alliance here. And again, that features Northwestern, Washington, and Fishers here in this matchup. 90 seconds to go. About a 12-point lead for the Red Alliance, and they are getting close to that cargo bonus, only needing to score 4 more.
And keep an eye, we've been talking about defense a lot. Keep an eye on 292, which is Panther Tech from Western. They were just playing defense on 5010 Fishers and 3940 Cybertooth from Northwestern, but they're also now going off and scoring cargo, picking up balls to shoot them into the upper hub. So these teams have to be versatile in order to bring success to their alliance, because one match you may be playing defense, the next match you may be playing offense, the third match you might be doing a little bit of both.
Comeback here by the Blue Alliance, now with a lead as both teams have hit their cargo bonus. 44 seconds to go. And now it's an 8-point lead for the Blue Alliance, so they are coming from behind now with a double-digit lead. Again, the Blue Alliance features teams from Western, Plainfield, and Brownsburg. 30-second horn goes off. Robots will head to the hangar zone and try to climb up those rungs. Again, that low rung worth 4 points, the middle worth 6, the high rung worth 10 points. And a good climb for Red Alliance.
Absolutely. Red Alliance has one on the traversal rung, the highest rung, 2 now. 50-10 Fishers just got up there. Blue Alliance also has 2 robots up on that traversal hung.
Blue team, yeah, it looks like the blue team, a 20-point lead going into the final 30 seconds of that hangar zone. They will collect the points on what they scored on those rungs, and we will await the official final score of our 7th matchup of the day. But what a, if this holds, Rachel, what a comeback.
Absolutely.
About a minute left. It was the Red Alliance with a lead. The Blue Alliance comes scurrying through, and we await the final score here in our 7th matchup. As we await that final score, Rachel, you will take a break. Again, we have a rotating panel of analysts that will be joining us throughout the day here on ISC. So we'll give you a second here to get your final thoughts on this 7th matchup as they are collecting the score.
And something to keep in mind, we'll see this when the score pops up, but I spoke about the cargo bonus during that last match. There's also a hanger bonus, so if an alliance is able to score more than 16 points from hanging on those rungs, they get a bonus ranking point. You'll notice 16 points is more than one robot is able to score on their own. Blue Alliance winning, and with a lot of hanger points. We also have our high score of the day, a triple-digit score from the Blue Alliance. As we said before, 3940 Cybertooth came into this competition ranked number 2, one of the favorite teams coming into this weekend, but they've already lost 2 matches. That's not to say that they didn't put up a lot of great points and have an impressive performance during that last match. But anything can happen at state champs when you have the high caliber of teams that we have here this weekend.
108-92 the final score. Hey, let's take a listen to one of our students here, Becky Yoder, and how she got involved with FIRST. We'll be right back.
I'm a mentor is because I felt such a sense of community with FIRST. I love being involved with FIRST. I love everything FIRST stands for. I love having an impact on my community, most of all. I love working with the kids and sharing the knowledge that I learned from FIRST and also passing that on to them, as well as knowledge I learned in college. I love seeing young minds develop, and I love seeing the students problem solve. It's something you would want your name to be attached to, because FIRST is just such a great community and environment.
Our thanks to our mentors involved with FIRST Robotics competition, as we are just finishing up our 7th matchup of the morning and our highest score we have seen so far today. The Blue Alliance, made up of teams from Brownsburg, Plainfield, and Western, putting up 108 points in that 7th matchup of our day. And so a big win for the Blue Alliance. We'll get ready for our next wave of competitors.
That was a pretty big comeback. I mean, Red came out of autonomous with a nice lead, and Blue came storming back and won that.
That voice you hear, Scott now joining us here in the broadcast booth. We want to say thanks to Rachel for joining us for the first few matches of the day. Scott now joining us, as again we'll have a rotating panel of analysts helping us out as we go throughout the day. We're with you here until about 7 o'clock tonight, a full day of action here at Rose-Hulman. As you see some of the highlights here, a lot of hanger points, Scott, scored
I can't
by
believe
both
I have
red
to follow
and blue.
Rachel. She's so awesome. 3940 has what I call a wall banging climb. Watch this. They go and bang into the wall. On the other side, you had what I call the refrigerator, which is a robot sponsored by Carrier.
There you go. There it is.
I call it the refrigerator.
I like it.
And they have a dedicated climb, so it's pretty cool. They've done that all season. Only robot to do that all season.
It looks like it's doing pull-ups up there.
Yeah, it's very, very unique.
Showing off a little bit.
And they like to be called the refrigerator. So
we'll remember that. 3487 is the team from Plainfield, the Red Pride Robotics. And again, like you mentioned, Scott, a big comeback there by the blue team, scoring a lot of points in that final 30 seconds on the rungs in the hangar zone, and that is how you can pick up a victory. It's not just about, I mean, obviously a big part of it is scoring cargo.
Right.
But that last 30 seconds is trying to climb the hangar zone.
You saw 292 there. They have worked so hard on their climb, and they're like twice as fast as they were before. So it's pretty impressive to watch.
Thanks for joining us here on the ISC Sports Network. That's Scott. I'm Rob. And
hello.
Again, a full day of action here at Rose Holman as we go throughout the day today, getting ready for our 8th matchup. Again, we have 64 qualification matches throughout the day today. So if I do my math right, we're about an eighth of the way here.
It's surprising how fast it goes, though.
Homestead, Madison Grant, and Westfield will make up the Blue Alliance. Penn, South Bend Career Academy, and Munster will be the red team.
Well, Penn's an interesting story. They came out in their first event, had massive electrical problems, and really didn't even get to compete. They came storming back and did much better at Tippy, so it'd be interesting to see how they do here. Also, you're looking at 5484. They won New York Regional, Tech Valley Regional.
Yeah,
so.
We were talking about that as their first matchup earlier this morning, coming into the state championship today, ranked 7th in the state, a record of 44-21. And like you mentioned, they went out to New York to compete in a regional and won.
Yes.
They're here at the Indiana State Championships this weekend, and then next weekend they will be competing in Houston for the World Championships.
Yeah, they were asking some of us whether they should even come today, and they didn't want to take a spot from somebody else. So we said, no, you got to come, you got to play. You earned every bit of it. So
you got a good look at Rachel and Rakestraw. That could be who knows, that could be a new show on ISC. Rachel and Rakestraw, that sounds good. Greg Rakestraw, one of our co-owners of the ISC Sports Network.
Rachel's awesome.
With the safety goggles. And again, special thanks to Rachel for joining us for the first few matchups. Here we go. Our 8th qualification of the day. Again, the Red Alliance features teams from Penn, South Bend Career Academy, and Munster. The blue team is Homestead, Madison Grant, and Westfield. First 15 seconds is autonomous, and a close matchup after the first 15 seconds, tied at 14. And here we go, the next 2 minutes. You control your robots. You go and pick up that cargo and try to score it in the lower and upper rungs, or the hubs, I should say. Again, they're on your screen. You can check out the scoreboard. Whatever they score in the lower hubs, that is that bottom
Yeah, I think
portion
Red will be
of the scoreboard. And then your
disappointed
top
with that
one.
autonomous mode. They should have gone at least 4 or 5, so they'll come back and fix that.
18-16, close matchup early on. Again, you score in the upper hub. That is worth 2 points. The lower hub worth 1 point. And Scott, something that Rachel and I were talking about in our first few matches earlier this morning, just watching these matches, seems like you see a lot of teams, a lot of robots go for that upper rung. Obviously, worth more points. But have you seen a robot so far this year, maybe their strategy is try to dump it into the lower
There
hub?
have been, there are a couple like Pike does mostly low, 10-18, you'll see. The thing is that extra points you get for going high. And believe it or not, from a longer distance, it's an easier shot. You can't get low from a long distance. So it saves you time to not have to come all the way up to the hub.
Under a minute to go here in this matchup.
It's all about cycle time. We already have a red robot going up.
30-24.
31-47 is already climbing.
Yeah, like you mentioned, getting an early start on the hangar zone.
Yeah. You have to be careful with that, because if there's too much cargo under there, you'll get a penalty. But there's only one piece, so they should be okay.
Closing in on 30 seconds to go. That is usually when you will see the robots head over to the hangar zone. There's the Blue Alliance trying to get positioned under the rung and work its way up. I like how Rachel described it. It's basically you're watching robots climb monkey bars.
It's monkey bars, totally. There are a couple of robots in a row to do it a little weird going up the side, but watch this. Red should get their double traversal. They got 7 seconds.
Yeah, they got to get that 135. They have to have it. Penn trying to get up there. They will not. Blue team, right at the last second, able to get to that traversal rung. 69-56. That is the team from Westfield as they will celebrate getting 15 points, reaching that top level.
This is Sham Robotics' breakout year. They have just played so well and gotten better and better every event.
The robotics team from Westfield has been competing since 2018. They helped their Blue Alliance get the win. Oh, look at how close it was.
3 points.
61-58. That might be, I believe, that is our closest final so far today. The Blue Alliance squeaks through.
And 0 penalties. That's good to see.
The red team tried to make it up at the hanger zone. They did score more hanger points, 30-24 in that category, but the cargo was enough. Blue Alliance squeaks through 61-58. So Homestead, Madison Grant, and Westfield winning our 8th matchup of the day. Let's get a word from Becky Yoder, team lead, part of our first robotics competition team. Let's hear from her here on the ISC Sports Network.
When we started our team, 7198, 5 years ago, I did not necessarily want to be involved in robotics. My son wanted to be involved in robotics. So the welding teacher who was starting the team asked me to help her out, and I said no. And she asked me to go on a field trip, and I said no, not really. And she asked me to go to a competition, and I said no. And then she asked me again, and I said, fine, Kim, I will go to a competition, and I will go to this field trip to Purdue. And we went, and then I saw all the things kids were learning. I saw the community service that they were doing. I saw the joy in their eyes, and then I got hooked. And so here I am 5 years later, an English teacher, being the lead mentor of a successful robotics team and loving it every day. One field trip, just go to one field trip with me. And yeah, I'll just go to one field trip with you. And then I was hooked. And then my husband's hooked, and my son's hooked, and we're gonna be part of first for the rest of our life.
Welcome back to the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship as we just finished up our 8th qualification of the day, and it was a close one, Scott. Blue Alliance winning 61-58, our closest final so far today. As you take a look,
you'll see some solid defense being played.
87-42, that was the team from Madison Grant. We have talked about them already this morning. Brand new team, just started competing here in 2022, and they, along with Homestead and Westfield, part of that Blue Alliance, getting the win.
But she's Shamrock there, line up for their shot. Their robot is about a foot shorter than it was at the beginning of the year. They shortened it to make their shot faster.
And it came down to the hanger. Red Alliance trying to make a comeback. They did score more hanger points, but it was not enough. Blue Alliance just getting by 61-58. As you take a look, that is the team from Westfield. At the very last second, right before the buzzer, they were able to get to that top rung, the traversal rung, worth 15 points, and that really was a big difference. Matchup number 9 now underway. The Blue Alliance here features Kokomo, Columbus North, and Evansville North. The Red Alliance has teams from West Lafayette, Huntington, and Purdue Polytechnic coming into the state championship. Purdue Poly was ranked number 1 in the state, but earlier this morning, they were part of a team that got upset and lost. Kind of hurt their rankings, but still a long day to go to try to pick up a win.
Lost their first match of the year, so that was pretty amazing to watch. But they got their 5 balls in the hub, so they only need 18. And they already got like 12, so they're going to get their ranking point.
They are quickly.
But watch 1501. That is a really good robot from Huntington. They can score really fast too.
1501. They're in the top right corner from Huntington. Again, they're on your scoreboard. If you can score enough cargo, you get a cargo bonus. That helps your ranking status as we go throughout the day. And there it is, 18 out of 18. So the Blue Alliance able to score that cargo bonus.
And Red's getting closer, up to 15. They can make it. They got plenty of time. But Blue's taking a pretty commanding lead.
50-38, closing in on a minute to go here in qualification number 9. Again, the blue team features Kokomo, Columbus North, and Evansville North. Under a minute to play now here in qualification number 9.
See Red's coming charging back. They got their ranking bonus. They're up to over 22 cargo.
Hanging in there.
But Blue's charging. We'll see what 45 is going to go hang early because it takes them a while.
Red team gets it back within 5. Blue team with a couple more points in the upper hub. Closing in on the 32nd horn as the blue team heads to the hangar zone.
So
and
basically,
we'll watch these robots climb.
With 30 seconds, you can't be interfered with in your climbing area. Other than that, that's the only real difference.
And a good start. Going up. Check out Kokomo. That is robot 45, the oldest team in this field. They have been competing since 1992.
And watch Galactech. Their traversal is fairly new, and they get up there. So they got two
Red
up there.
team, yeah, gets to the top rung.
Here comes Red, 1501, right at the last second.
And how about the red team with a comeback? We'll wait and get the final tallies. Again, you score, the higher you go up on your rung, the more points you get. And we have already seen, Scott, so far, a few matchups come down to the hangar zone.
Oh, a lot of them come down to penalties and climbing, absolutely. But you get 2 up there, that's 30 points for those.
Red Alliance with the comeback win, our second highest score of the day, and look at how close it was.
196 combined points. That's pretty awesome. 461 goes up to first place. Good for them. They've had a rough year with some terrible match sets up. It hasn't been their fault. They've played well, just have partner problems all year.
Coming into the state championship, 461, that is Westside Boiler Invasion, the team from West Lafayette, coming into today ranked 11th in the state. Like you said, a couple of wins already today, now ranked number 1.
Yeah, they're better than their 11th ranking showed coming in.
We'll get ready for matchup number 10. Features a lot of top teams. Should be a good one. We'll be back on the ISC Sports Network.
My favorite part of FIRST are the lessons it teaches all of our students and everyone who participates, including mentors. We learn all kinds of things, including how to treat people with respect and compete on a level that is not only powerful, but also gracious. I love seeing children, I love seeing children turn into mature adults. I love seeing mentors learn that they have more to give than technical knowledge. It is amazing what we do for our community, and the kids never knew that they could make those kind of connections and feel that good when they're not even here. So you become a family. It's a good team, good deal, it's a good deal. I would say it's the hardest fun you'll ever have, and you'll remember how young you used to be once, and leave here with a smile and go to bed and somehow get up in the morning and do it all again. It's a big surprise.
This is a really, really intriguing setup coming up.
Taking a look at
Super Duper get their thing going there.
Taking a look at a recap of our matchup that we just finished. A high-scoring game, Scott, 100-96. The Red Alliance, West Lafayette, Huntington, and Purdue Polytechnic getting the win. And you take a look at how it was done. Blue team had the advantage.
They did.
But a good comeback by red.
I mean, 461, 1501, and 74-57. That's a finals matchup. That's an alliance that would be great in the finals, and they're playing here. And barely won against the other. That's how great the state competition is.
Yeah, we mentioned that Red Alliance there. Purdue Polytechnic was the #1 team coming into today. Huntington was ranked 3rd in the state. West Lafayette ranked 11th, but because of a couple of wins already, they are now the new #1 team based off the ranking system. And so, like you said, Scott, a powerful alliance there, and they just squeaked past with a 4-point win over the Blue Alliance of Kokomo, Columbus North, and Evansville North. As you saw, 2 of those red robots getting to the traversal rung, and that was the difference in that matchup.
Yeah, it was surprising that it was that close. That's how good these teams are now.
So here we go with matchup number 10. The Blue Alliance will have 829. That is the team from Warren Central. 7198. That is Twin Lakes Fearsome Gears. And 3494 is Bloomington South, the Quadrangles. Red Alliance will have 1024. That's the team from Lawrence. 234 you see there is Perry Meridian. And McCutcheon is Robot 4272. And an interesting matchup, Scott, you were talking about it before we came back from the break. This will be intriguing because, again, these matchups earlier today are random, depending on, just randomized who you will team up with. And here in our matchup number 10, you have Lawrence and Warren Central. Tell us why this is intriguing.
These two teams share a practice field together. They practice together. They work together. So it's fun always playing against each other. This is a great matchup. You have good teams on both sides. McCutcheon really was fantastic. Kokomo had a little bit of trouble at Tippy, but they're back shooting with all, so they could be easily #3 robot in the state.
McCutcheon, they were ranked 4th coming into today's state championship with a record of 28-8. So keep an eye out for Robot 4272. You see the team behind the robot there. A good look at.
Well, 829 and 4272 probably have the best autonomouses in the state. So this might be a big autonomous score.
It might come down to how much you score in the first 15 seconds. Again, if you're just joining us here at the First Indiana Robotics District State Championship, the first 15 seconds of a match, the robots are autonomous. After that, then you control your robot to go pick up cargo, try to score it into the upper or lower hubs. Think of it as a basketball hoop, if you will. And then the final 30 seconds is when you head to your hangar zone and try to climb the monkey bars, as we have called them.
Monkey bars is very appropriate.
The higher you go on those rungs, the more points you get.
It's 4, 6, 10, and 15. To get the ranking point bonus, you need 16 points. So you have to have 2 robots do it. One can't do it by itself.
Get ready for qualification number 10.
3, 2, 1. Should see a lot of cargo flying.
Again, the robots are autonomous here in the first 15 seconds. If you score 5 cargo, then your cargo bonus gets knocked down from 20 to 18, and the Blue Alliance only scores 4. No, they did get the 5th one.
829 got 4 all by themselves.
So you saw there on the scoreboard, if you are able to score 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds, you then only need to get 18 total to get that cargo bonus. The blue team did it, the red team did not. And so the blue team will only have to score 18 total cargo to get that bonus. The red team will have to get 20 cargo in order to get that bonus, which helps your ranking status as we go throughout the day.
It's fun seeing teams side by side going for shots, and they're totally different alliances.
So the blue team got off to a quick start on the autonomous time, but since then, 14 cargo total for the Red Alliance, and we got a tough,
there's a lot
tight,
of fire,
close battle.
A lot of firepower in that Red Alliance.
80 seconds to go. A 6-point lead for the Red Alliance. Again, that is teams from Lawrence, Perry Meridian, and McCutcheon on the red side.
1024 is interesting. They actually have a catapult. It's one of my favorite mechanisms of the entire year. Most everybody shoots with a roller, but they shoot with a catapult. So watch their shot. It's really soft. Look at that. Oh, they just missed.
Just missed the
I
upper
talked
rung.
about them and they missed.
That is what we like to call in the business a broadcaster's jinx, and it's not your fault. It happens all the time.
So both teams have got their ranking points for cargo. Red's really pouring it in right now.
40 seconds to go.
Still close, though.
10-point lead for the Red Alliance, but again, it can all change. We did see a referee wave his flag, so we might have a penalty. We'll take a look at that after the match.
Climbs. 10-24s is always fun to watch. It's an interesting climb. See what they can do.
22 seconds to go. Red team climbing. Blue team starting to climb as well. Red team with a big lead, 20-point lead as we close in on the final 10 seconds as you get a closer look at the robots climbing up the rungs.
Blue has 3 robots up. Let's see if they get 2 on the transversal. If they can get it.
Trying to
Last
get
second.
there.
They do it.
Right at the buzzer. Big score there by the Blue Alliance. And again, they need that if they want a chance to win. It was a big advantage for the red team going into the hangar zone. They will collect the points.
That's
review
36
any
for
penalties.
Blue, but I don't think it's enough. I think they're going to lose by a couple points.
As you get a look, 2 of the robots for the blue team, 829. That is the team from Warren Central. 7198 from Twin Lakes, both on that traversal rung, both worth 15 points. But was it enough? No. Red Alliance, your winners, 106 to 100. And look at the team rankings now. Lawrence is now your top team. Perry Meridian now ranked 5th. McCutcheon ranked 4th. A big, big win by Red.
That's 202 unpenalized points. That's pretty awesome. And all 6 ranking points are earned. Nothing left on the table in that match.
106 is our second highest score of the day. Red Alliance winning it here in matchup number 10. And you see the Maverick Boiler Robotics team with their cowboy hats. McCutcheon, part of that Red Alliance, getting it done in our matchup number 10. Lawrence, Perry Meridian, and McCutcheon getting it with the victory, 106 to 100. We'll take another break. Get ready for our next matchup. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship on ISC.
not. You'll get your wish seeing some dumpers in this match. Pike and the refrigerator both do it. Well, here comes Pike with their autonomous. That was very well done.
Qualification number 11 underway. The Red Alliance features teams from Pike, Plainfield, and Castle. Blue Alliance, Princeton, Fishers, and University High School. As the red team able to score 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds.
And 3 of those were down low by Pike. So
tied at 20. And now a slight advantage for the Red Alliance.
Watch out for a 50-10, though. Fishers are really efficient shooters, so they'll probably make a comeback here. Not a lot of high ammunition for red in this match.
Couple of scores on the upper hub from the blue team. And you mentioned, I liked what you said, Scott, about 34-87, the team from Plainfield, the refrigerator.
Yep.
You see there on the bottom of your screen.
They'll go climb early.
A minute 20 to go.
I think 10-18 is probably the most efficient low goal scorer we have here.
That is Pike on the left side of your screen.
But I believe Blue's going to pull away. We'll see if they can match the climb, though.
A couple of, wow. A lot of points in the upper hub there by Blue in a hurry. And now they lead by 12. A minute to go here in matchup number 11 of the day. Again, we are with you here all day today here on the ISC Sports Network. A little defense there on the right side of your screen. More points in the upper hub for the Blue.
Yeah, 15-point lead, now even more. The refrigerator is struggling. They have plenty of time left, though.
Trying to climb. That is, again, the team from Plainfield already getting started on the rungs. 30 seconds to go here in our matchup. Big lead for the Blue Alliance. That is teams from Princeton, Fishers, and University.
Falls hard. Really hard.
Trying to get
Fishers
back up that
early.
rung.
Yep.
How about on the Blue Alliance already a robot? That's 50-10. Fishers hitting the top rung.
Oh, no, they need somebody else to climb or they won't get the point. They get 3 seconds left. Will they make it? No. That's unfortunate. 85-64 kind of got high-sided when they tried their climb.
Yeah, a bit of a low-scoring game here in this matchup. 15 points for Blue hitting that traversal rung, but the Red Alliance really struggled, and you mentioned it, Scott. Plainfield, that refrigerator robot, 34-87, had a lot of struggles there on the rungs.
That's very, very unusual for them. But both alliances got their cargo ranking bonus, so that's good.
They'll tally up the scores from how they scored in the hangar zone, and your winner, the Blue Alliance, Princeton, Fishers, and University, 75-46. Big win for Blue there in that matchup.
And again, no penalties. That's good to see.
Coming up, matchup number 12. The teams will get their robots set up and ready to go. We'll take a break and get ready for qualification number 12. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship here on the ISC Sports Network.
I wanted to talk with you all about how to start up a program. I know we were a little nervous at first. Our first year, we actually left out the program because we couldn't figure out how to overcome the funding. But after we studied it, it really didn't take much. There was a whole lot of support for the program. You know, there's a NASA grant was out there available to us. At the time, we also had a Monsanto fund, which later became Bayer. And we got even some funding from FIRST. And then we had Toyota. Actually, Toyota is what inspired us to run the program. You know, Toyota really jumped on board. Not only did they provide funding, but they provided us with some mentors. And that, to me, as the teacher, was phenomenal, you know, because my goal with the whole project was to get our kids some experience with real engineers, not just me telling them about theories and all of that, but to actually see how engineers work, how engineers take care of their job and enjoy it. And if you're trying to start a program up, there are several people that you can contact that will really help you get going with that. And in particular, your first and second year with grant money, there's a lot out there. And, you know, if you need to, you can reach out to me. We'd be glad to help you out with that. We're very thankful for the opportunities we've had. We've seen great things happen with the program. A lot of our kids are coming out of the program now, going straight into internships with Toyota and other companies for that matter. We've had Berry Global come on with us and several other firms around our area. And they see first on that resume, and they're pretty excited. They want to talk more with the kids right off the bat. So it's a pretty great opportunity.
Matchup number 11 went to Blue Alliance, Princeton, Fishers, and University, winning it 75-46.
Yeah, you see 5010 has a turret that they shoot with, and now that the sun's gone down, these teams that are using cameras are doing much better. The sun was really messing them up this morning.
Beautiful arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman.
Oh, they just missed their hook.
Yeah, a big moment there for the Red Alliance. The refrigerator, as we like to call it, the robot from Plainfield, really struggled on the rungs, and like you said, Scott, that's rare. You don't see that very often.
That's their specialty.
You'll see it
they knocked
fall a second time.
They swung forward and knocked themselves off.
And a little bit of damage to the robot as well.
That's just a panel, a cover came off.
Meanwhile, on the blue side,
watch Tiger Knight. They really swing. It's fun to watch them climb. Again, another team that's gotten better and better as the state's gone on.
Again, that is the team from Fishers, Tiger Dynasty, getting to that top rung and scoring 15 points for Blue Alliance. Again, they get the win 75-46. We'll get ready for our next matchup, qualification number 12. On the blue side, teams from Columbus North, Western, and Washington. On the red side, you got teams from Matthews, Indiana, Kokomo, and South Bend Career Academy. Coming in, the Wolf Pack from South Bend Career Academy, ranked 7th in the state.
Yeah, they did us proud. They went out to New York and won that regional. We were partnered with them at Kokomo, and they had a great time.
Today, they are 1 win, 1 loss. Let's see if they can help their team, the Red Alliance, in this matchup.
A lot of blue.
Wow.
A lot of blue.
A lot of score for the Blue Alliance there. Columbus North, Western, and Washington getting it done.
Human player makes a shot.
So they score 5 cargo. That will...
Might be 6. No, just 5.
So instead of 20 total, now they only need 18 in this matchup to score the cargo bonus. A big early lead for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, 292 is just a fantastic robot this year, and they're doing better. Their first 2 matches had a little rough, but man, watch them go. And watch 45. Before, they weren't shooting in the high hub, and now they are. But Blue already has 14 of their 18 that they need, and that's 3 more in, so they're already there with a big lead. If you don't play defense on 292, they will kill you. We're already up to
seconds to go.
Points. They already made their 18.
Yeah, so score the ranking point to the Blue Alliance. Again, if you score a certain amount of cargo in your matchup, again, blue team only needed 18. They are well past that. You get 1 ranking point, a bonus point, and that will help your ranking as we go throughout the day. Obviously, if you win, you get 2 ranking points.
Yeah, this is a point where coaches have to make some decisions. Red Alliance is down pretty far. They may not come back, but they want to get those 4 balls for that bonus.
This is starting to become a runaway. Blue Alliance with a commanding lead. 50 seconds to go. Again, the Blue Alliance.
45 is having trouble. Now they're going for their climb. They're forgoing their last 2.
Red team going to try to climb early and score more points.
Here comes Fixed Gears along with them. They've been speeding up their climb. By the end of the day, I expect it to be much faster, but we'll see. Just missed. Here they come.
Robot 45 on the red side. That is the team from Kokomo trying to reach the high, or the traversal rung, if you will.
Galactic's going up, and 292 can climb very quickly. They've been practicing.
15 seconds to go.
There goes 45. They're up high. I've never seen them on a traverse before. We may get 6 robots up there. If they get up there.
Trying to get it in the final couple of seconds.
And they do.
At the buzzer.
Wow. That's a lot of points.
Red team will try to make a comeback, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, Scott. That was a big command and lead for blue.
But they got their last 2 balls for their ranking point, and they got their ranking point for climbing. So if you're going to lose, get all your ranking points. It's critical. They will add up really fast.
They will tally up the points, and we will get an official winner here for qualification number 12. Coming up, we're going to try to bring in a couple of students from Crawfordsville that are part of it. How about that? Wow.
Unpenalized
highest
points.
Score of the day. The Blue Alliance scoring 130. Again, that is Columbus, Northwestern, and Washington. Our highest score of the day. 130 to 86. So as we get ready for our next matchup, we're going to bring in a couple of students here joining us from Crawfordsville. We'll have you guys put on the microphones and get a little chat with you guys. Again, got teams and schools from all over the state joining us, but we'll have you guys introduce yourselves. I know you guys are from Crawfordsville, but go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourselves.
My name is Roman. We're from Team 535 Tobor in Crawfordsville, Indiana. We're actually the oldest First Tech Challenge team in Indiana. I'm a junior on our team.
Yeah, my name is Marilyn, and I'm a senior.
All right, Roman and Marilyn, what got you guys involved with robotics in the first place? Roman, we'll start with you.
I got started through my engineering classes in my middle school, and then from there transitioned to the VEX program, and then in high school onto the FIRST program.
Yeah, so at Crawfordsville High School, one of our teachers, he started the FTC Indiana program, and he encouraged me to join the team, and I found like what I really loved, my passion in computer science.
Go off of that a little bit, because when people are watching this, they're saying, all right, kids building robots and flinging balls into hoops, cool, but it's a lot more than that. As you guys, like you said, you're learning and getting ready for the next step of your life, of your career, and you're getting a lot of moments to teach yourselves a lot about what you can do later on in life, right?
Yeah, it's a whole lot more behind the scenes. There's programming, design, and there's a lot of challenges. So I was the programmer, and I used Java, and I really love problem solving. FTC gave me that outlet, and FTC stands for First Tech Challenge. Yeah.
Roman, when you build your robots and you guys work together as a team, we've been talking about through the broadcast today that not only are you guys a team within your school, but once you get out onto the competition floor, you also have to work as a team with other schools, other teams. Talk about a little bit about how that works out when you guys get ready for a matchup and you are paired with other schools, other teams, and how you guys work together to try to pick up a win.
Of course, a lot of the time it'll be before the meet. Some teams will even start talking to each other without knowing who we're going to be paired up with. Being able to practice with other teams outside of competitions is important, and connect not only just for on the field, but outside events, such as doing outreach and reaching other communities. Putting teams together like that is especially helpful even out of the field.
How about you?
Yeah, so before matches, there are the alliances, and he's a part of the drivers team, but they talk amongst like the teams that we're playing with. And we also try to incorporate that idea of gracious professionalism and wish our opponents well.
When you guys, you mentioned you're upperclassmen at Crawfordsville, when you guys are getting ready for college, what have you looked at? Have you already decided on where you're going to go and what you're going to do?
I'm a junior, so I'm kind of just starting that process. Okay. Purdue is a big one that I'm looking at, and then I know Maryland has just made her decision.
Yeah, I committed to Purdue.
All right. I'm sensing a lot of Purdue, and they are a great school, obviously, at the college level when it comes to things like this. I'm going to keep you guys on as we get ready for qualification number 13 is underway. I'll have you guys kind of talk about what you are seeing here, any strategy, anything that sticks out to you here for qualification number 13.
Yeah, one big thing that especially I'm noticing is during the autonomous period, the way that all teams are trying to communicate with each other on how they're going to go about their strategies. A lot of the time, teams will have to modify their program once they're talking to other teams and realizing what constrictions they have with their programs working together.
Here in this matchup, the Blue Alliance is teams from Brownsburg, Huntington, and Carmel. The Red Alliance, Lawrence, Warren Central, and Evansville North. And as we have gone throughout the first few matches of the morning and of the afternoon, we've been noticing, you talked about the strategy going into a matchup and how these teams talk about, all right, how are we going to approach this matchup? Because as we have seen so far, you are paired up with different teams as you go throughout the competition. So you have to maybe change up your strategy a little bit about what my robot's going to do, what your robot's going to do, as we try to get the ranking points and try to pick up a win, right?
Of course.
Close matchup here as we close in on a minute to go, 46-46. Your score here as a big group of cargo going to the upper hub for the blue team, red team as well, under a minute to go. Blue Alliance closing in on 20 total cargo. Again, they will get a ranking point if they get that cargo bonus. Red Alliance needing 3 more, 15 out of 18. As the blue team hits that cargo bonus. Closing on 30 seconds now. Again, they will head to the hangar zone and climb those rungs. What is your favorite part? Roman, I'll start with you, and then Marilyn, you can talk about it as well. Obviously, there's different parts, different aspects of one match. Obviously, you're trying to score into the cargo, but then you get to the hangar zone, your robot has to climb. When you are controlling your robot, what is your favorite part of the matchup?
My favorite part is got to be trying to climb.
Yep.
Being able to see the different strategies teams use and methods of trying to climb up, whether they're using a bar that goes straight up and then grabbing onto it, or using a bar that's going to flip and grab the next one, is really interesting to try to compare and see how other teams do it.
Marilyn, what does your guys' robot do when it comes to the hangar?
So the FTC game is very different. We don't have like the hangar structure or anything. It's more like parking and like navigating and completing different tasks in the last 30 seconds. So in this game, we would spin a duck off of a carousel.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so our driver's team would have to communicate amongst each other to score that.
Blue team, your winner here in this one, 91-70. So the win goes to Brownsburg, Huntington, and Carmel. 4 ranking points as well for each of those teams, so a big win there. I'll finish this out going off of what you just said, Marilyn, because there are a lot of people tuning in and seeing this for the first time. This year is the Rapid React Challenge, and that is what the robots with these teams have been doing. But like you mentioned, there are different versions of this competition, and so for this one, you're climbing the hangars. But then, finish what you were saying about you spin a duck?
Yeah.
What was that?
So in FTC, the game this year is Freight Frenzy. So it's like a much smaller field. There's different game elements like rubber ducks and cubes that are called cargo as well. So they score it in different sections of the field, and it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, hopefully we get a chance to see that in action sometime. Here at the state championship, it is the Rapid React, so you're shooting the balls into the hub and then climbing the hangars as you take a look at some of the highlights of that matchup. Again, it goes to the Blue Alliance, 91-70 the final. Brownsburg, Huntington, and Carmel getting the win here in matchup number 13. Roman, Maryland from Crawfordsville, thank you guys so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You
too.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we get back, we will get ready for our next matchup. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on ISC.
Before robotics, I was a freshman, kind of lost. I joined robotics, and I really found a place I could call home.
FRC my freshman year of high school. It actually opened up like a whole world of opportunities for me, because I went from being this, artsy person who was like, I'm not good at math, I shouldn't do any of that science stuff, to being like, I can combine my interest of science and art to do all sorts of things.
I like to build a lot, and robotics kind of helped me find something that I like to do.
Well, honestly,
honestly, I just love the atmosphere, and it makes me feel like I'm part of a whole group, and I'm actually doing something to help not only my community, but my team, and I just feel really good helping people, and plus it's good experience, and I want to do this when I grow up.
Fundamentally, I feel like I'm stronger when I cooperate with others, and I flourish under teamwork. It's changed me to be from a singular person to thinking under the team scope. I don't think anyone could do this alone, and it really emphasizes the need for cooperation and working well with others, and just how to make other people see a vision as you see it.
The robotics team is a place for people of all different backgrounds. You know, whether that's me as someone who likes to design stuff, so I work on a lot of designing, but I also write awards and write the business plan and stuff like that. I'm not really involved in the robot, and that's okay, because that's what I enjoy doing.
It's just fun in general, and just getting to build a robot and see it actually compete, and what you did working on it is actually out there on the field and watching it drive.
Thanks to these competitions, I've been able to make connections with other people and other coaches and other professors from different universities, and I'm making more and more connections, which has helped me quite a lot.
I'm inspired by the people I see around me every day, the passion that they have for the work that they do, and the individuals I get to work alongside as they do the things that we get to undertake. I'm inspired by my teammates.
Welcome back to Rose Holman. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon now.
It is afternoon.
We started at about 10:30, and we will go until about 7 o'clock tonight, day one of 2 here for the first Indiana Robotics State Championship. And Scott, you're getting a good look, and we've been talking about it throughout the broadcast. It is awesome to see not just high school students and fans, parents, but just seeing a packed arena. We haven't really touched on how this competition, this sport of robotics, was impacted by COVID over the last couple of years.
It was huge.
Can you tell me how different it was the last couple of years?
Most of these teams didn't even participate last year. We had what they called an at-home challenge, where you could do stuff in your own place. And we did that. We had fun doing it, but we only had three students on our team.
Oh.
So when COVID hit, we had one competition in Bloomington, and then it completely shut down. It was hard to do.
So it's great to see everyone back here in attendance, packing in an arena.
We were afraid of losing a whole bunch of teams, but it didn't happen, so I'm happy.
Matchup number 14 of the day is underway.
So
the Blue Alliance features teams from Twin Lakes, Purdue Polytechnic, and Princeton. The Red Alliance has University, Perry Meridian, and Pike.
Yeah, the Red Alliance got their bonus, so they don't need 18 here. I'm surprised Blue didn't, but they have good firepower, so they'll get to their 20.
Get Robot 7457. That is Super Duper from Purdue Polytechnic. They were ranked number 1 coming into today's state championship.
They were undefeated coming into today.
And they have suffered already a couple of losses, upset losses earlier today. So they're trying to pick up a win and get back up into those rankings.
Yeah, you can't keep them down. They're a really good team. Since their debut 2 years ago, they've just been killing it. They had a really good robot that we really didn't get to see because of COVID. That season got canceled.
They're on the Blue Alliance here in this matchup. A little bit of a shoving match there on the left side. How about those robot, red and blue, going at it?
Surprised we didn't see a penalty on that one.
That is Purdue Polytechnic 74-57 going up against Pike 10-18. That was going head-to-head. Now we're seeing it on the right side as well. And that's something that Rachel, our analyst throughout the first couple of matches this morning, was talking about. She said as we go throughout the day today, you will see more defensive plays.
Yes, a couple of different reasons. One, you identify the teams who are doing the best shooting and you want to defend against them. And also, you get robots that'll break and would be forced to play defense. There are a couple of robots here who specialize in defense. They're fun to watch.
30 seconds to go as you will see the robots. We already have one for the blue side, one for the red side already climbing up. That's 71-98. That is the team from Twin Lakes. Oh, almost
one
fell.
arm.
One arm barely hanging on.
Those arms are beautifully machined. If you get a chance to go in the pits and look at them, they're beautiful. I hope they don't break. Here comes Super Duper going for their high bar. They'll get all the way up. They have 6 seconds. They do it fast. Let's see if they can do it. There you go.
So let me ask you this, Scott. As 74-57 gets to that traversal run, the team there from Twin Lakes just barely hanging on by one arm. That still counts,
That's
right?
As long as you're off the ground and not touching anything else, it's perfect.
That is one strong arm.
Yeah.
on the
see
robot.
how beautifully machined that is. It's just a delight to look at.
Lost one arm, still hanging on. It still counts.
Still counts. It has to stay up for 5 seconds.
And awaiting the official final score, Blue Alliance winning it 90-64.
Again, another 6 ranking point match.
4 ranking points going to the blue side, 2 to the red side.
The little girl. Fearsome Gears, future Fearsome Gears. It's fun to watch the kids.
Fearsome Gears, that is the team from Twin Lakes, cheering on their robot, hanging on by one arm to get those 15 traversal rung points at the end.
I've seen a few of those kids grow up, including Rachel. I'll embarrass her later.
How long overall have you been a part of?
This is my 18th season.
18th year.
I started with my oldest son 18 years ago.
31-47. That is Munster getting ready for our next matchup. Let's take a look at some of the defensive moves. 85-64. That's the robot from Princeton. And then on the other side, Pike and Purdue Poly getting into it.
It can get pretty rough.
Yeah.
It'll get rougher as the day goes on. Just watch. Tomorrow it'll be really rough.
So if you like defense and you like, I think there were a few people when ISC announced that, hey, we're going to be broadcasting robotics. I'm sure there were a few people thinking that have not seen this before. Rock'em Sock'em robots. Maybe that's what they thought it was.
When we say
not exactly.
When I say I mentor a high school robotics team, they BattleBots?
Yeah,
no, it's not BattleBots. Although I know a lot of those BattleBots people, but no, it's not BattleBots.
So you will see some bumping, but it's not, hey, you're building a robot to destroy another one. No, not exactly.
No, but you have to build your robot strong enough to take it.
It's still pretty fun.
One arm.
And exciting stuff like that.
Isn't that beautiful?
I can't get over that.
That's
One
beautiful.
arm, it works for Twin Lakes, helping Blue Alliance get the win there, 90-64. As we will get ready for matchup number 15. This will be our final matchup of our first portion of the day. Everyone will take a lunch break after this matchup here. So this will be our final matchup of our first portion of the day. We thank you for joining us here on the ISC Sports Network.
So before lunch, here we go. We got some rankings.
There we go.
Brad brought us some rankings.
461 is now your current leader. That is the team from West Lafayette. They came into today ranked 11.
Right. That was
They
way
are
too
now
low for them. They're
number
really
one.
good.
They have gone 2-0 today.
And it's good to see 42-72 playing well again.
That is the team from McCutcheon. So you have 2 Boilermaker robot teams.
Yes.
1-2 right now as
Absolutely.
they stand.
They're happy in Lafayette, West and regular.
31-76.
That's purple
ranked
precision.
third.
They're from Brownsburg.
They
So another
are,
Northwestern Indiana team.
They are 3-0 on the day so far. So we will keep you updated on these rankings. Again, they are fluid. They adjust after every single matchup. But as they stand right now, West Lafayette, McCutcheon, and Brownsburg ranked 1, 2, 3 as we go throughout the day. 15th matchup. Again, this is our last one before everyone here will take a break for lunch. On the blue side, Northwestern, Castle, and Anderson. On the red side, Munster, Bloomington South, and Westfield. as the first 15 seconds of autonomous play is complete. And now another 2 minutes.
Yeah, Blue comes out with a lead. They got their 5 cargo, but so now they only need 18. So 39-40 looks like they're hitting on all guns again. They're actually going to replay the match they lost. So they'll probably be this evening or tomorrow. Match 2, they had a field problem. So their record is not what it shows here.
14-point advantage right now early on for the Blue Alliance. Again, Northwestern, Castle, and Anderson making up the blue team here in this matchup. And they have scored 10 of their needed 18 cargo to score that extra bonus point.
Yeah, so 2 of the mentors from Cybertooth just got engaged.
Really?
This week. I'm mad that they didn't do it here, but I'm glad that they finally got engaged.
Robots bringing love together. I love it.
Nick and Liz. Yeah. Awesome.
Closing in on a minute to go here. 10-point lead for Blue Alliance.
Yeah, they're almost up to their 18, so they should get there fairly easily. There's 2 more in. There's all 3, so there
you go. There is 18 cargo total for Blue.
Red needs to score some to get their right point. We'll see what they can do.
45 seconds to go. Advantage to the Blue Alliance.
All right, looks like Cybertooth's going to go up a little early. No, who is that? 447's going up early.
1 robot for Blue, 1 robot for Red already in the hangar zone.
447 had a fun climb at Kokomo where their climbing arms ejected out of their robot about 10 feet into the air. It was funny.
And they make it to the top on the Red side.
Again, 3940 has a very fast climb. That's what they do.
10 seconds now. It's a 20-point lead for Blue as they stand.
Oh, no.
Oh, 39-40.
Got to get up there. And they do. Look at that. Last second.
Buzzer sounds, and you got robots on both sides barely hanging on by a thread.
Barely hanging on. Yep. That's awesome.
Like you said, though, it counts.
It counts. As long as
you're
on the ground, it's not touching another robot. It counts.
So they will tally up the final points. Looks like this one should go to Blue. We'll see how big of an advantage it was.
Here it comes.
Blue Alliance, your winners in matchup number 15. The final score, 81-69.
5 ranking points. I think robots were touching. That's why they didn't get all the hanger over there, but we'll see.
4 ranking points going to the teams on the blue side. Again, that was Northwestern, Castle, and Anderson. As you see their current rankings now as they stand.
And that may change because, like I said, 3940 has a replay. They had a field fault in their first match.
And there we have it. 81-69, your final here in qualification 15, as you see there on your screen. 15 of 64. We got a long way to go, but we will take a break as you get one final look at some highlights of that matchup.
447, their sign says, ouch. I love it. They're one of those robots that loves to play defense. They're just really good at it. Ouch.
You see it, yeah.
They're just shoving them across the field. Yeah.
Again, that's the robot from Anderson. 6956, that's Westfield, the green neon lights for Shamrock Robotics.
Going up. We call that the Lego climb because somebody demonstrated with a Lego robot to begin with, so everybody copied it.
And again, it's just incredible to think that these kids programmed these robots, built them themselves, and to watch them do what they are capable of doing. It's been fun so far today, and we're just getting started, Scott. We're going to take a break for lunch. Everyone is clearing out the arena. We'll give these teams some time to eat some food, and they might head to the pits to make some adjustments to the robots.
They'll be working on it all through lunch. Somebody will be working on their robot.
So we will take a break.
It's constant.
We'll take a break as well here on ISC. So we will stay live here on our stream on ISC. Our next matchup will be at 2 o'clock. So stay with us About an hour from now will be our next matchup, and then we will go through about 6:30 here tonight. Plenty of action still to come here on ISC. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championships from Rose-Hulman on ISC.
Being a part of FIRST is being part of an organization that teaches STEM values to young kids through robotics in various ways, not just through the robot, but also through team building exercises and leadership.
I love being a mentor, and I love working with these students year after year and just seeing the growth. The amount of change you can see in students and just what this program can give to students, you can't see anywhere else.
I really like all the spirit, all the people in the stands wearing colors and cheering for their teams. It's really fun. During build season, coming in after school into the machine shop, being like, okay, we're in go mode, and talking to people and then just getting started building. It was amazing.
My favorite part about being a part of FIRST are the connections that you make along the way. As it is commonly said, it's more than robots. The friends that I've made, the teammates I've made, and alliances, it's just all such an amazing experience.
I've always liked math. Both engineering, you get to combine math with creativity.
I like the problem-solving aspect. I love finding new solutions to different problems.
I like the challenge that's presented in terms of being able to come up with a design and make it real.
What it means to serve society and the world can inform what engineers, mathematicians, and scientists create and discover.
FIRST has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of FIRST alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the FIRST teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented FIRST in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewires.org/bill.
Being a part of FIRST is just being a part of such a life-changing program. I love being a mentor, and I love working with these students. Even the smallest things can make a difference, and that no matter what your skills are, you can be a contributing member to whatever you're involved in. The amount of change you can see in students and just what this program can give to students, you can't see anywhere else.
FIRST has meant many things to me throughout the year and has given me so much value, and it provides me with such a sense of community and family.
My favorite part about being at FIRST is the community. I feel like I get to meet a lot of interesting people. We did the cha-cha slide in the stands, which was really fun, and I really like feeling a sense of belonging.
Hi, thanks for calling Ask Rose. What are you working on tonight?
Well, I'm doing this algebra assignment, and I kind of just don't get it.
Okay, yeah, algebra can be pretty tricky, but I can help you walk through it if you'd like.
So there's this hill, and its measurements can be placed on a two-dimensional linear graph, and x equals 5 while y equals 165.
At Ask Rose, the hill we're climbing is the challenge of providing Indiana students with world-class tutoring at no cost to them. We believe our state's future depends on the next generation of bright young minds, and we're determined to give them the support they need.
So if it crosses the y-axis at 15, we can put those values into our formula.
Okay, that makes sense. I remember walking through this in class.
Since 1991, we've helped nearly 750,000 students, but there's still an urgent need in Indiana for more STEM-capable graduates. Timely guidance from Rose Holman students can be invaluable.
So if y equals mx plus b,
And m is the slope and b is the y-intercept.
that's it, you got it.
Making that light bulb go off for a student also helps create a brighter future for Indiana as a whole.
Nice work. You used the slope-intercept form to tackle this and find the slope of the hill.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Hey, great job. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
It's essential that STEM education in our state continues to attract and empower students from all backgrounds. This free resource goes a long way toward leveling the playing field for all. Thanks for helping provide a solid solution. Together, we're preparing students to build a better future for Indiana.
So this is my second year doing FIRST. I did FTC last year and this year, now I'm doing FRC. I thought it was really important to bring FRC to our kids just because it's a next level challenge. It requires such a higher level of teamwork, of collaboration, of hands-on engineering and manufacturing skills. I mean, by trade, I am a manufacturing teacher. It's what I do. So having the students have to manufacture to certain tolerances, to work together, to talk, to communicate, and an end of the day objective to hit. It's just so rewarding to watch the students work together, struggle and achieve, and work as a unit. It's the best part of education. It's why I became a teacher, is to watch my students flourish in an environment that is challenging, exciting, fast-paced, crazy. I love it. I'm absolutely hooked. If I could do 2 FRC teams, I'd do it. If I could do 3, I'd do it. It's so great. I mean, what my kids are accomplishing, what my kids are doing. I watch it day in and day out and see this is because of their drive. Like, getting FRC at our school was a student thing. I said, hey, if you guys want to do it, make the money. They made the money. They made it happen. And it's great to see where there's a will, there's a way, and my students always seem to find a way.
Alumni means that I have an entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think FIRST can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
I have learned leadership skills, communication skills, teamwork skills. Because of FIRST, I've even gotten mentorships with NASA for stuff involving marketing and engineering. FIRST is just so much more of a program than robots, though I love building the robots and helping with the programming. It's all just such a life-changing experience. You will meet a whole bunch of people that will impact your life in the best way possible, and you will build such a bond, not just with your robot, but with your team members, and it's just such an amazing experience. If I had to pitch something to a sponsor, I would first discuss our robot, but also discuss how once this person sponsors our team, that they are a part of our team and our family as well, because as I said, we're more than robots, we are a family.
Welcome to the 2022 FIRST Robotics Competition. And this year's game, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score their cargo balls into the lower hub and the upper hub. They earn additional points if the robots traverse the rungs of their hangar. Robots start each match on one of their tarmacs and may be preloaded with 1 cargo each. During the first 15 seconds, robots are autonomous. Without guidance from drivers, they leave their tarmac, score preloaded cargo, and collect and score additional cargo. During the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. They continue to gather up 2 cargo at a time and score cargo in the lower and upper hubs. Cargo scored into either hub count towards the cargo bonus. Launch pads protect robots from contact by opponent robots. Robots may use either terminal, where their human players assist the robots with acquiring cargo. As time runs out, robots race to their hangar and traverse as many rungs as possible. The higher a robot gets, the more points it earns. An alliance that reaches a hangar point threshold is rewarded with a ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
next master of ceremonies for the afternoon. Let's hear it for first alumna Devin.
All right, hello Indiana. We are so excited to have you all here. Let's get started with our first match after lunch. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1741.
Out of Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
Joining them, we have Team 4272.
They're from Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Boiler Robotics.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have Team 8742.
They're the rookies from Fairmont, Indiana. It's Argyle Attack.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, starting us off, we have Team 461.
They're from West Lafayette, Indiana. It's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Joining them here in the middle, we have Team 4982.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Olympus Robotics.
And rounding them out, we have Team 135.
Out of Mishawaka, it's Pan Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the line. We're ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman. We are back underway, our afternoon session of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship. After our lunch break, we're back to action here on the ISC Sports Network. Our 16th matchup of the day. As you see, we got a full afternoon to go. 64 total matchups in day one of our state championship. Here in our matchup, the Blue Alliance, West Lafayette, Homestead, and Penn, taking on the Red Alliance of Center Grove, McCutcheon, and Madison Grant. Rob Conant and Jim Langfelt joining us now for the next hour or so in our coverage here on ISC. And Jim, I know this is a little tough for you as you are a teacher at Penn.
That's right. We're doing okay out there right now, but we'll see how the match ends up. There's some good competition on both sides for sure.
Penn Robotics in that blue robot 135 along with Homestead and West Lafayette. A minute and a half to go here in our first matchup of the afternoon session. We had a great morning session getting our first day of the state championships underway. As
boy, keep a close eye on this 42-72 team. They've got a really nice drive system, and actually one of my former students is one of the lead coaches on this team.
That is the team from McCutcheon on that Red Alliance as they lead 32-20. About a minute to go here in the qualification. If you're just joining us, if this is your first time watching our robotics competition, these robots are controlled by the students. High school kids controlling these robots, trying to score that cargo, those red and blue balls, into the lower and upper hubs. Lower hub worth 1 point, upper hub worth 2 points. When we hit the 30-second horn, they will then head to their hangar zones
Look at the red
to try to
alliance.
climb. The red team already getting a head start, and one robot, it was up and it fell. That was 1741, the robot from Center Grove.
Okay,
in
here
the
we
bottom
go.
right corner, you see the blue team, 461 from West Lafayette, going to try to get in position and try to climb the rungs. The higher the rung, the more points you score. 10 seconds to go here in this qualification matchup.
Blue's looking pretty good, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a close one.
Robot from West Lafayette, 461,
Wow, nice.
hits the traversal
Right
rung
side.
as the buzzer sounds. 2 robots hanging on for the Blue Alliance, and 2 robots as well hanging on for the Red Alliance. So judges will tally up the final scores. Again, if you are just joining us, this is the Indiana Robotics State Championship. Schools and teams from all over the state of Indiana competing. You have a Red Alliance and a Blue Alliance. Each team is made up of 3 teams.
Exactly.
And Jim, we were talking about it in our morning session, how this is a very unique sport, but it does a great job of putting on sportsmanship.
Oh, yeah.
And working together. Teamwork is probably the biggest key.
Yeah, one
in
of the
this
most
sport.
one of the most exciting things, in our lab, and I know it happens all over the state, is just the cross discipline types of activities that you see. So, we see a lot of folks on the software side, mechanical, of course, and design. When you bring it all together, it's amazing.
Final scores are in. It is the Red Alliance getting the win, 58-51.
Wow.
Blue Alliance scored more points in the hangar session, but it was not enough.
Yeah.
And so the Red Alliance, made up of Center Grove, McCutcheon, and Madison Grant, getting the win.
So
and you see
obviously-
those team rankings, 42-72.
Yep.
McCutcheon now ranked top 5 as we go throughout the day.
What's also fun is you'll see some, obviously the different numbers signify how many years you've been in the competition. So you saw in that last match, you saw an 8,000 team, which is one of our newer rookie teams.
Yeah, Madison Grant.
Yeah.
Argyle Attack. This is their first year of competing. You
Hold on.
also saw your team, Penn,
That's
135. That means they've been around for a while.
Yes, we have.
Rookie season back in 1998. So
I could tell you a story about my superintendent sending me to the East Coast to check out this whole thing, and I had no idea what I was getting into back in the day. But
taking a look at some replay action from that matchup. Again, first 15 seconds is autonomous. The robots are already preloaded with cargo. That is the blue and red balls, trying to score either in the lower hub or the upper hub.
and there's some teams doing some amazing things in autonomous. If you watch closely, there's some teams that are going to gather five cargo and put them in, which is amazing.
You see the referee there signaling. What was that? What did that mean?
So during teleop, then robots can only be in contact with another robot for 5 seconds. So that referee will start counting them down, so the drivers can keep an eye on how long they can be in contact.
And then you get to see my favorite part of a matchup is watching these robots. Just incredible.
Yeah.
We were our panel of analysts throughout the day. Earlier this morning, we were joined by Rachel and Scott, and I loved how they said it's basically watching robots climb monkey balls.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. This 461 team, this is another one of my alumni that helps lead this team, and they're doing such a great job on the bars this year. I just can't believe it.
42-72 on the red side. That is the team from McCutcheon, and again, getting the win here. McCutcheon off to a pretty good start today here at the state championship. You saw on the final scoreboard, they are now ranked 5th in the state. So coming into this afternoon session after our morning session, you had West Lafayette, McCutcheon, and Brownsburg.
Okay.
Ranked 1, 2, 3 coming into this afternoon session. So going into this afternoon matchup, I should say, you are seeing the fluidity of the rankings.
So all of us going into this competition thought for sure Super Duper was going to be on top the whole day, and that's obviously not panning out to be true. So there's some big competition this weekend.
I'm Rob Connett. That's Jim Langfeld joining us here this afternoon. As again, we have a full panel of analysts that will be joining us. We had Rachel and Scott early this morning. We got you for about the next hour.
Yep.
We have about 4 or 5 more experts joining us here on ISC. So we appreciate you helping us out, Jim.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Again, let's talk about you for a little bit. You are with Penn.
Yeah.
But you've been in this scheme of things, robotics, for what, 25 years now?
25 years, yep. So, this all started off, like I said, my superintendent came to me one day and said, Jim, we really want you to look at this FIRST robotics thing. There's a few teams out on the East Coast that are doing it. So I jumped on a plane with one adult mentor, and I went out to New Hampshire and picked up 2 bins. That was our kit of parts, and got this really thick rule book. And we actually went to Dean Kamen's house that year and got a chance to meet with him and interact. And, the rest is history. I mean, we came back and just started to grow a program and get kids involved and get mentors involved. And it's been a blur.
Again, Penn, you guys are the 3rd oldest team in this field. The oldest team, Kokomo, we'll be seeing them in a couple of matchups. The Techno Cats first started competing back in 1992.
Can't imagine.
So again, you look at the numbers, you see 31-47. That is the team from Munster, and a great turnout from fans, parents here today at Rose-Hulman. But again, you'll see these numbers. Each robot is assigned a number.
Yes.
The lower it is, 45 for Kokomo, means you've been doing this for a while.
A long time.
And we just saw Madison Grant in that last matchup. 8742 is their robot number. This is their first year competing in this robotics competition. And again, it is just incredible to see how much this sport has grown over the last few years. So many schools and teams.
Yep. So I was showing my students some pictures. Yeah, I was showing my students some pictures before state last week, and we were back in the photo album. So back in the beginning, we didn't have anything digital. So I literally had someone taking 35mm pictures, and we were showing them to them, and just the size of the field and the number of teams back then. You had to go places. We had to go, someplace in the Midwest to be able to compete, because there was only a couple teams in Indiana at that time. So things certainly have changed with regard to the impact.
I was told when this first started, these robots were small enough to fit in a backpack.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's another thing that as this sport has grown, the robots have grown as well.
Yeah.
And again, it all goes back to realizing that these are high school kids.
Well, sure, and what people don't understand is what's under the hood, right? So when you get up close and go down in the pits and start looking at these machines and you start talking to students about like the number of cameras, the number of sensors, the types of programming they put into these, and mechanical systems, and to think that high school students with a lot of really good mentors are able to pull this thing together and make it work like it does on the monkey bars and everything else, it's simply amazing.
And none of this could be possible without the help and support of the sponsors.
Well,
there are so many sponsors that have been helping out. And you saw there in the crowd just a little bit ago the 3147 sign for Munster.
Yeah.
If you are a fan of food, they are your team to root for because this Munster horsepower robot is sponsored by Five Guys, Chipotle, and Potbelly sandwiches.
Hey, I mean, what can we say?
That is my robot right there.
When you're building robots at 2 in the morning, you need food. You need it to keep going, right? And that's what it's all about.
Again, just the support from sponsors and the schools and businesses. It's just been incredible to see, as you see, right there, 3487. The robot from Plainfield has been designated as the refrigerator.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsored by Carrier, but it looks like a fridge.
Yeah, and it's kind of got the NASCAR theme. They got about 20 sponsors on the side, right? Yeah. That climbing mechanism on this robot here, this Red Pride robot, man, their climber's just so fun to watch. so creative and unique and different. And I mean, they started doing that the first event they were at, so it's been fun to watch that one.
You will see them in action coming up in our next matchup. They will be in the Red Alliance with Evansville North and Perry Meridian. On the blue side, it will be Western, Pike, and South Bend Career Academy. The Wolf Pack, we have been talking about them throughout the day as well. Coming into the state championship, ranked 7th in the state.
Yeah.
They had a record of 44-21 coming into today. And one of those wins was, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago. They were out in New York.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And won a regional out there.
Yep. So Dave Ebersol, their coach, I had him as a student back probably 15 years ago. Dave is just so committed to this program, and he sees the growth in the students. And he knew if he got them to a few different places, they'd get some good experiences. And they brought back a blue banner, and now they're heading to Houston.
Let's throw it down to the field as we get ready for matchup number 17 of the day.
On the Red Alliance, we have team 3487.
They're the pride of Plainfield. It's Red Pride Robotics.
And rounding them off, we have team 234.
They're from Indianapolis. It's Cyber Blue.
And starting us off on the Blue Alliance, we have team 5484.
Out of South Bend, it's Wolfpack.
Joining them, we have team 1018.
From Indianapolis, it's Pike Robo Devils.
And rounding them off, we have team 292.
They're from Rocheville, it's Panther Tech.
Here we go, getting ready for matchup number 17. Again, on the blue side, it's South Bend Career Academy, Pike and Western.
3, 2, 1, go!
Red side, Evansville North, Plainfield, and Perry Meridian. Again, first 15 seconds, autonomous. Robots are preloaded with cargo, trying to score into that lower or upper hub.
Each robot able to back out of that taped out tarmac zone, earning 2 points. A Red Alliance human player coming very close to scoring in that upper hub for 4 points.
A good start for the Blue Alliance.
Panther Tech out of Rocheville, an impressive autonomous period, able to score with their pre-loaded cargo and then grab more cargo off the playing field and from the terminal. That was key in our Blue Alliance.
That's the refrigerator we like to see down there on the bottom of your screen. That's right. 34-87. A good start for the Blue, though. 32-14.
54-84 just keeps on cycling, man. That's something great about their team.
Again, you see in the top part of your scoreboard on your screen, you might be wondering why the blue side, it says 17 out of 18, but on the left side for red, it's 6 out of 20. Again, Jim, the first 15 seconds is crucial because if you are able to score 5 cargo in that first 15 seconds, you only have to score 18 instead of 20 to get that cargo bonus.
It makes a big difference. You know, that autonomous is not easy. That's why they award it so heavily.
It is a big advantage for Blue, up by 40 points.
Just sweeping that field, aren't they?
Closing in on a minute to go here in qualification number 17.
You know, the other cool thing, some of these machines are so good at their timing. They can shoot and be moving at almost the same time, which is amazing.
You saw a couple of red balls hit the upper hub and then bounce out. That does not count, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Just like in basketball. You might hit the rim, it might toilet bowl around, but if it pops out, you don't get points for that.
And let me tell you, in our shop, there was a lot of iterations on how to keep that ball from bouncing out. The backspin and the movement and where you hit the rim was all big deal.
30-second horn and a couple of robots already climbing the rungs, but that was the refrigerator from Plainfield. That is the 3rd time we have seen it try to climb and fall. They have been struggling the last couple of matchups.
Look at Blue. Look at that. That 292 machine, man, those guys are awesome.
That is the robot from Western. It has made its way to the traversal rung. That is 15 points. Horn sounds and a dominating performance by Blue Alliance. A big win for them.
Super.
They only needed to score 18. They got 38.
38. Yep.
And then score even more points on top of that, getting to the traversal rung. In our morning session, our highest score of the day was 108. What did the blue team get here? 102, it was close.
Wow.
But a big win for Blue Alliance.
Yeah.
Again.
Knocked off a powerhouse there, 234. That's a pretty good win for him.
That is our biggest margin of victory we have seen today. So the Blue Alliance, made up of South Bend Career Academy, Pike, and Western. Big win there.
Yep.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see some highlights of that matchup and get ready for our next one. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics State Championship on ISC.
So there's this hill, and its measurements can be placed on a two-dimensional linear graph, and x equals 5 or y.
At Ask Rose, the hill we're climbing is the challenge of providing Indiana students with world-class tutoring at no cost to them.
mx plus b.
And m is the slope and b is the y-intercept.
That's it, you got it.
Making that light bulb go off for a student also helps create a brighter future for Indiana as a whole. This free resource goes a long way toward leveling the playing field for all. Together, we're preparing students to build a better future for Indiana.
A big dominating win for Blue Alliance. They're in our 17th matchup of the day. South Bend Career Academy, Pike, and Western. 102-38.
I didn't watch close enough on the red side. There must have been some things going on there because there's some good machines on that red side. They didn't get quite as many points as I was expecting.
Did not get a lot of cargo.
No.
And then when you head to the hangar zone, 3487, watch here.
There we go.
That's the robot from Plainfield.
Just didn't quite get
short.
Oh man, lost their back panel too.
That, like we said, that is the third time we have seen that robot from Plainfield drop.
Yeah. What some people don't realize is how many times these machines have actually done this, right? So you're seeing it in competition, but they also do it back at the shop, and they'll do it, multiple competitions. So some of these machines, they're seeing some failures because of the amount of times they've had to do things.
That's Jim Langfeld. I'm Rob Conant here on ISC. We're the rest of our crew inside Holbert Arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman.
Beautiful
host.
facility. Beautiful.
Lots of matchups here on our first day, and then we will continue it coming up tomorrow, and we'll have a state champion by tomorrow night as they're announcing a matchup for our next game.
And starting us off on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 447.
They're from Anderson, it's Team Roboto.
Over here in the middle, we have Team 6956.
From Westfield, it's Robotics.
And rounding out our final team, we have Team 7198.
Joining us from Monticello, it's Fearsome Gears.
So there's your Blue Alliance, Anderson, Westfield, and Twin Lakes. On the red side, it'll be teams from Washington, Brownsburg, and Kokomo. Again, after our morning session, Brownsburg ranked 3rd.
Wow.
After the first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Again, those rankings fluctuate after every single matchup, depending on how well or unwell each team does.
Yeah. And, we're paying more attention to them because at the end of this, some teams are going to actually get a qualifying spot to Houston based on their ranking points. So it's a big deal.
Again, the first 15 seconds are autonomous. After that, next 2 minutes, players can control their robots. Well, these 15 seconds, we've already seen it in a few matchups earlier this morning, Jim. The first 15 seconds can be crucial.
Yeah, they're sometimes game changers. Look at red. Wow.
Got a couple of cargo to hit that upper hub. Again, in the first 15 seconds, points are doubled.
Nice.
So a good start for the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
20-10 as we hit the next 2-minute period.
Yeah.
And How about Kokomo? Team 45 there, shooting 2 at the same time, and only 1 bounced in.
They've got a real simple mechanism to pick up on the floor there, you'll see, and then they move it to a fixed position and just shoot them straight out. Nice and simple.
You keep an eye on 45 going to retrieve a red ball. They got 2. And now the blue robot coming in, trying to play some defense.
Yeah.
And they'll get it both in the lower hub.
Right.
So 2 more points there for the Red Alliance. But it's been fun. It's just fun if you keep an eye on one single robot, just watching what they can do.
Yeah. You got like that neon there on the green side.
That is very easy to know. That is Westfield.
The Westfield
they
team.
love their green there in Westfield. The green neon lights on their robot.
Yeah.
And a big commanding lead for Red Alliance as we close in on a minute to go. The Red Alliance, they have hit the cargo bonus.
Just draining it.
They have scored 25 cargo compared to the Blue Alliance. They only have 6 cargo scored, now 7.
Yeah.
But a big lead for Red. 50 seconds to go.
You're seeing some of those swerve drives really come in handy. This red team here. Who is that? 31-76. They've got a nice drive system.
45, that's the robot from Kokomo starting to climb in the hangar zone, getting an early start there. 30-second horn will sound.
Wow.
And it is a big lead for the red team. 71-28 as the robots will head to the hangar.
447's kind of hung up there, it looks like.
That's the robot from Anderson trying to climb. 71-98 from Twin Lakes, swinging their way, trying to hit that very top run. 5 seconds to go. Can they get it? They do.
Almost. Yes.
Westfield dropped the last second. Even if they did get it on, they were not close. Wow, what a win for Red Alliance.
Sweet.
Back-to-back matchups now, Jim, that we have seen blowouts.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Yeah, coming back after lunch, you've had an hour to kind of get your strategy together. You've probably had a chance to talk to some of the teams you're going to be playing with, and you're going to start to see some of this develop.
Final scores are in. A big win for Red Alliance. 102.
Look at that. Well, you got the #1 seeded team, and no lie there.
That is Brownsburg. They have now gone up to #1.
Good for them.
4 ranking points for all 3 teams on the red side. No ranking points, so that's why you will see all 3 of those teams on the blue side drop in the ranks.
Exactly.
So back-to-back blowouts that we have seen now here in our afternoon session. Back-to-back times we have seen 102 put up.
Yeah. I was watching some district events from other states, and boy, the points you're seeing here in Indiana sure do stack up against anybody.
Is that true?
Yeah, for sure. All right.
As we get ready for our next matchup, let's take a look one more time at our matchup number 18.
Yeah.
Jim, is that allowed?
Yeah.
Got in the lower hub.
Yeah, they could do that. It takes a lot of practice.
I don't know who, I didn't see who that was from, but we
Yeah,
might need to sign them up for the basketball team.
There you go. Give them a Rose Holman scholarship, right?
Let's get a look at the robot from Kokomo. Doesn't it look like they're just doing pull-ups?
Yep.
That's just incredible.
They make it look so easy. Yeah. You think about it, there's 125 pounds swinging out there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There he is. That's the Kokomo team. Good for them.
Is that who?
Yeah.
That was the human shot.
Or show that to the basketball coach back in Kokomo.
All right, let's get ready for our next matchup. And this should be a good one.
Oh, boy.
So we got a young fan out there getting ready for this one.
Yeah.
We'll throw it down to the field as they announce our next teams getting ready to compete.
Rounding us off, we have team 3940.
Out of Kokomo, it's Cyber 2.
Starting us off on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7457.
They're from Indianapolis, it's Super Duper Robotics.
Joining them, we have Team 4272.
They're from Lafayette, it's Maverick Boiler Robotics.
And finishing us off, we have Team 4926.
Out of Columbus, it's Galacta.
Thank you, Devin and Jim, our MCs and PA down on the playing field.
Well, there's some powerhouse teams in this match. Watch out, folks.
Purdue Polytechnic, they call themselves Super Duper Purdue. I see what they did there.
Oh, yeah. This
Again,
is
coming into the state championship, they were ranked number one in the state.
Well deserving.
Underway, again on the blue side, joining Purdue Poly, McCutcheon and Columbus North. On the red side, you got Homestead, you got the Kilobytes from Lawrence, and Cybertooth from Northwestern.
Yeah, there's a few points there, huh? Just an auto.
Red Alliance getting enough cargo in the first 15 seconds, so now they only need 18 total to get that cargo bonus. And a good start. Again, that is Homestead, Lawrence, and Northwestern competing on the red side here in this matchup. Purdue Poly, McCutcheon, Columbus North on the blue side, and a good close matchup so far.
Super Duper almost looks like they're playing some defense, which is unheard of from them. They're an offensive powerhouse.
Couple of shots going up and into the upper hub.
Kilobytes have got that nice shot, don't they?
It's a close battle so far, 44-42. Both teams getting a lot of points from that upper hub, and both closing in on that cargo bonus.
Yeah.
We see a couple of defensive moves on the lower side.
I think Super Duper's got something wrong with their mechanism. There's no way they're not shooting. There's something wrong with that machine.
Playing a lot of defense. Yeah. Now the blue side up by double digits. A minute to go.
So what you're seeing is, the defense can only shut down one team. So the other offensive team, at this point, the Kilobytes, they're just free to shoot over here. So they're just raking it in.
Couple go up and in for the red. Two more for the red. Trying to come back. Back within single digits, and now it's a 4-point game. 35 seconds to go. Both teams have hit their cargo bonus.
Wow.
30-second horn has sounded, and you'll see the robots head to the hangar zone, trying to climb up those rungs and score more points. And it is a tight battle.
Yeah. 39-40 continues to shoot. Just try to get a few more in before they go hang.
Tied at 68. It's all going to come down to who can get higher up on the rungs. 10 seconds to go. This is going to be a close one.
Red is looking good.
All three red robots are hanging on. Here comes a third robot. Not in time for blue.
Wow.
It's going to be close. We'll tally up the points, make sure there's no penalties.
I'm not calling this one.
This will be interesting. All three robots on the red side able to get up on the rungs, including 1024. That's the Kilobytes from Lawrence getting to that top level. 74-57 from Purdue Poly. They were able to hit the traversal rung as well.
Yeah. Most teams are playing it safe and doing like a double bar hang like 74-57 here, but there are some teams that have perfected just a single arm that goes up there and grabs.
Tallying up the points. Who will it be? It came down to the wire. As the team and the fans from McCutcheon looking on.
They're having to count this up with toes and fingers, I think, right?
And it's close if it's taken this long for them to tally up the points.
I just hope there's no penalties.
We've seen that earlier today as well, where a matchup was determined by penalty points.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Well, I mentioned the rule book quite a while ago, and the students have to. I mean, they've got to study thousands of different rule updates and expectations for them, and sometimes in the heat of battle, you forget something or something slips or a machine's not working properly. So some of those penalties are tough to swallow.
Are you starting to wonder if there were penalties? If it's taken this long to tally up the points?
Yeah, you can see the referees are down there chatting it up.
We did see a lot of defensive battles in that matchup. And that could be.
Well,
let's talk about some of the penalties that are possible when it comes to playing defense and ramming into an opponent's robot.
So the first thing you got to remember, the robot's got to stay bumper-to-bumper contact, right? So if you get a robot that lifts and gets into the zone of another robot, then that's an automatic penalty. So we might have seen some of that. The other thing you got to watch is you can't pin a robot for more than 5 seconds. So you'll see the referees always counting down a machine that's touching another machine, and that interaction can only happen for 5 seconds, and then they got to back off.
This is taking a while, as it looks like they are reviewing.
Well, and the great thing about this sport is, I mean, we want to get it right, and I suppose that's the same in all sports, but I've been doing this a long time, and these delays sometimes get frustrating, but in the end, we want to get the score right, and I know all these volunteers are working their hardest to make that happen.
It came down to the wire. It was tied with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, couldn't have called that better, huh?
Both sides did pretty well in the hanger zone, but let's see, Jim, let's see if you see a penalty on any of these.
It's pretty clean to me so far. But like I said, if a robot hops up and they get into the zone of another robot, that can be a penalty.
You see the referee counting.
Yeah. That looked pretty
clean.
No
more than 5 seconds. You look good there.
Yeah. That could have been something there, maybe. I don't know.
This is a lengthy delay, though. Still awaiting a winner here in this matchup. Again, on the blue side, Purdue Poly, McCutcheon, and Columbus North, a couple of top teams there. On the red side, it was Homestead, Lawrence, and Northwestern.
Yeah.
Northwestern, they call themselves Cybertooth, ranked 2nd in the state coming into today.
You know what? That team's been impressive all year.
Let's see what we got.
Unfortunately, qualification match number 19 will need to be replayed. A field fault occurred during the match that did not result in our scorekeeping software getting an accurate representation of what was happening on the field. Match number 19 will be replayed to ensure fairness for both our red and blue alliances. That'll be played at the end of the day after our replay of qualification match number 2.
So they will replay this matchup.
Yeah. And I don't understand.
Have you seen this before?
Well, no, I haven't actually this season. Yeah. I'm imagining there's a sensor inside of the upper hub that's got to count those balls. I think that might be where the issue was.
Taking a look at 1024. That's the robot from Lawrence.
Yeah. Look good.
So nothing
there's
there.
Cybertooth.
So technicality?
Yeah. Definitely a technicality. I think it's going to come out that there's something wrong in the counters that count the balls.
So they will replay, and that's kind of unfortunate. That was probably one of our best matchups we have seen all day. Came down to the wire the final few seconds, both performing well in the hanger zone.
Right.
And after a lengthy delay of review, they say they will replay this matchup, and they will do it at the end of the day.
Right.
So a no call as of right now in that matchup. Again, on the blue side, it was Purdue Polytechnic, McCutcheon, and Columbus North. Homestead, Lawrence, and Northwestern on the red side. Let's get ready for matchup number 20.
6498.
Out of Newburgh, it's Castle Robotics.
Joining them, we have Team 461.
They're from West Lafayette, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And joining them, we have Team 829.
They're from Indianapolis, it's the Digital Goats.
Kicking us off on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7617.
Out of Carmel, it's the Robo Blazers.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance here in the middle, we have Team 135.
They're from Mishawaka, it's Penn Robotics.
And rounding us off, we have Team 1501.
They're from Huntington, it's Team Thrust.
There's your matchup for number 20 on the day. All right, thanks again to our MC Devin and Jim on the PA. Yeah. Doing a great job down there.
Fun.
So here we go with our next matchup. Again, University, Penn, and Huntington for the blue side. The Red Alliance will have Castle, West Lafayette, and Warren Central. Huntington, coming into today, was ranked 3rd in the state. They won the Tippecanoe district a couple of weeks ago.
That team's been strong for a number of years. I've watched them play on the main stage at Einstein a few years ago. That was exciting. Always a good team.
On the other side, Castle. They won the Kokomo district a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Also got West Side Boiler Invasion. They are from West Lafayette. They've been competing since 2000.
And the great thing about 461, they're not only good on the field, but there's another award I'm not sure it's been mentioned on this broadcast. It's called the Chairman's Award. So it's meant to recognize teams. They're kind of a role model team to look up to, and 461 is always in contention for a state Chairman's Award.
Rounding out the red side will be Warren Central. The Digital Goats.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Came into today's state championship with a 23-9 record on the season. They've been competing since 2002.
Yeah, that machine every year, that machine just has got such nice looking machinery on it. It's got nice color. They do a wonderful job of putting that machine together.
Another little bit of a delay to the start of this matchup.
I hate to say it, but it might be that 135 team, it looks like.
Your kid's doing all right?
Well, I hope so. Maybe I got to put the headset down and go down and get my wrench or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on down there.
As you get a look at some of the other teams doing some research.
Yeah.
And we have not even mentioned, again, this is our afternoon session. We had a lunch break from 1 to 2. And while the kids and the teams got a bite to eat, but they are also working on those robots, making any sort of adjustments from the morning session.
Yes.
And I got a chance to go check it out.
Yeah.
Real quick, if I could have your attention.
No, hang on a second.
There was just an iPad found outside, so if you're missing one, it was turned in upstairs.
Oh.
So just, a little announcement in case anybody's missing an iPad. Thank you.
That might be important.
Yeah.
So to finish my thought, though, we got a chance to go check out the pits.
Yeah.
So we are here in Holbert Arena here at Rose-Hulman. Connected is an auxiliary gym.
Exactly.
And, I mean, it looks like, if you're not used to this sport, it really does look like a NASCAR or IndyCar garage.
Yep.
Everyone has their own little setup, their own little shop where they are making adjustments to these robots whenever they can.
So I've been teaching for 29 years, so I've been lucky enough to be at a lot of these schools, and we have these amazing facilities. Some folks have a dedicated STEM Innovation Center, but what ends up happening is we have to take this whole lab that we work in and put it into a 10-foot by 10-foot space when we bring it to competition. So we have dedicated kids on our team that are focused on just making the pit function like it needs to, and it takes a lot of time and effort to get that right.
Again, that's the voice of Jim Langfelt. I'm Rob Conant. Jordan Shue and the rest of our ISC crew with you here at Rose-Hulman. We're with you here until about 7 o'clock. And then we will have day number 2.
Yeah.
We're right back here tomorrow morning and all day Saturday. By Saturday evening, we will crown a state champion.
Yep. Something else I'd like to highlight, if you look closely up in the stands, you're going to see a lot of folks with iPads and computers and clipboards, and all those people out there are doing the scouting. And you know, you mentioned tonight, I started to think about what my evening looks like. I'll spend no less than 4 hours with my team coming up with our pick list for tomorrow. So every team has to come into the last day with a pick list to go into the finals, right?
Yeah.
And let me tell you what, you want to see some awesome Excel spreadsheets, you go to some of these scouting meetings, and it's absolutely amazing.
So let's talk about that for a little bit for those that are not familiar.
Yeah.
Going into tomorrow, you will have, and we've been talking about the rankings and how they change after each matchup. After tonight, you will have a ranking.
Yes.
Whoever's ranked first, they get to pick who is in their alliance for the final rounds of the state championship.
So at the end of seeding matches tomorrow around noon, right? We're gonna see the top 8 seeded teams, and they're gonna pick 2 teams to work with. So what you have to understand is sometimes some teams up there at the top will pick each other.
Yeah.
So maybe you're ranked 10th. You're still in a likely position to be a picking team because you'll move up if some teams pick each other. So everybody has to have a list ready. And I'll tell you what, our scouts do a tremendous amount of work just trying to make sure they know the pros and cons of each team and how they might align with us to form a strong alliance. Just don't.
So again, we're in a bit of a delay here. Not exactly sure why. But Jim, we were talking about the pits. And this is a good view of what it looks like over in the auxiliary gym here at Rose-Hulman, where, again, each team, it's really like a NASCAR garage. Everyone has their own little area set up, and they, as you can see there, the kids are making adjustments to the robots, maybe any damage.
Well, sure. And I've never been to a NASCAR race, so I don't know how those garages work. I wonder if they have the professionalism that we see in our pits, you know?
Yeah.
What's cool is the announcer in the pits, a team will come up and ask for something, and the announcement goes out, and literally within 15 seconds, a team will bring what that other team needs.
Yeah.
And
cool.
boy, the professionalism is just so much fun to be around. It's really infectious.
And we talked about this earlier in the broadcast. If you're just joining us, what makes this unique is, you know, you might have, you don't really have rivals. You don't really have fierce competition because, and we've seen it already today, you might be going against a certain team in one matchup, and then you turn right back around. You might be having to work with that team in the next matchup.
Yep, and it's just like, you know, it's like in work or school, you know, it's all about leadership. So First has done a tremendous job of establishing the types of norms that they want in an event, right? And it all starts at the top with people like Woody Flowers and Dean Kamen, and that trickles down to the coaches and mentors and the volunteers, and then you just see it in the students. I mean, the students literally want to go out of their way to help others because they see it happening, you know, with other folks.
Playing a little Queen here inside Holbert Arena. Again, in a bit of a delay, and we're not really sure.
Yeah.
Okay, we just got word that one of the robots that was getting ready to compete here in matchup number 20 was having an issue, but all right, they might have resolved it, and we're underway.
Here we go.
Say the word, and we're going. So again, here in matchup number 20 on the blue side, it's teams from University, Penn, and Huntington. On the Red Alliance, it's Castle, West Lafayette, and Warren Central.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but Team 135 is down. They're not running.
That is, I know that hurts you personally.
Oh, boy.
So it was the robot from Penn that was having issues. That's what caused the delay. We were trying to see if they could fix it. They could not. So blue team only running with 2 robots, so they are at a disadvantage here.
You know, you feel bad for your own kids, but you also feel bad for your alliance partners because you're hanging them out to dry right now.
And the blue team there for being down a man.
Right.
Trying to hang in there.
Right.
38-22, Red Alliance with the lead. And the Red Alliance just needing 4 more cargo to hit that cargo bonus.
They're going to get that. 461, they're running some nice cycles. They're quick cycle times.
How about the blue team, though, Jim? They are hanging in there, only with 2 robots.
That 1501, like I told you earlier, man, they're the team to watch.
That's the team from Huntington. A minute to go here in our matchup. Again, the Blue Alliance down a robot as the team from Penn was having some issues and could not resolve them before we got going. And we were saying that the blue team was hanging in there. It's now a double-digit lead for the Red Alliance. 40 seconds to go. Couple more cargo for the blue. Back within 5 as the 30-second horn sounds.
Boy, 461 sure went up early this time around, didn't they?
West Lafayette already climbing up. Wow, look at it go up the monkey bars. Trying to get to that traversal rung. That would be worth 15 points, and they got it.
We'll see if 6498 comes over and does any kind of hang. Looks like they're trying.
2 red robots at the top. Buzzer will sound.
Oh, boy. Well, I'll tell you, that was pretty competitive for 2 against 3.
Not bad by the Blue Alliance, only competing with 2 robots in that matchup. But it looks like the Red Alliance is going to be able to pull out the victory. But you got to give credit. Huntington and University.
Yeah.
Down a robot, they hung in there, but it is the Red Alliance picking up the victory. 103 to 84. And how about that ranking? West Lafayette now up to 5th here at the state championship.
Well deserved. They've been playing well all day.
That is the 3rd time here in our afternoon session. 3 of the 5 matchups so far, well, technically only 4 matchups.
Right.
Where we have seen an alliance put up triple digits.
Yep. Yeah. Well, so the way that works is, you know, you get the score of the alliance, even though you didn't do anything. You just, because you're on that alliance, that's the score that you receive.
So that is Penn, robot number 135, unable to compete, but they actually move up as they get the 2 ranking points thanks to the rest of the Blue Alliance.
There you go.
Hey, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have more action. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on ISC.
Being a part of FIRST is just being a part of such a life-changing program. I love being a mentor and I love working with these students. Even the smallest things can make a difference, and that no matter what your skills are, you can be a contributing member to whatever you're involved in. The amount of change you can see in students and just what this program can give to students, you can't see anywhere else.
Taking a look at that last matchup, it was a big win for the Red Alliance of Castle, West Lafayette, and Warren Central. They win at 103 to 84. And again, the Blue Alliance was competing with just 2 robots before we got started, the robot from Penn had some technical issues and could not compete. So, hey, credit to the Blue Alliance. University and Huntington only competing with 2 robots. They put up a pretty decent fight.
Wow, a couple of big offensive performances to be able to get that many points.
Getting ready for our next matchup. Number 21 of the day. It'll be Bloomington South, Center Grove, and Princeton for the blue team. And your Red Alliance will feature teams from Carmel, Matthews, Indiana, and Fishers. We're underway here with matchup number 21.
Whoa, Carmel.
A little too strong on that shot.
I'd say so.
And no one able to get the bonus there in the first 15 seconds.
You notice the 868 team, that team from Carmel's got the limelight camera, so they're using that camera to try to sense the retro-reflective tape that's around the ring. That must have been off during auto.
You see that in the top right corner, playing a little defense there as well. A 10-point advantage early on here for the Red Alliance.
So what teams are already starting to do, it's becoming clear to me, is teams are starting to show in the scouting that they can play a little defense, because we all know in the finals that defense is going to be an important part.
Yeah.
So I think teams are starting to show their cards a little bit.
90 seconds to go. Bit of a low-scoring start to this matchup. As soon as I say that, a couple of cargo go to the upper hub for the Red Alliance. Red only with 7 cargo scored. Blue struggling. They have only put 4 bowls in so far.
I think they've had a fair amount of shots, but not too many of them are going in.
Human shot.
Oh,
boom!
nailed it.
From the corner.
Nice.
Under a minute to play now. Now, blue team is struggling here. That is the team of Bloomington South, Center Grove, and Princeton.
Yeah.
Only able to put up 20 points so far as we're closing in on the 30-second horn.
34-94 looks to be coming back a little bit. They're starting to run some cycles.
As the robots head to the hangar zone, already a couple swinging and climbing. 17-41, that's the robot from Center Grove on the blue side. All 3 robots for Red Alliance working their way up the monkey bars.
Surprised, they're staying out to shoot. Nice.
5 seconds to go. A couple of extra shots put the blue team pretty close, but
I don't know. Wow, it's going to be close.
Red team able to get 1 to the top, actually 2 to the top there.
Right.
Blue team able to get 1 at the top. So as long as there's no penalties.
There you go.
You're kind of looking
like a red.
For the Red. Final scores are in. It is indeed Red Alliance picking up the victory. A low-scoring game here. 67-50. No ranking points for the Blue Alliance. 3 ranking points for each of the teams on the Red side. So you take a look. Fishers now up to 7th. Carmel up to 8th.
Wow. Good for them. I know they really struggled earlier in the year. 868 did, but I think they're coming back and really starting to show themselves.
Taking one more look at some of the defense being played there. 85-64, that's the robot from Princeton.
Wow, just pushing them all over. That's hard to do. I'm telling you, our drivers, they practice that a lot in the shop, and to keep that interaction together like that so they can push is pretty difficult.
And it looked like bumper cars out there for a little bit.
Yeah.
1741, that's the robot from Center Grove.
That is an elaborate hanging system. I've taken a closer look at that.
Yeah, that's heavy duty.
It's pretty.
unable to get the win, and no ranking points either for any of the teams on the blue side.
Yeah.
And on the red side, once again, Fishers and Carmel now working their way into the top 10 here in the rankings.
It's a big
the
win
state
for
championship.
them. Yeah, big win.
And again, I'm new to this.
Yeah.
You've been doing this for 25 years, but I still say this is my favorite part of a matchup because it literally looks like robots are doing pull-ups.
I know. And it's, if you knew the amount of hours we spent trying to develop a system to make that happen, oh my gosh.
Let's throw it down to the floor, getting ready for our next matchup.
Yeah.
It's Argyle Attack.
Joining them here in the middle, we have Team 1024.
They're from Indianapolis, it's Kilobytes.
And joining them, we have Team 7457.
Also out of Indianapolis, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And joining them over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3147.
Joining us from Munster, it's Munster Horsepower.
Joining them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7454.
They're out of Evansville, it's Huskies on Hogs.
And finally, we have Team 292.
They're from Rushville, it's Panther Tech.
There are your matchups for our next, I should say our teams for our next matchup. I think my favorite team name out of those, how about the robot from Evansville North? Huskies on Hogs.
Yeah.
I love it. They've been competing since 2019. Here we go, matchup number 22 of the day.
Wow, look at that auto go. Man, oh man.
Wow, quick scoring from the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
They are able to get 6 cargo in. How about 7 before the 15-second mark?
Amazing.
5 cargo also in for the blue, so both teams only need to get 18 total cargo to get that ranking point bonus.
Yep. Let's see if that 74-54 team's playing a little more offense this time. They weren't doing so well last time. Oh yeah, they're shooting again. Look at them.
That's the Husky on Hogs from Evansville North. Good advantage for the Red Alliance early on.
Very quickly on achieving that goal. 11 scored cargo so far for blue, 14 for red. Lining up to add 2 more for the Red Alliance. That's Argyle.
90 seconds to go. Red Alliance in the lead. That is the teams from Purdue Poly, the Kilobytes of Lawrence, and the brand new team this year, Madison Grant. This is their first year of competition. They've already picked up a couple of wins today.
I can't imagine coming back after COVID and being brand new to this and being able to compete in this game like this. That's just amazing to me.
They've been showing off pretty well so far. A minute to go. It's a 17-point lead for the Red.
Boy, the Kilobytes just so consistent, aren't they?
Looking very smooth.
Yeah.
How about 32 cargo in for the Red? They are just shooting the lights out.
Yep.
They might be getting close to highest score of the day.
It's getting close.
They only need 20 more points. 30 seconds to go. Red team already climbing. Blue team also getting up the monkey bars.
Yeah. I've been impressed with that 292 team this year. They've really done a nice job with their machine, I think.
That's the team from Western on the blue side.
Yep.
10 seconds to go. And how about the Red Alliance already with 92 points? They got 2 robots up on the hanger, trying to make a third.
Maybe.
Is that off the floor?
It looks like it's swinging to me.
Just got it up, and we might have a new high score for the day.
Wow.
Impressive performance from the Red Alliance. That is Purdue Poly, the Kilobytes from Lawrence, and the Argyle Attack of Madison Grant.
Yeah.
awaiting the official final scores of this one.
We're going to see some Red Alliance moving up on the ranking, I think. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Oh, my.
Wow, look at that. Kilobytes up to number 2.
128.
The final score 128.
Big win.
This match spans fantastic news for the Red Alliance. All 3 of those
Big win for the Red Alliance, and look at that. All 3 teams now ranked in the top 5. Madison Grant, the newest team.
Yeah.
Part of that Red Alliance. Hey, we were mentioning one of my favorite names, Husky on Hogs. That was Evansville North on the blue side. We had a chance to interview some of the members of Evansville North. Let's take a listen.
I wanted to talk with you all about how to start up a program. I know we were a little nervous at first. Our first year, we actually left out the program because we couldn't figure out how to overcome the funding. But after we studied it, it really didn't take much. There was a whole lot of support for the program. You know, there's a NASA grant was out there available to us. At the time, we also had a Monsanto fund, which later became Bayer. And we got even some funding from FIRST. And then we had Toyota. Actually, Toyota is what inspired us to run the program. You know, Toyota really jumped on board. Not only did they provide funding, but they provided us with some mentors. And that, to me, as the teacher, was phenomenal, you know, because my goal with the whole project was to get our kids some experience with real engineers, not just me telling them about theories and all of that, but to actually see how engineers work, how engineers take care of their job and enjoy it. And if you're trying to start a program up, there are several people that you can contact that will really help you get going with that. And particularly your first and second year with grant money, there's a lot out there. And you know, if you need to, you can reach out to me. We'd be glad to help you out with that. We're very thankful for the opportunities we've had. We've seen great things happen with the program. A lot of our kids are coming out of the program now, going straight into internships with Toyota and other companies for that matter. We've had Berry Global come on with us and several other firms around our area. And they see FIRST on that resume and they're pretty excited. They want to talk more with the kids right off the bat. So it's a pretty great opportunity.
Welcome back to the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship. Again, our last matchup went to the Red Alliance of Purdue Polytechnic, Lawrence, and Madison Grant with the win. All 3 of those teams now ranked in the top 5 as they stand right now. An impressive win for them.
Wow, 128 points.
All 3 able to get up on those monkey bars. The guys from 1024, the Kilobytes of Lawrence, they love seeing their team. As we get ready for our next matchup, on the blue side, you got teams from Brownsburg, Homestead, and Twin Lakes. On the Red Alliance, it is Penn, Westfield, and Plainfield. So, Jim, let's take a look during this matchup. That big block, the refrigerator, as we have called them. That's the robot from Plainfield. They have struggled their last 2 matchups. As one of their strengths coming into today was the hanger zone, and we have seen them struggle, so we'll see if they can bounce back here in this matchup.
I'm guessing they got it figured out.
15-second autonomous time is up.
Pretty close score.
Players can control their robots now for the next 2 minutes.
Well, I'm happy to see that 135 machine's running again.
Your team from Penn had some issues a couple of matchups ago and were not able to compete. They are back out there, though.
Yep.
Were you able to get
I haven't got a chance
word?
to talk to them. I've been texting some of my coaches to see what's going on, but
they are with the Red Alliance with Westfield and Plainfield. They trail 32-17. And only been able to get 4 cargo in so far.
Yeah. Looks like the 135 machine might be down again.
Yeah, it is not moving there. A little bit there on the left side.
That's what's frustrating. You know, you do things in the shop and the things are working perfectly, and boy, you come here and sometimes it just doesn't materialize.
Closing in on a minute to go, and it is a big lead
Oh,
for the Blue. Brownsburg, Homestead, and Twin Lakes.
3 solid teams. They're cycling really well together.
Coming into this matchup right here, Brownsburg is up to #1 in the rankings here today.
Wow.
They have had a strong performance here on day #1 of the state championships.
There's kind of some surprises up there in the top ranking right now. That'll make some picking interesting tomorrow if it stays that way.
Under 30 seconds to go, and it is starting to become a runaway.
Yeah.
As the Blue Alliance.
Oh, it goes down again.
Oh. Check out all 3 robots on the Blue.
Wow.
Working their way to the top rung. 10 seconds to go. The refrigerator from Plainfield able to get up onto that second level. Buzzard sounds, and it's going to be a big, big win for Blue.
Wow.
Brownsburg, Homestead, and Twin Lakes all going to pick up another victory.
Made it look pretty easy.
71-98, that is from Twin Lakes. Quick official finish there, 93-52. Brownsburg stays #1.
Yeah.
Twin Lakes now up to 11th. Homestead up to 16th.
Got some movement in the rankings, don't we?
So a big win for the Blue. 4 ranking points for each of those.
It looks like Purple Precision at 3176 robot. They're the only undefeated team right now at 4-0.
They have had a strong performance here today. Human shot, short. They were trying it.
Wow.
We're starting to see a little more of those as we go throughout the day. The evil, angry face of 4982. And again, watching Plainfield, the refrigerator, another fall. That robot has been taking a beating here today.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, like I said, they've been a consistent climber the whole season.
As the 4th time here today we have seen them fall from the rungs. Meanwhile, on the Blue side,
you notice how those robots swing into the driver's station and everything shakes back there? My drivers tell me that's kind of scary back there.
We had Scott as our analyst earlier today. I think he called those wall bangers.
Wall bangers,
Is that the term?
Yeah.
Swinging from rung to rung.
Yeah.
Hey, let's take another quick break. When we come back, more action. We are here with you all afternoon. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship here on ISC.
I think it's important that all employers realize that programs like FIRST offer the opportunity for students to develop their technical skills. So they're getting STEM knowledge, they're developing their STEM skills, but at the same time developing their professional skills. So they're learning how to collaborate, they're learning good communication skills, they're learning the importance of safety and that it's important to understand everybody's role on the team and how they impact the team with their role. So the advantages of partnering with these schools are the opportunity to connect with the students, helping connect the relevance of what they're learning to what we do at Toyota. We're also able to engage our employees to be mentors, but then also build these students' personalities. They're going to help find themselves through FIRST.
Welcome back to the Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman. The team from Warren Central, Robot 829. How about 4272? That's McCutcheon. They are on the same team here in this matchup. They will be on the blue side along with Fishers. For the Red Alliance, Carmel, Columbus North, and Pike. Rob Connick, Jim Langfelt back with you here, along with the rest of our ISC crew. Thanks for making us a part of your Friday afternoon activities.
I'm excited to see what we have unfold here. There's been some teams that have really improved, and yeah, this is going to be an exciting match.
McCutcheon, one of the top teams in the state.
Yeah.
They are ranked 4th coming into today's state finals.
The other thing I always try to remind my scouts is, you know, some of these teams have just got a history of performing well in the finals. So a team like 868 from Carmel, I mean, that team is always dialed in by the time finals rolls around. So I always try to remind my scouts to keep that in the back of their mind.
A lot of strategy.
Yeah.
And it's fun having you up here kind of explaining, you know, what goes into every single piece of this matchup and the entire weekend here at the state finals.
My wife always tells me I've got a horrible memory, but when it comes to robots and longevity of teams, I think I can kind of remember that stuff, right?
Jamming out here at Rose Holman.
Oh yeah.
And we've been talking about it throughout the day, how great it is to once again have fans, parents back in the crowds. Taking a look at.
Okay, so that, so that's what the robot's seeing. So the drivers are going to use that to be able to find different balls in different places.
Not every robot has a camera on
No,
it, right?
no. Like our robot
There's no rules against that?
No.
Okay.
Our robots have 2 cameras. So Team 135 has a limelight for the robot to see, and then it's got a normal camera for the humans to see.
That's the 829 team, the Digital Goats from Warren Central, getting ready for this matchup. Again, you got Warren, Fishers, and McCutcheon on the blue side. Carmel, Columbus North, and Pike getting ready to go for the Red Alliance. Here we go. Matchup number 24 of 64 on the day. We're underway. Again, the first 15 seconds are autonomous.
Keep an eye on that 4272 auto.
Wow, look at all the cargo going up for the red team and blue team. Great job by both in the first 15 seconds.
Wow.
That one goes in. Both of them make 4 cargo early on. So a slight advantage for blue. Warren, Fishers, McCutcheon for the blue. Carmel, Columbus North, and Pike for the red.
There's kind of an interesting strategy by, who was that, 5010. They picked up actually the other color ball so that the team wouldn't be able to play with it.
Good defensive plan. And again, there's no rules against that either.
Nope. So they still have it inside their robot, and it looks like they're just out playing defense. So they just took one ball away from their opponents.
Can't score if you don't have your own cargo.
That's right.
10-point advantage for the Blue Alliance, and now a scurry of points. 46-34. Blue with the lead. Retrieving the cargo, and then they'll put it up. Again, it's 1 point for that lower hoop.
Right.
2 points for the upper. And you see where each team has scored there on your scoreboard. 9 in the upper section, 7 in the lower hub for the Red Alliance, while the blue side has been aiming mostly for that top hub. "40 seconds to play.
19 points separating our
30-second horn sounds, and you'll see those robots head to the hangar zone now. Climbing up those rungs. The higher you go, the more points you get. 49-26.
Boy,
that's the robot from Columbus North along with Carmel. 8:29, that's the robot from Warren Central trying to work its way up.
They're going to get it. Oh, yeah, nice.
Get that arm up there. They got it.
Oh, yeah.
Final seconds of our matchup. How about the robot from Warren? The digital goats making their way to the traversal rung.
This could be close with that end game.
All three red robots are hanging on there, so good amount of points will be coming from the hangar zone for the Red Alliance, but will it be enough? No, Blue Alliance gets it. Ooh, by 5.
Wow.
76-71, your final in that matchup. And how about the rankings now? Staying in 9th will be Fishers. Dropping to 8th is McCutcheon. While the Digital Goats of Warren move up to 15th. You got Carmel dropping to 11th overall now in the current standings. Jim, thanks so much for joining us. We got a full rotation of analysts going to be helping us out. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Helping out tomorrow as well, right?
Yeah, I'm going to come back tomorrow. You bet.
Sounds good. We'll take a break. We'll be back on ISC.
Robotics season is long, it's intense. It keeps me going, it keeps me very focused on things I think that matter. The kids always come back to me and tell me the great experiences they get.
I'm doing this because I did it for 4 years in high school in Michigan, and I think STEM education is really important. And I know a lot of people don't have good access to that in schools, so it's important that mentors help kids with that and lead them in a way that I got led in high school.
Basically, to pass on my knowledge. That's the main goal. Getting the kids to learn at least something every year is one of the goals of mine. That's why I come back.
First has opened a lot of doors for me and made me really passionate about STEM and making the STEM community better. And so because of how greatly First impacted me, I know that I wanted to give back as a mentor.
Number one thing that keeps me coming back is I know the impact. I've seen it, I've heard it, I witness it, I'm a part of it, and I think the impact really is what drives me each and every year.
It's all about the excitement and doing it and getting the students interested again.
My time as a mentor has been so much more rewarding than my time as a student because I learned so much from these kids, so much I didn't know, and it's so cool to see them succeed because we've led them there.
I think not only are you giving back to the community and teaching students, but I also learn a ton from my students. We are blessed, as are a ton of other First teams, with amazing students that come every day prepared to learn. They come full of questions. They have a lot of really interesting insight and perspectives and ways of looking at things. And so not only am I helping them, but they teach me a lot. And they make me become a better person and a better mentor and a better engineer.
I can promise about every mentor that's potentially thinking about this that you'll find time to do this once you see it. Once you see it, once you feel it, once you experience it, you will find time in your schedule to be involved.
Hey, welcome back to our Robotics State Championship. I'm Rob Connett. Thanks for joining us here on ISC as we are joined by Chris Osborne and Tricia Thompson joining us up here in the broadcast booth as the competition continues. But we are talking about how incredible this sport is, but there are so many different other aspects of it. Tricia, you are at the middle school level.
In elementary.
Elementary school. I knew I was going to get that wrong.
Elementary and middle.
Okay, so there's obviously a difference there. But we are teaching these kids. Obviously, we've been focusing on high school kids here at the Robotics State Championship, but you are trying to kind of teach robotics to the younger kids, and in a way that you do that, I mean, everyone loves Legos, right?
Right. I say that all the time. We start the elementary kids with Legos. They build. We have 2 different divisions, and they build robots, and they compete similarly to this, but on a smaller scale. They have a table, and it's got a mat, and they have to solve missions. But everything's built out of Legos, and they learn coding skills, they learn design, and all of the teamwork and the core values and things involved with FIRST as well. So it's a great introductory program to get kids up to this level eventually.
And when you're talking about specifically what you're doing, you're in the Indianapolis area, right?
I live in the Indianapolis area, yes, but we go statewide.
Gotcha.
So we have some great programs up as far north as Elkhart and all the way down to Jasper. So.
And Chris, it's pretty cool to know that, you know, we're kind of teaching the robotics thing to these kids at a younger level. And like Tricia said, to kind of get them interested and maybe get them involved with robotics by the time they get to the high school level.
Right, and one of the great things about FIRST in terms of the core values and STEM is that what we've learned is that STEM is really problem solving.
Yeah.
And so it's not necessarily mechanical engineering or electrical engineering, but it could also be community problem solving. So our elementary middle school programs also take on what's called the Innovation Project. So every year there's a theme. They take that theme and they find a problem in their community around that theme, and they then work with people in their community, maybe the city council or a local business, and to learn about that, then they come up with a solution and present that back. And the whole process is, it's not a solution that has to go to market or has to become a reality, but it's that process of learning how our problems solved in our community. There was a team here in Terre Haute several years ago that it was a water-themed game, hydrodynamics, and they learned that there was flooding problems in the city because of clogged storm sewer drains.
Oh.
They worked with the water utility to learn about that.
Wow.
Then they came back, they went back to their shop, they thought about it, they came up with a solution, went back to the water utility and said, we would like to QR code every storm sewer drain, so if you're walking your dog or you're riding your bike and you see a clog, zap it with your phone. The water utility gets a picture, a pin on a map, and then they can send their trucks out to clean up the clogs. Well, the water utility here liked the program so much, they adopted it. They found money, a grant program, and there are now over 2,000 storm sewer drains here in the city of Terre Haute, QR coded, because a group of middle school kids had an idea. And so we want to help solve a problem in our community.
Yeah.
And so those teams are eligible to compete in what's called our Global Innovation Award Challenge. Those teams, each year, it narrows down to 20 finalists. The winning team gets $20,000 to help them get their project come to life. That same team here in Terre Haute actually also devised a calculator for people with dyslexia. And they won a Global Innovation Award for that.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so these are elementary and middle school kids that we unleash on the world to say, help us solve our problems that we face. And then what we hope is, they come to the high school level, they get more in-depth STEM skills, but again, problem-solving skills. And then workforce, university, trade school, military, wherever it is next. But what they've got are those core values and those community problem-solving skills. And that's what we really hear all about. We see these amazing robots, Rob. What I tell people all the time, it's not about that.
Yeah.
That's the lure we bring everybody in, the mentors, the kids together to learn discovery, impact, inclusion, innovation, teamwork, and fun.
Earlier in our broadcast, we were talking to a couple of students from Crawfordsville, and we asked them, like to your point, it's not just about, hey, you're building robots and you're competing and you're throwing balls in a hoop or you're trying to climb monkey bars with these robots. There's so much more to it. And they said, I'm learning leadership skills, how to work as a team. And you're seeing that not just when they're competing, but in the pits, when they're back at school, working on these robots. It's a full learning experience. And it's incredible to see how much it has grown and how many more high school students are starting to get involved in something like this. And Tricia, back to your point, it kind of goes back to, hey, let's start them young and teach them that stuff. And that way, hey, when they get to the high school level, they can do something like this.
Absolutely. They're getting incredibly valuable skills at every level. It's always great to get kids interested in coding, but there's also the project, there's the design of the robot, there's the core values and the teamwork. And so even if these kids aren't going into STEM fields, these skills that they're learning are going to translate into whatever they choose to do going forward, from their day-to-day life to their career to everything. And it's been such a terrific program for my kids. And I think if you would talk to any of the parents here today, they would agree that this has been immensely beneficial to their child.
A good finish here in qualification number 25. Check out the blue team getting up there on the rungs. Good performance there as our state championship continues.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room in that area where those robots are traversing those rungs. If you get down there, when you see 3 robots hanging from there, if you go down there and stand in there, you would think, how on earth are you even getting 2 of these things in here?
Yeah.
And that's where those drive teams, as they're getting ready to do that, they have got to talk to one another. And that's that other skill that the students are also developing.
The cooperation aspect of the program.
Yeah. Blue Alliance getting the win. That was a team made up of South Bend Career Academy, Castle, and Perry Meridian getting the victory there in qualification number 25. Yeah, we're talking with Chris Osborne and Trisha Thompson as our Robotics State Championship continues here on ISC. And Chris, we've been talking with some of our analysts as we have gone throughout the day of just how incredible it is to have a packed arena and have it, the students, the fans, the parents back here, because just like everything else in our world, every other sport, we've been having to deal with COVID and the pandemic the last couple of years, and it's created a bit of a rough stretch for all these teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, at this level, you can imagine you can't do this virtually.
Yeah.
And so but for our Lego program, we were able to take some aspects of it virtually and create some hybrid models that allowed a continuation. We certainly saw a reduction in the number of teams. Some schools needed time off, or they weren't allowing clubs to meet. They had a lot of COVID mitigation policies.
Right.
Completely understand.
Right.
So yeah, we certainly saw a reduction in teams, but we were able to continue to compete at those levels in hybrid models. And our staff and our volunteers to be able to come up with all these solutions. Again, we solve problems.
Right.
But for this group, and I'm sure other analysts have probably mentioned it, so many of the kids you see here today going into this season had never done this before.
Yeah.
And it was an interesting year, a very even playing field of people coming back, where you start to see certain teams kind of get known at certain levels of competition, and now all of a sudden, well, we're at an even playing field because, wow, we dropped down to 2 or 3 students where we normally had 30 or 40 during COVID, and they still tried to meet and do virtual things, and so yeah, it's been a rough 2 years, but at our very first competition back this year, there were a lot of emotions to see the crowd again. And another big thing, if you haven't seen it yet today, another big thing at first events is dancing. You'll see quite a bit of dancing tomorrow, because we'll have built-in field timeouts during the playoffs.
Oh, nice.
And to see the return of the kids getting down and dancing, and yes, it's been, this is what it's about, is community.
Absolutely.
And that's what sport is about, too. It's about community.
Yeah, and we've been talking about how, we're showing shots of the crowd. Everyone gets involved. I mean, we got light-up signs. We got, mascots and costumes, and everyone dressed up. And it's just fun to see, like you said, community, having these kids represent their school, represent their town at a fun and exciting event here at Rose Holman.
This is the state championship, Rob.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's soccer, football, baseball, whatever sport. I think there's some basketball here in Indiana, and we're so grateful that basketball is so big in Indiana, because we're so lucky to have great venues for these competitions.
Right.
other places are quite jealous of our facilities here in the state of Indiana, which has been great for this. But yeah, you don't. This is the big deal. This is the state championship. These kids have worked so hard to get here.
For those that are new to this, our last analyst, Jim, was talking about some of the scores that these teams have put up today. He said, hey, I would put some of those scores and some of these performances up against schools from other states. This is a big, I don't know how many people realize, this isn't just an Indiana thing. I mean, we got robotic teams in schools all across the country. We were talking about one of these teams competing out in New York just a couple of weeks ago, and we got the World Championships coming up in Houston. How big really is robotics? Not just in Indiana, but the whole country.
First robotics, the first robotics competition, which is the name of this level that you're seeing here today, roughly about 3,700 teams in about 40 countries. And so we'll have, normally we had been split to 2 world championships, but COVID, everything else, we'll have one this year in Houston, Texas. There'll be about 480 of the FRC teams. There'll be 6 divisions. So there'll be 6 of these fields in the convention center, all on the line. And then each division will have about 80 teams. So instead of 32, there'll be 80. And so then each division will determine a champion off of their division. Those 6 will come together and play, and each division is named after a famous scientist.
Oh, really?
Tesla, Roebling,
Nice.
Carver, etc. Curie, names like that. And then, but the finals are always played on Einstein. And so then we will have, so then 6 teams will come together into a round robin tournament for the finals. But yeah, it could be teams from all over the world.
Wow.
And these teams here today, the top competitive teams out of Indiana are right there with the top teams in the world. This competition this weekend will be closely watched by other areas. They will be scouting this competition because they know the top teams coming out of here, they are going to have to face these teams, and our teams show up to the World Championship ready to win.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Really cool to see.
Yeah.
So many, like you said, so many communities, schools, towns from Indiana being represented at a big, big level.
Yeah, they get to Houston, their pit. When they get set up, the team next to them could be from Mexico, from the Netherlands, France, all over the world. And we'll actually, so we'll send one team, one of our teams from First Lego League out of South Bend, team CKS. They are our representative out of Indiana this year for the World Festival in FLL.
The win here, qualification number 26 goes to the Blue Alliance. That was made up of teams from Washington, Anderson, and West Lafayette. West Lafayette now ranked 3rd as they stand right now.
We'll have 2 teams out of our, you talked this morning, to Roman and Maryland.
Yes.
They're in the first Tech Challenge program, and we'll have 2 teams out of Indiana that will be competing for a world championship in that. Team Blackout and Team Accelerate, XLRA8. XLR8. Accelerate. Out of Elkhart. And so they're competing for a world championship, and then the teams that we send from here. And then the other really great thing is we'll have, there is an individual award in first called the Dean's List Award. We had 3 students out of FTC that are Dean's List finalists. Roman, as a matter of fact, was one of them. And then we have 2 FRC Dean's List finalists. They're here today, and they will be competing for the Dean's List winners. There's only 10 of those in the world.
Wow.
And they get to go out to New Hampshire for a week and spend time with our founder, Dean Kamen, and do all sorts of great leadership things. And you can imagine they're sort of our blue chippers. Our Dean's List finalists, even at the finalist level, they're like blue chip athletes. Universities come after these kids hard.
Wow.
They're leaders in their communities. They're leaders on their teams. And so, it's just a fabulous week of celebrating all the work these teams from all over the world have done.
That's incredible. Again, we're getting ready for our next matchup as our qualifications continue. Again, we got 64 matchups throughout the day today. will continue tomorrow morning. And then by tomorrow afternoon, this is where things get really fun and interesting. And Jim was talking about it with us earlier, is once we get to the afternoon tomorrow, we'll look at the rankings. And if you're ranked number 1, you get to pick who is in your alliance getting ready for the actual finals of this state championship. And so you get an opportunity to maybe pick some of the other really good teams. Obviously, everyone's looking for a state championship here, so it'll be a fun time getting ready for tomorrow when we get to our finals of the state championship.
People who are into sport and especially enjoy the data crunching that's in sport, tracking all the statistics, especially things like baseball, all those statistics in baseball, would love to be in this community, because as you look out in the stands and we see the camera panning the stands here, you will see a lot of students that look like they're playing video games maybe on their computer or whatever. They are scouting every robot in every match. They are collecting tons of data on these robots, because tonight, when they go back to wherever it is, their hotel or their shop or wherever they go back to, they're going to be tonight talking about, okay, here are the top 8 teams as we go into tomorrow. We're on the outside right now looking in. How can we sell ourselves to those teams? How can we tell them, hey, you need to pick us because here's how we complement you? Because you're not necessarily going to pick the next 2 best robots in terms of top performance. You're looking at who complements you.
Right.
It's an alliance strategy. And that's one of the fantastic things about these competitions is one robot doesn't win this. It takes an alliance to win a match. The climbing these rungs on the monkey bars, to get that very precious ranking point, you have to get 16 points. Well, you can climb to that highest one. That's only 15.
Right.
You got to have another robot be able to at least hang from the low one.
Right.
And that takes coordination. And all those ranking points tomorrow in the playoffs, there aren't ranking points. Those turn into points. So now you've got to find, do you have 3 robots on your alliance that can at least hang at a basic level?
Yeah.
So it is a really interesting process. It'll be a snake-style draft, 1 through 8, and then 8 back through 1.
Yeah.
There's only one rule, and that is that if you decline an invitation, then you can't be picked by someone else. So one might say maybe they pick the 5th ranked team. The 5th ranked team can decline. Maybe they've got a different strategy, and it just might not work. But if they decline, then 2, 3, and 4 now cannot pick that 5th ranked team.
Oh, wow.
That 5th ranked team has said, we're going to form our own alliance. So if you're on that outside of that 8, you certainly probably don't want to take the chance of saying no. Right. But you can interpick in the top 8. And we've seen a lot of that this year. There's been times when there hasn't been a lot of interpicking. But tomorrow when folks are watching from home or watching from the stands and they start watching like one picks some team deep down, it's because they might realize that, yeah, this team's ranked 20th, but our data shows, maybe based on strength of schedule or whatever, really they're like the 5th best robot here. But the schedule that you're seeing today and tomorrow morning is randomly generated.
Right. So these matchups right now have just been random draw. As you see right there in qualification number 27, a red team with a big advantage. That is the team made up of schools from Huntington, along with Bloomington South and Penn. You can see Penn. I know Jim was kind of shaking up here while he was our analyst, because when he was up here helping us with him being from Penn, that's when their robot had a technical problem and could not compete in a matchup, and he was on his phone trying to figure out what was going on. So it's good to see 135, the robot from Penn, back out there competing, and part of that Red Alliance that is currently leading with 10 seconds to go. Both teams also picking up the cargo bonus. Climbing up, final seconds. How about the Red Alliance getting a big cheer from the crowd? All 3 able to get up on those rungs. That'll be a big win for the Red Alliance.
you never want to see a team that's not able to compete because their robot has malfunctioned, but it happens.
Yeah.
And I think that that's also another important lesson that kids take from this program is they're learning to deal with these difficult situations and problem solve and work through it. And this is a great example of a team that came back from that and competed in the next round.
Putting up a final score of 102, another triple-digit performance as you see the scoreboard there. And Robot 1501, that's Team Thrust from Huntington, back up into the top 10. And again, those rankings we've been talking about all day today fluctuate after every single matchup. And like you were saying, Chris, once we get to tonight and then tomorrow morning, if you're in that top 8, you get to pick your alliance heading into the finals.
You set your course, you set your future. And then the playoffs then will be kind of a standard playoff system of 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, et cetera. But then it's always best 2 out of 3 matches.
Gotcha.
And so so you're not just going to be a 1 and win. I mean, it takes a lot to get to the finals and win it. It's a big deal once you get there.
And you saw the emotion there from the kids, and it's a simple thing of like, hey, we just got it, we were able to get our robot to the top level of that run, it's fun to see the emotion that pours out of these kids.
It's so
during
great.
Each match.
And we see that at all of our levels. These kids, they put in so much hard work and so much effort, and this is their time to shine and show off what they've done and celebrate their accomplishments.
Yeah, we're talking with Chris Osborne and Tricia Thompson. I'm Rob Conant, the rest of our ISE crew with you here. Day number 1 of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship here at Rose-Hulman.
Oh, there's the Washington Hatchet.
There we go.
Oh, where'd the rest of them go?
Okay, let's throw it down to the floor as we get ready for our next matchup.
And rounding them off, we have Team 6956.
Robotics.
And over on the other side of the field, starting us off, we have Team 4272.
Maverick Boiler Robotics.
Joining them, we have Team 868.
Tech Hounds.
And rounding them off, we have Team 6498.
Castle Robotics.
Okay, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification number 28.
As Autonomous gets
underway.
started, we see launches immediately for red and blue. 3 for red, 2 for blue.
So that was Devin down there, our MC for the afternoon. And Chris,
so Devin,
we were talking about.
Devin was on that Lego team that I mentioned. She was on the team that won the Global Innovation Award, and her brother, Trevor, is actually one of our Dean's List finalists this year.
Wow.
And serves on our, we have a student board of directors. Devin served on that, and Trevor currently serves on it as well. That's open to sophomores, juniors, and seniors. They apply from both of our programs, FTC and FRC. And it's a 1-year term of service. It's another way to serve our entire FIRST community. They do advocacy, other leadership things. They take on some projects of their own. Back in February, on February 1st, they met with the governor.
Oh, nice.
And had a really fantastic meeting about how do we work with our state legislature to help increase access to this program, especially as we look out into those underrepresented, underserved communities. How could the state help us get out to that last mile and help schools and community groups get the resources they might need to help them get programs like this? Because for us, it's about access to this program. And access might not necessarily mean that every school has a team, but every student would have access to a team. So it could be a career center. Kilobytes, Team 1024 that's here today, they're out of the McKenzie Career Center. So both the schools in Lawrence Township, those kids have access to the program. And for us, that's what our goal has always been, is providing access.
Yeah, and that's something I don't think we have mentioned here today is most of these teams are associated with a high school, but you have a few teams that aren't really with a high school, but more of an organization or sponsor a business within their community. Right?
Yeah. Team Thrust, that was just up a few minutes ago, 1501. They're actually out of a 4-H program in Huntington, and so they draw kids from all over the county, and even some kids a little bit further away from Huntington that can take part in that. And they also run all levels of FIRST out of that 4-H program. Yep. Yeah, we have a couple of community-based programs here today. The team from Columbus, Indiana, Galactech, has kids from both the high schools in Columbus on it. Yep.
We have some great teams in the LEGO division and in the FTC division that are coached through homeschool co-ops. They have facilities. Some of our homeschool co-ops, they run their LEGO teams out of their basement. It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, wow.
So yeah, the different levels of competition it's not just for schools. We have lots of people that do, especially LEGO programs from their home, and we have FTC programs that are run out of sheds and barns in the backyard and things like that. So yeah, there's a program here for everyone.
And that's really our role, my role with First Indiana Robotics and Tritz's role is to help communities get the information they need to start programs.
Big win for Red Alliance there, 98-90. That Red Alliance featured 74-57. That's the team from Purdue Poly, and 50-10. That's the team from Fishers, up to the top 5 in rankings. So a big win there for the Red. 36 hanger points as well. And so again, Chris, going back to what you were saying about, we talk about these rankings. It gets more and more important as we go throughout today.
Yeah, today, as you mentioned, you're going to see a lot of jumping around on those ranking points. Going into tomorrow morning, you won't see as much jumping. We'll have it pretty filtered down just because of the sheer number of matches played today and the number of matches left tomorrow.
Yeah.
There won't be a lot of room. There'll still be some wiggle room, but we'll have a pretty good idea. And our teams will have a much better idea. They're doing the math.
Looking at tomorrow's schedule, we'll have more qualification matches from 9:30 to 11:30, and then we will start the playoff matches just after 1 o'clock. And again, all of that right here on the ISC Sports Network. So a big win for Red Alliance there in that qualification as they get ready for another matchup. We are rolling through here on ISC. Hey, let's take a quick break. More action coming up. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on ISC.
We pull in a lot of students with the robotics aspect, the aspect of building a robot that you can compete in competitions. But I think the strong part of FIRST is that no matter what your interests are, whether it's presenting, whether it's media, whether it's art, you can always find a place on a team.
On teams, you can be a part of the financial side and work on the business plans because there's an entrepreneurship side of the team. You can work on the media side if you're into graphics, design, video editing, and basically anything that you want to do, you have the opportunity to do it through FIRST.
I feel like it's a great experience, just to get along with other people, to communicate, to kind of share your own values, Just because this is like a robotics competition doesn't mean it's just about robotics. It's about building relationships that are going to last forever.
There's always something for you to do, especially outreach, and there's great ways to talk to community members and reach out to them through this program.
FIRST is a great experience to see if, even if you don't have an interest in robotics, you can always get in touch in that and see if it's something that actually interests you or not. But if it doesn't, that's not a problem. Our team has plenty of other things to do.
Yes, it's so much fun. I love it. I don't know what I did before.
I would probably convince you by just starting to say, just show up. Because if you show up here and you see the...
Welcome back. Qualification number 29 on the day underway. Ron Conant along with Chris Osborne, Tricia Thompson, and the rest of our ISC crew as we continue with our qualification matches. Like you see there, 64 of them today. We'll go until right about 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, and then we're right back at it with more qualification matches tomorrow. And then we will have our playoffs starting tomorrow afternoon, and by tomorrow evening we will have a state champ.
We will
Technically
have,
3.
That's right.
3 state champs.
That's right, because it's always an alliance. There is an occasion where it could be 4, because we always have some robots off to the side that are alternates after the alliance selections. And if an alliance has a robot that maybe has a malfunction or can't finish, then that alliance can pick from one of the remaining 4 that we set aside, and they pick from one of those to then be on the alliance. But then all 4 get the recognition of the state championship.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we wouldn't want to deny just because maybe a robot breaks during the playoffs, then a 4th one comes on. They were still part of it.
Right, right. And Chris, we've been talking about the growth of this sport and some of the new teams. We've talked about Argyle Attack, the brand new team from Madison Grant, just started competing this year. As the standings are right now, they are ranked top 10, which is pretty impressive to see how they've been able to perform so far today. But the sport continues to grow, and you guys are always looking for more players, more kids, more schools, more teams here with First Indiana Robotics, right?
Absolutely, and that's where Trisha and I come in to work with the schools or community groups, as we mentioned, that again doesn't have to be a school, but we're about the best fit. Because our programs kind of overlap each other, from First Lego League being like 4th through 8th grade, First Tech Challenge being 7 through 12, and then this being 9 through 12, we want to work with the school and the community group to find the program that's the best fit for them. And that's where we've worked really hard to also develop relationships with corporate sponsors that want to have regional impact. Toyota, for example, in Southwest Indiana, is a fantastic partner where there are 4 Toyota teams here this weekend. Technically, Disco Ducks is also technically a rookie again this year. It was their first year last year, but because of COVID, first decided that last year's rookies again this year.
Red Alliance picking up a win. Ooh, man, that was a close one. 97 to 94.
Those penalty points can make or break matches, and what you'll see tomorrow during the playoffs, most of the time, playoff matches will be determined by a single penalty.
That Red Alliance made up of the top 2 teams as they stand. That's Brownsburg, 31-76. And 1024 is the Kilobytes from Lawrence. So they're looking good. Brownsburg has been ranked top 3 all day today. And you get a look at the team from Brownsburg as we get a little bit of a highlight package from that matchup. It all came down to the wire, but again, an onboard camera. Again, Chris, Tricia, it goes back to these kids are always innovative, coming up with more new ideas. And we were talking with Jim earlier when he was here in the broadcast booth with us. Not everybody, but some of these robots, some of these teams, putting cameras on their robots. You got a pretty good look of what it looks like there down on the floor.
Well, not only are they using cameras, but oftentimes with the goals that you see, the goals will be outlined with reflective tape, which will allow the teams to use vision targeting. So it'll actually allow, there's some automation that they can build into their shooter mechanism that'll allow the robot to recognize where the goal is automatically. So that no matter where the robot is in position on the field, imagine now if you're a basketball player, and it doesn't matter if your back is to the goal or your side is to the goal, you can just automatically adjust the top half of your body and just shoot, and you can see the goal even if your back is to it.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. And that's those next level pieces of technology, the coding that goes into this.
49-26, that is Gallic Tech from Columbus North.
And Columbus East.
Columbus East, that's right.
That's okay. That's all right. It's a combined team. I went to Columbus North. I'm a Bulldog, but I certainly wouldn't want to deny those awesome East Olympians their due there. They take part on that team as well. We had a fantastic district event at Columbus East this year. It was great to be in Columbus, a fantastic center for manufacturing.
Argyle attack.
For those that aren't familiar with the schedule, you mentioned, past performances, and we've been talking about how some of these teams won districts a couple weeks ago. There was a Kokomo district, a Tippecanoe district. So what has the schedule been like up to this point to bring these teams to the state championship?
Well, on January 8th, the teams all got the game. So they don't know what the game is going to be. And then, so on January 8th this year, it's usually the second week in January. Some of them gather in different locations. We have kickoff sites. They'll watch broadcasts from home. Then they will go, but we will have different locations where they can come get their kit of parts. So if anybody out there has ever seen the movie Apollo 13 and remember the scene where the person dumps the stuff on the table and says, this is all you got. You got to take this and build this round thing to fit a square hole kind of thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, so they get a kit of parts, and but then they're also allowed to fabricate and manufacture based on taking raw material that they have in their shops. So a lot of the stuff you're seeing here is fabricated in their home shops, whether it's laser cut, water jet cutting, CNC mills, etc. But they can also use outside partners to help them with that. So then they get about 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the competition schedule, and which event they get into. They get to go to 2 district events, and those are, we tell them ahead of time, they'll usually know in August or September where those are going to be for the next year. And then they'll get to try to pick. It's a randomly generated computer system, and we want to go to Kokomo and Columbus, but the computers kind of determine where they go.
Gotcha.
They get their schedule, and then they attend their competitions. And along the way, of course they want to win. Everybody wants to win,
right?
But it's about points.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ways to earn points. Performance in this first day and a half, where you end up ranked, points. Awards. So you see all the really great stuff. You see the imagery and the team colors and the cheering. We have Team Spirit Award. We have Imagery Award, and the Imagery Award is tied to your entire brand. We have teams here, and I hope that those out there listening right now that are probably corporate folks, we have teams here who have branding standards. Documents where they fully develop their branding standard.
Oh, wow.
Where it's their color, their logo usage, font, everything. And they color their robots. That way you can see some of the robots are either powder coated or they're anodized, but it's all a part of their brand. But then we have entrepreneurship awards. These high school students writing and implementing their real world business plans. So they're out there helping raise the money, bring the sponsors. You get down a little bit closer to those robots, and they look a little bit like a NASCAR. They've got the corporate logos all over.
The decals.
The decals and everything. And then you talk to them and you look at the business plan, and what you'll see on their T-shirts, you'll see logos on their shirts. Go in the pits, they'll have big banners, and they work with the companies. They say, for whatever amount of money, you could be on our shirt and our website. You give us a little bit more, we'll put you on our banner and our shirt. And for $5,000 or whatever the amount is, we'll put you on our robot and our, because here today, if you're a corporate sponsor and you're on one of those robots, you're going to get some airtime.
Yeah, we were, you mentioned Toyota sponsoring a lot of these robots. We referenced the refrigerator from Plainfield, the refrigerator robot with Carrier on the side of it. And I made a reference earlier today, if you're a fan of food, Munster horsepower robot is your robot to go because they're sponsored by Five Guys, Chipotle, and Potbelly sandwiches. That is my robot right there. So, but it's a good point. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of opportunities for businesses. And you see it right there on the back of T-shirts. Toyota and all these other businesses.
Well, and you see the Technocat shirt there, and you see their sponsors. And those are long-term relationships. And these students, these students are the ones that work to go out and get those. They work with their local chamber. They go out and make presentations. And that's what we want for them, is to have that experience.
109 put up by the Red Alliance. Getting the win. Part of that Red Alliance was Team Thrust from Huntington, up to 5th in the rankings. And how about Robot 7198? That's the Fearsome Gears from Twin Lakes, now up to 8th. So, Chris, we were talking about if you're in the top 8 going into tomorrow afternoon, you're looking good because you get to pick your alliance going into the finals.
Yeah, and then those teams that are probably still in that top 12, because the inter-picking in that top 8. So if one picks 2 and 2 accepts, well, then everybody moves up a notch. Right. So now number 9 that was originally 8, now they're 8.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're 11 or 12, you need to be ready. You might be the 8th seed alliance captain.
Yeah.
When it all said and done.
It'll be fun. It'll be very interesting to see how this all shakes out by tomorrow afternoon when we get ready for the playoffs. Still a lot of qualification matches to go here today, though. We're about halfway through today?
Yes.
Yeah. As you get a look at some replays from that last matchup, again, a Red Alliance getting the win, 109 points. We've seen a lot of alliances, a lot of teams put up triple digits here today. And we'll roll on into the next matchup. But there you go. There's a good look at some sponsors. Look at that robot looking like a NASCAR with all those decals and sponsors on there.
That's right. That's prime real estate. Yeah, and those students will devise those sponsor plates, and there's another one there for you.
So again, like you have been mentioning, if we have a business owner or a company that's tuning in and watching this for the first time, hey, reach out to your robotics team in your community. Great opportunity to help out high school students and get your name out there.
Well, what we hear from our corporate sponsors, especially at this high school level, one of the things they really appreciate about the program is that by getting involved, not only at a financial level, but also encouraging their employees to mentor, is they finally feel like they own a piece of their workforce pipeline. Because now they're meeting high school students while they're in high school, getting them not only the skills of using the equipment, the STEM type of skills, but also the work culture skills, the communication, those other important skills, where companies would prefer not to have to train you on how to be a good member of a team and how to show up on time and learn all these other, how to handle stress and persevere through failure. And they can start identifying students as early as high school to say, you should consider an internship with our company. And because our goal here in Indiana, our goal is we want these kids, whatever that next step is for them, trade school, 4-year university, whatever it is, we want that to be here. And then when they get out of that next level, or if they leave high school and go straight into the workforce, we want it to be here, Rob. Yeah. We don't want them to leave and go somewhere else. We want them to make our economy better. And that's why we really are, it looks like we're a robot competition. The secret is we're a workforce development program. And it begins in the elementary level.
That's right.
Right, Trisha? And when does registration open again, Trisha, for FLO?
Registration opens May 19th.
And it's coming up.
Yes, very soon. And we have been talking to some new coaches that are ready to start teams for the fall season that will release on August 2nd. So if we open May 19th, and if anybody out there is thinking about starting a team in their community, they can reach out to us, firstindianarobotics.org, and we'd be happy to help them learn more about our programs and how easy it is to start a team, really. With the LEGO division, you get a book and it takes you through every session and every meeting, and it teaches you how to do it. You're building with Legos, which is something that your kids love doing anyway.
Right.
You don't have to have a lot of technical knowledge. The kids are super enthusiastic and they figure out how to do it all. So it's great. It's not as hard as it looks. And I hear that from coaches all the time, that they love how the guide just takes them through all of the sessions, and you can start a team with, you don't have to be a technical person. You don't have to be someone who has built one of these robots to coach a great team.
And I was going to ask, if there's a parent, watching right now, listening to you say this, and be like, I think my kid might be interested in that. How would they know? Do they just reach out to their school and say, hey, do we have a Lego team? Or how does that work where a parent might want to know or find out, or how they can kind of convince their school, hey, we should do this?
Right. I get those emails almost every day. And we do suggest that they look in their community first and see if their school has a team, or if their community organization, scout troops sometimes have them, homeschool co-ops, things like that. If any of those organizations have a team in their area. If they don't, then the next step is we can help you talk to your school about starting a team. We talk to parents. There are a lot of parents that take the initiative to start a team. I spoke with a homeschool mom a few weeks ago, and she asked her co-op if anybody else would be interested in participating on a Lego team, and they are going to start 2 teams for this fall.
Wow.
Because there was so much interest. And so there's a lot of ways to get involved. If you don't have a team at your school, it's not terribly difficult to start one, and we'd be happy to help with that.
What's that website or that email?
Firstindianarobotics.org. There's an info contact us button. They can start there, and those emails come to me. So, yeah.
Perfect. Next qualification matchup has come to a close, and it's Blue Alliance picking up the win, 86-53. 2 of the top 10 teams part of that Blue Alliance. 292, that's the robot from Western, now ranked 5th. And 234, that's Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian, just barely hanging on to that rung. Good win for the Blue Alliance, as we are about halfway through today's qualification matches. We are with you for about another 3 hours or so, just past 4 o'clock. Thanks for joining us here on ISC. I'm Rob Conitz, Tricia Thompson joining us, Chris Osborne with us as well. A great full day of action as you take a look at a replay. Oh, a little penalty right there on 234. Perry Meridian's robot. Getting into it a little bit.
It's a very defensive game this year. The students have a full set of rules that they've got to go through from day one and really know those rules, especially if you're on that drive team. But one of the other interesting things here is that the rules can change and evolve over the season. So every Tuesday there's a team update. Because we throw out a different game every year, so sport tends to stay pretty the same. There's tweaks every now and then, right? But because it's a brand new game every year, the engineers and the folks who design these games think they've got it all kind of figured out. But it's really not until we start to see the game played where we realize, oh, there's a loophole. Oh, there's a loophole. So they try to shut those down, right? Or there was an unintended consequence of a rule that we probably should eliminate or add.
Right. So just like you said, you'll see that every once in a while in other types of competition.
Sure. I'm a former soccer coach, and there'll usually be a tweak to the offsides rule, or to how long can a goalie hold on to the ball, or there's always little tweaks to the game.
Qualification number 32 coming up. Devin down there doing a great job as our MC on the floor.
You keep seeing all of the volunteers on the screen that we have, the referees, the judges, the announcers. So many of our volunteers, they're absolutely fantastic. So many of them volunteer for FRC, for FTC, and for First Lego League. We've got volunteers they go from event to event all through the school year helping out with our robotics teams. And a lot of these volunteers used to be participants on these teams, and they love the program so much they come back and they help us out, and we love our alumni volunteers.
I think you answered my next question. I was going to ask, you see all these volunteers here, how do they get involved? Do they have a student on one of these teams? Is it parents? Is it alumni? Is a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both, for sure. FIRST wasn't a huge program when I was in high school, so I missed out on this opportunity. I think I would have loved it had I been in it. But my kids got involved, and that was how I got involved with FIRST. Chris had a similar experience. He started mentoring after his son was involved. So there are definitely a lot of parents who got involved because of their kids. But now the program has grown and aged, and so a lot of those mentors are now full-grown adults and coming back and helping us out and doing a fantastic job helping us put on these events. And we absolutely could not do it without our community.
You mentioned Devin, the MC down there, has been involved with this. Our first analyst this morning, Rachel, was telling us about how her parents helped build the robot from Kokomo back in the 90s, and so she has been involved with this literally since birth.
Yeah, all three of those Baker girls have been around this forever, and Devin's been involved in FIRST for more than half her life. These volunteers. So an event like today that you're seeing here, we're just seeing the field, and you see quite a few, but it takes about 100 to 120 volunteers to run an FRC competition. Anything from these folks, the referees who go through a lot of training. So we have FTA, we have which is our field technical advisors. They're highly trained folks that actually go out to New Hampshire to learn all the technical aspects of the field, and their job is to make sure the steady flow of the event. So if robots are having a hard time talking to the field, because it's all done by Wi-Fi, if there's any kind of connection issues, the FTAs will be there to kind of know how to help them. We also have certified. We have other certified folks here, technical trained folks who can help with that. But then they can also fix the field. You can imagine this field is very complex. And then we have queuers. So queuers are just people who are having the teams that are coming up next, they're up on deck. And so they're kind of getting them ready so we can keep the flow going. So FIRST Robotics Competition, FRC, right? This is the 9 through 12 program. These events take a lot of people to keep the event going. We see at the table back there, you see scorekeepers. There are a couple people there who have in front of them on their screen a lot of technical data about each of these robots. And they're monitoring that because they have a kill switch on the table. So if a robot, for example, drops a battery or drops a bumper or otherwise could create any kind of dangerous situation, they can turn that robot off right there from the field. If it looks like the robot might damage the field, maybe something's going wrong with it and it's like hit the monkey bar and it's still pushing, something's going wrong, they can turn it off. So lots and lots of people. And of course, what we call our talent, our MCs, our game announcers, everybody is important to make these events just utterly fantastic.
Red Alliance getting the win in qualification number 32. 86-71 your final score. Red Alliance part of that. Robot 461. That is Westside Boiler Invasion from West Lafayette, ranked third now as they stand. 39-40. That is Cybertooth from Northwestern, also a part of that Red Alliance getting the victory there in that qualification matchup. Again, we're about halfway through. There's 64 total matches. Let's take another commercial. That's right. I was just reminded we have 65 technically because of our replay from a match that happened earlier. I think it was match of 18 or 19.
And that can happen.
And you were, Chris, you were talking about, it was matchup number 19. And you were talking about how, the complex, how complex the field and the floor is. And we're still trying to figure out what exactly happened in that matchup number 19 where it came down to the wire. Lengthy delay trying to figure out what was going on, and then they announced that there was a technicality, and we're going to have to replay that matchup. So still not sure what happened. Maybe some technology. Jim was talking about how it might have been a scoring mechanism in the upper level. But again, it goes back to show there's so much technology that goes into a matchup. Of course, you might have a little glitch here. That's technology for you.
And you don't want that to be the cause of a loss or a win.
Right.
We want to get it right. Yeah, and so as you're watching and you see those balls go in that upper goal or the lower goal, there are actually light sensors in there that can tell the difference between red and blue. And so that's how those scores are being done, is as that ball rolls through that upper goal and it rolls out onto that slide, right there as it rolls through there, that light sensor can say, blue ball, blue team gets a point or 2 points. Red ball, red, And if a sensor breaks, whatever, and so there are people counting, and trust me, the teams are counting.
Of course.
The teams will know their scores, and that and if they feel there is a discrepancy, students on the teams down by the scoring tables, you'll see there's a couple areas called the question box. Got a big question mark on it. Mentors aren't allowed to do that, but the students are, and they're allowed to go to the question box, and then the head referee will take their questions, and it could just be like, we need a clarification on a rule or why a penalty was called, or we're questioning the score, and just to get verification. And that's also a great experience for those students to be able to have that interaction.
Yeah.
And it's done professionally.
Right.
Maybe not always like we see in other things in terms of interactions with referees. Our core ethos is gracious professionalism. And we want students to compete like crazy, but not at the expense of others. That's why what you don't see here is you don't see the pits. So out in the field house, we have this amazing field here, this amazing facility from Rose-Hulman. Out there, every team has a 10x10 pit. In between matches, they're fixing their robots and things like that. However, the other thing is that kids from other teams, sometimes will come over and help kids on other teams fix it, because they may have an expertise or a skill and say, we can help you fix that. Because for us, that's what this is about. It's not about who wins.
Right.
These kids, yeah, they get trophies and ribbons, and our FLL kids get great stuff. Those end up in a tub, in an attic somewhere. But what they take with them, and I speak from experience, all my son's awards, and if he's watching, come get them. He lives in Detroit now, but what he took with him, Rob, were the core values. That's what he took with him to work at GM. That's what these kids take with them to work at Allison and Rolls-Royce, and it is gracious professionalism. How do we work as a team?
Right.
How do I help you? Because if I help you get better, we all get better.
It's an ongoing learning experience, and that's what makes it truly special.
Well, one of the really weird things we could see here this weekend, and we've seen in the past, a great example of gracious professionalism is in the playoffs, each alliance is only given one timeout. It's a 6-minute timeout. And one time in a competition several years ago, there was an alliance that used their timeout in the first round because they had a robot issue. Then in the finals, best 3 matches, right? 2 out of 3. So in the finals, one alliance wins the first match. They won the second match, but then they had a robot break. But they were out of timeouts. The other alliance
called a timeout,
used their timeout.
Wow.
And lost.
Wow. Wow.
And so using that example of gracious professionalism, the other key component, that the twist to that story, is that the alliance captain of the team that took the timeout for the other alliance has the world record for the number of finalist appearances without having ever won a competition. Rob, they could have won that competition by playing 3 against 2, but that's not how you win at first, and that's not what we do here.
Yeah.
We look out for each other, we lift each other up. And those kids learned I'm sure it was heartbreaking to lose. But that lesson they took with them, that how we look out for each other, is what we do.
Incredible story.
Yeah. As a former athletic coach, I can't imagine, using a timeout.
Right.
Although I coached soccer, we didn't really get timeouts.
Yeah.
But
still,
I can't imagine using a timeout. Oh, look.
To help the other team.
The other team looks kind of tired. Let's give them a break.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I've never seen that happen before.
Again, makes First Robotics competition unique. Under 30 seconds to go here in this qualification. Tight battle here. 58-56 in favor of red. Both teams getting their cargo bonus. Both teams climbing the rungs, as you see there. How about 10:24? That's kilobytes for Lawrence. Oh, it dropped at the last second. Try and get back up.
Oh, they got on.
Got back on before the buzzer to accumulate some points. Good recovery there by Kilobytes, the robot from Lawrence. I got a good reaction out of the crowd here.
That staying cool under pressure for those drive teams, those kids. These 2.5-minute matches go very fast.
Red Alliance wins at 96-83. That Red Alliance made up of teams from Fishers, Castle, and Columbus. All three of them now ranked in the top 14, as you see there on your screen.
Well, and Rob, with first robotics competition, we also got a great example here of where we have kind of one class of competition. So today, one of our rookie teams, Argyle Attack, from Madison Grant Junior Senior High in Fairmount, Indiana, 360 kids, and they're out here taking it out there, and they're competing with Penn and Carmel, and and this is the other exciting thing is that when we make the best fit for these programs based on the schools and their facilities and their shops, these kids show you what they're capable of doing, and it's very exciting.
Again, another way of how unique this is. It's all one class. Like you mentioned, you have schools, from a football, basketball, other sports. You might consider them a 1A or a 2A school going up against 5A, 6A.
That's right.
We're all one class here at the robotics competition as you get a good look at the robot from Lawrence just before the buzzer, getting right back up there to get some points.
Let's have a round of applause for her. She was awesome. Awesome. We're going to hear some more from her as we go on. Now we are on match number 54. Starting off with our Red Alliance team 74-57.
Getting ready for our next matchup. And we are with you, Chris and Tricia, just for a little bit longer. We're going to get Steve in here as we continue our rotating panel of analysts throughout the day today. So we got a little bit more time with you guys. You get a good shot at some of the parents and students from Brownsburg.
Rose Holman has just such a great facility for this here today.
Oh, yeah.
We're so lucky to partner with them and with other universities. We had our first LEGO League state championship at University of Indianapolis back in December, and we were in their engineering school, which was fantastic. The FTC, the First Tech Challenge championship, was in Crawfordsville at Crawfordsville High School, which was another great facility. And we're just grateful that these places let us come in and they help us plan these events, and they put on these events. And we have the folks up at Purdue where Steve is from West Lafayette, and they do great things with some of our programs in all of our divisions from LEGO all the way through high school. And they just do a fantastic job, and we're so grateful for those partnerships with the universities here. They provide scholarships for some of our kids. They have alumni groups that come back, and the alumni group from IU held a First LEGO League Explore Challenge, which is for our younger elementary kids. They held a festival for those kids. It was virtual this year because of COVID restrictions. But that was so great, and another example of our alumni coming back and helping future generations of competitors to learn and grow. And so our university partnerships have been really important and really valuable to us as well.
How are you guys, I'm sure there are some people curious how Rose Holman was picked to host the state championship here.
Rose Holman hosted, so we're now in the district model of competition here in Indiana. That began in 2015. There are still some areas that compete in what's called a regional model. And so back when we were in that model, Rose was a regional site in 2013 and 2014. And then as Dr. Carlotta Berry likes to say, they took a hiatus, but we're back with them. It's been great. We put out the opportunities for organizations to bid to host these events. A lot of our high school teams bid. We were glad to see Rose-Hulman come back and bid. But yeah, any university or any group would be, we'd love to have them bid to host these events and go through that process.
A great facility here at Rose-Hulman, and like we've been talking about all day today, you've seen various shots of this arena filled up with parents and fans and students, and up here on the second level where we are broadcasting, they are all around the railing, all the way around this arena, checking out this state championship.
It'll be packed tomorrow. It'll be 2 or 3 levels of people up on that second level. And yeah, and of course it's a win for Rose-Hulman. It's such a beautiful campus to get people out here that maybe have never seen it before. And so getting students and parents and siblings to come and tour, so there have been some tours offered. Yep. Definitely a win for a university to get folks out here.
Maybe potentially getting some high school students interested in actually attending Rose-Hulman.
And in our pit area, we have representatives from several colleges, from the military, looking at or sitting at tables and talking to our students and hoping to get them interested in their colleges and their programs.
We have over $80 million in college scholarships from over 200 providers in the United States. Wow. And the key component to those scholarships is participation. So as you know, those athletic scholarships are pretty hard. Not only do you need to be on the team, but you need to be a star on the team.
Right.
Often.
Right.
And within FIRST, the key component is that you're participating in FIRST. Here in Indiana, we have several scholarship providers. University of Evansville and Hanover College, their scholarships are for any major on their campus.
Wow.
So you could be on a FIRST robotics team and go to Hanover and study English and be on a scholarship.
How about that performance?
Great win there.
122. That's the second highest score we've seen today.
Well, that combination of Brownsburg and Super Duper, those are 2 pretty high performing bots. There's an example of that random schedule where you get that right gel.
Yeah. So Brownsburg and Purdue Poly, 2 of the top 3 teams as they stand right now. You see the matchup coming up for qualification number 35. A couple of more top 10 teams. Westside Boiler Invasion ranked 2nd right now. 6th and 8th as well on the other side. So we're getting ready for our matchup coming up. Yeah. You know, for you guys, I think we're going to have our next.
We're going to have Steve Florence come up?
I think we're going to have Steve come in.
We love Steve.
Steve Florence has been around FIRST for a long time.
I don't think there's anyone here that knows more about FIRST programs than Steve.
This will be perfect.
Yep, and having worked at Purdue, and he's held quite a few jobs within our community and really helped Indiana years ago, helped us really get this program up and running. He's been a long time mentor with the 461 team, the Westside Boiler Invasion. So we're very lucky to still have Steve around helping us and continuing to keep this thing going.
We'll have Steve come in, help us out. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll get Steve in here, our next analyst, and we will continue our coverage of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman. Chris, Tricia, thank you so much for joining us here in the broadcast booth. Really appreciate it. We'll be back on ISC.
This is my first year at FIRST. I'm mainly a member of our programming sub-team at Cyberblue 234, and I was really excited to get into something like this because I've always enjoyed coding and computer science, and I feel like it has been a very valuable experience, and I've gotten a lot of educational experience, and I've been able to meet a lot of people who I wouldn't otherwise talk to at my school. We have a lot of different mentors at Cyberblue. They're very supportive of the team, and they work with the team rather than like telling the team exactly what to do. So we have a lot of resources that are available and a lot of ideas that get shared around the students. The mentors just supervise those ideas and basically let the students get to their full extent. It's a very supportive environment, it's encouraging to the students, and I think the mentors do a really great job of helping the students both learn and have something to be proud of.
Welcome back. Hey. Rob Conant and Steve Florence now joining us here in the broadcast booth as we continue our rotating panel of analysts throughout the day here at the First Robotics State Championship. Steve, for those that do not know much about you, this is your time to shine. Let us know. I know you are from West Lafayette and a mentor of robot number 461.
Correct. And this is my 23rd year of mentoring, actually 461, but also in the state of Indiana. So I wouldn't trade this experience for anything. Don't get me wrong, I taught school for 40 years, and I see what this does for kids, and I was a coach and all kinds of things, and this is the most impacting program you could ever find for a student, but also for a mentor.
Yeah.
Somebody getting involved with this, it's just fabulous. Just fabulous.
It's kind of been the theme of what we've been hearing from our analysts throughout the day is how incredible this experience is for the kids, like you said, for the mentors as well, and watching these kids learn and grow during their high school careers and putting it out in a performance like this with robotics.
It is. When students come and they don't know how to talk to other people, they don't know how to build robots, they don't know how to interact, they don't know leadership skills. And what FIRST does, in my opinion, with good mentors is helps them pull all of the stuff they've learned in school, all of the stuff their parents have taught them, and puts it into something that they can work with and grow with throughout their life, really. Because it's so, like I said, 23 years I've been doing this, and I keep in contact with all kinds of former mentors that help me out, but also former students to see how they've grown up,
Qualification number 35. This is perfect timing because Robot 461 is out there right now with the Blue Alliance along with 868. That's the robot from Carmel, the Tech Hounds. And 6956, that is Shamrock Robotics from Westfield making up the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close match. There's some very good robots out there, and we'll see how it all plays out as time goes on. But the big thing is picking up the balls, which we call cargo, and then putting them up into that tall goal up there at the top, which happens to be 8 feet 6 in the air, by the way. And it is really very, very exciting to see how the kids have come up with things. One of the things I think is also interesting, everybody has the same qualifications and rules and regulations, but look at that. We have 32 teams here. We got 32 different solutions to the same problem.
Right.
Which is pretty much a life thing, too. There's always going to be solution differences for people. So, they said the score's mounting up a little bit. It's going back and forth. It's all about this cargo. Looks like we got one red robot down.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of resting, that looks like. It's probably not going to get back up, but it does hurt when that happens because 3 robots on 2 robots is not quite the same. So, anyway, over the years, we've had a lot of things happening with FIRST. It's grown up a lot. We're looking for what we can do. Looks like the other red robot's trying to help get them up. I don't know if it's possible, but they're trying. The score is starting to get more even right now. It's not done yet. Looks like we have one team over here, 461's getting ready to do the traversal climb, and they're going to make that happen. And they're one of the faster teams here that does traversing. They run usually under 15 seconds from one end to the other. The fastest I've seen them do it is 13.2, which is really moving.
Ooh, almost fell there.
Yeah. Anyway, there's one up, and then the other one is the Shamrock Robotics, 6956 is almost up to the traversal bar, and they're moving. 868's trying to grab the bottom bar, and over on the red side, we have 2 robots hanging. So it's going to be close here, but we have.
Look at the score there, tied as they stand right now, and looking at how they are holding on to those rungs right now.
Right. And by the way, that bar is 7 feet in the air. It's not like it's short. And this one looked like, I don't know, it's taking a nap, I guess.
A little casualty by 292.
Yeah.
That is the Panther Tech robot
Right.
from Western.
I didn't see how it fell. Sometimes if you go too fast and stop, then the momentum keeps you to carry on and then makes you tip over. But I didn't see how this one got tipped. So I assume they did something or things. I don't know. Looks like our referees and FTAs are getting together, and looks like we have a Blue Alliance win, which is great.
86-72, and it all came down to the hanger.
Yep, the
Blue
hang made the
Alliance
difference.
able to get up onto that top rung, and that was the difference. 86-72. The win goes to Blue. So those are your teams, including the second-ranked team right now, 461. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
How's that feel there?
Yeah, they're pretty good. We'll see how it goes. There are 12 matches they'll do throughout today and tomorrow morning, and then there'll be an elimination round after that where the top 8 alliances will pick partners to finish the game out. So, which is really interesting to see how it is. There are no ranking points in the elimination rounds. It's only score and win.
We were talking to Chris about that earlier, about how fun it gets when we get to that point tomorrow. If you are in the top 8, you get to pick your alliance going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing too, because the alliance picking, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, sure, but it starts at number 1, it goes to number 8, and then it goes back from 8 back to 1.
Right.
All right. So it's not like it's up and down.
Draft.
It's a snake draft.
Yeah.
All right. And so all of the teams that are here are spending a lot of time very much trying to scout who would work well with us, particularly in those top 8 teams, because you don't want the ones that don't. They may do the same things you do, but are they in the way of that? And so it's good, and I just like to see, they're doing the replay now on that last climb on the Blue Alliance, and how the one robot 461 actually hit the glass over there, or the plexiglass, I should say. And, it makes, if you watch the students back there and the coach, they kind of step back a little bit, even though there's that big wall there to keep them from hitting. But it's great, We'll see how that all works out in the future of things. So I also love to watch the how everybody dresses up, and really there's this team magic, I call it, all right? So they'll get into different avenues, and they'll have things that they'll wear. They'll paint faces, color hair. I was in high school in the late 60s, and it reminds me a little of that, too.
It's great, and that's another thing that we've been talking about just the communities involved and getting the parents and the fans and the students out here at Rose-Hulman this weekend, and a great opportunity to represent your community, represent your school, represent your town. And they go all out.
They do, and this is a real sense of pride with all of them because of that. And the other thing that's really interesting, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this or not, but all of these events are free and open to the public. There is no charge to come watch these kids do all this dynamic stuff, right? And I really think that the kids find themselves in a program like this of where they belong, because everybody wants to belong somewhere.
Right.
All right. And I also think that you'll find that each one of these kids will narrow down where they think they want to go and what they want to do because of the opportunities they're given through this, which is not always in every program, that you can do. Like I said, I can't say enough about this. Like I said, I've been doing it 23 years, and I don't know when I'll stop. I've been retired now since 2014, but I'm still working at things.
What is it most to you that keeps you coming every year?
Because I'm an educator, I care about kids a lot, right? And I made all of these connections with these kids, and I think they're more lifetime connections, and you get to see them grow, and my satisfaction comes from, I look at it, I've made a difference for them in some way, which may not be important in a lot of things, but it's some way they made a difference, and they're trying to carry it on. On the field down here, I have, I think, 6 alumni that are helping out at this event.
Wow.
They're doing, actually I have 2 of them that are the managers of the event, and I have another one that's is a referee here, and they're just, and then to me, that tells me they got what they needed and they're willing to give back, which is really important. A lot of times in high school you can go through and do a lot of things, but you always don't be able to play that on. Sometimes you can play some sports beyond that, but behind high school, but not all of them. Not everybody goes to a university and plays a sports thing, and then it gets even less. Yeah, we're going to do some replays later today, which is going to make it a little longer than what we should. Anyway, things have been really going on time pretty well. I think this has been a very good event here, and thanks to Rose for hosting this. And we ran some regional events here in 2013 and 2014 when I was state director. And this was, it's a great venue. They did a great job. We have great people here. And, then we moved to a different model in Indiana to what's called the district model, so that we can do events mostly with Indiana teams. Before, we had teams from all over the country. So we had teams from Hawaii would come. We had teams from all over everywhere. And it's really great, and I ran another event at Purdue from 2005 through 2015. So it was a lot of fun. That's a lot of work. Don't get me wrong, to work on these events, but to me, to see those smiles and those joys on those kids' faces, it just warms my heart. Right? The worst thing about it is I started doing this at the school that my kids went to school with, but I started after they graduated. So they didn't get a good do it. And both of them saying, "Oh, I wish I could have done that."
Qualification number 36 underway. Pretty tight battle so far between the Red Alliance, which features McCutcheon University and Evansville North. The Blue Alliance in this matchup is Kokomo, Munster, and Northwestern.
Right. Kokomo is is the oldest team in Indiana.
Yeah.
They're what we call a legacy team. They've been doing this since 1992. All right.
Been a while.
Yes, and they've all been sponsored mostly by Delphi Electronics in Kokomo, but they still are going great. And then 3940 is actually kind of an offshoot of them at a school nearby them. And 3147's up in Munster, Indiana. They had quite a little trip to get down here.
Yes, absolutely.
4272's in Lafayette area where I am, and 7454 is down southern Indiana. And darn, I can't think where 76.
University High
Evansville.
School.
Yeah. They're University High School down there in Indianapolis area. So anyway, it's like great. We're really busy. Looks like both teams are really putting up the cargo, because we're cargo balls in the top goal. We're at 74 to 65.
Blue Alliance with 2 robots already climbing up.
Yep.
The rungs.
Yeah. Trying to get those ranking points. They want to score over 20 points, with both alliances have done that. And they also are trying to get those traversal climbs to get another ranking point.
45, that's the robot from Kokomo gets to the top.
Yeah.
3147 from Munster.
And 3940
coming in, trying to get to that second level. Oh, I don't think they got it in time.
They needed another second.
Yeah.
So.
The Red Alliance, looks like all 3 of their robots are off the ground.
Yep. We got 2 at the high traversal on blue, and 3940 didn't quite get off the ground. And then
that traversal rung, that's 15 points each, so you're looking at 30 points right there for blue. But with how the Red Alliance performed in their hangar, I don't know.
It's
going
to
to
be close.
Enough.
Oh,
Red Alliance.
Yeah.
107 to 99. You see the difference there at the hangar level, but more cargo for the Red Alliance proves to be the difference. And so you got 4272. That is the robot from McCutcheon back into the top 10 in the rankings as they stand.
They've been strong all year long, and they're going to keep going. it's really fun to find. In our Tippecanoe County, where I'm from, around there, we have 4 FRC teams in there. Every high school has their own team, so which is great.
Do a celebration there.
Yeah.
How
Oh,
about a
look.
human shot. Oh, that made the lower rung.
Yeah. It all scores.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of these robots, if you'll notice, can kind of go sideways, and they use what's called a swerve driver. All 4 wheels steer. All right, so they'll all go in different directions of what they want to, or same direction of what they want to go, and then others use what we call a tank drive, where they just wheels on this side, and they just drive like a tank. So it pivots basically in the middle of the robot. Boy, that climb is a new thing they've added since their last event, and boy, is it effective, that 45. And
that one arm.
Yeah.
That is a strong robot arm right there. And Kokomo has been performing very well here today in our first day of qualifications. Again, we will have 49 total qualifications today, 64 total, so we'll have 50 through 64 tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
we do have a couple of replays that we will also have at the end of tonight as well.
And I don't know if they're doing any kind of awards tonight or not, but sometimes they do some awards at the end of the first day, but I don't remember seeing that on the schedule, but they could wait until all tomorrow. So, all of these teams are competing to get an opportunity to go to the World Championships, which happens to be next week in Houston, Houston, Texas. All right. And some of them have already qualified through some of the cultural awards that we gave earlier because it's so tight of time frame. And then the rest will be the winning alliance most likely, and a few other high-ranking teams with the ranking points of the district. So it is good. We're going to get another match going here soon.
Yeah, let's throw it down to the floor for our announcements of our new teams.
And team 4982.
Olympus Robotics.
For our Blue Alliance this match, we have team 7198.
The Fearsome Gears.
Fearsome Gears. Their partners in position 2, team 1741.
Red Alert.
And finally, team 1720.
Fixed Gears.
So for team 7198, 2 of their mentors were students on the 1741 school, the robot, when they were in high school.
Oh, really?
And now they are both grown-ups now. Both they work in the Lafayette area, and I know them quite well. And because I remember when they were in high school too. But anyway, they are the design mentor and robot mentor, as well as the programming mentor. They're husband and wife. They came from the team. They graduated 2 different years, but still. Anyway, all right. So we're off.
Qualification number 37 on the day. Again, the Red Alliance has teams from Pike, Warren Central, and Homestead. On the blue side, Twin Lakes, Center Grove, and the team from Matthews, Indiana. That's Fixed Gears, Robot 1720. Either team able to score 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds, and so they will stay with that 20 mark. That is what they're aiming for. If you score 20 total cargo, you'll get that cargo bonus, which goes towards your ranking status.
Right, and then we got some teams playing some defense now. We don't do battle bots, but we can defend. And,
bump and grunt.
Yeah. And then there's also, if they get them up against some kind of structure like the center hub or a wall, they can only hold them there for a count of 5. If they get to that, they can get a penalty. They also, if they get sort of that, they have to get back away about 6 feet before they can go again. Nice shot by into the upper goal, being defended by 7198. Very good job. And some teams are very good at this defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm keeping an eye on 7198, that's a robot from Twin Lakes.
Yeah.
Just pushing the red cargo out of the way,
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to make it as difficult as possible for the red robots.
Right, and if you notice, there's a whole bunch of red cargo on the blue side of the field, and the driver and operator on the opposite side.
Yeah.
So it makes it difficult for them to be able to see. So a lot of teams will actually have a camera, a little internet camera on their robot, so they can see that cargo down there.
And you have to shoot from your side, correct?
No, you can shoot from anywhere around. And
just the first 15 seconds
yes,
are from your side.
Right. During autonomous mode, they all have to be from your side. So now we're getting ready for what we call the end game, where they're going to try and climb or they're going to try and shoot more cargo. Looks like we still have some defense going on, trying to keep a robot from going over to climb. And we're looking for it to see it happen. And so Red Alliance is still trying to score a low goal with 10-18 from Pike High School in Indianapolis. And 8-29 is from Warren High School in Indianapolis.
How about 17-41 and 17-20? Two of the blue robots climbing their way to the top. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
I don't think it will be, because we also got the ranking point for the balls or the cargo into the hub, and then climbing all the way to the top. So it's going to be a little tough. But so this one, 1741, they're touched on both bars, so they probably won't get the top bar because they're not free from it. So you can't
only get points for
the lower
that
bar.
third level.
Yeah. Yep.
Gotcha.
So, and anyway, we'll see here, but what the score comes out. The referees always get together after every match, make sure the scores are right. All of them have a little tablet they push in what they scored as they're going along, and it's almost live. It looks like the Red Alliance did win again.
Total score 83 for red as they beat the blue 83-54, and you see those rankings go up for each of those robots and those teams. Pike now up to 15th. Warren Central moves up to number 12 in the rankings, and Homestead moving up a couple of slots as well.
Yeah, they're all over the state of Indiana, which is great, but we'd still like to have more teams in Indiana. So anybody out there really wants to get going with a FRC team, all they need to do is get a hold of Finn, which is First in Indiana. We have a website that they can go look at and pull up, and then you can ask questions and all kinds of things. Whoa, nice job on the human player making a cargo. So we're doing the replay right now, and you can see that they're focusing on getting blue, getting some cargo, 71-98, and all of them are really, really working hard to find that cargo, because it all seems to get away from you.
Great defensive effort there in that matchup.
The cargo ball looks like a giant tennis ball, because it looks like a tennis ball, but it's bigger than that in diameter, but it only has about 3.5 pounds of air in it. So it's not really hard, all right? So the kids have to design robots that can deal with the different density of the robots, because the balls come sometimes, or the cargo sometimes lose a little air, and then there's people on the sidelines that are making sure they're all good, or they may get marks on them. So they have to really work hard to make sure that they're all within a standard or spec that they can do with, all right? And I've never seen it. I've seen a lot of games over the last 23 years, but this swinging thing is really interesting to me.
We've been referencing it with some of our other analysts today. It's like watching robots climb monkey bars.
Yes.
Just swinging around from one level to the next, trying to score more points.
Yeah, and it's not an easy task. Each team will take on figuring out what their goals are when they see the game. What's their first thing they want to do, the second thing they want to do, the third thing they want to do, and they try and build this idea about how they can do. It's difficult to do all of the things, but it's not impossible, all right? And depending on the team's abilities and their resources they have, whether they're engineers or that help them out, or they have volunteers that come in and may help them build parts that they need to do, or maybe they outsource them to someone and they'll make them for them. So much like what industry does today.
Right, right.
So.
Get ready for our next matchup. This should be a good one. Steve, the Blue Alliance features teams from South Bend Career Academy, one of the top 10 teams coming into today's state finals. The team from Columbus and Madison Grant, the newest team. They just started competing this year, and they have performed very well so far today.
Yeah, they
ranked top 10.
Wonderful things like this, and yeah, it's one of the things also about Indiana. We do a lot of sharing of things. We share knowledge that we have. We'll help other teams do things. We don't hide things. Right? And we have a program every fall, which we didn't get to do this last year because of COVID things, but at Purdue I run a forums with a bunch of the college kids and some other adults, and we will put on workshops for kids to come and learn. And so it's really helpful because we've always been this sharing group of people here in Indiana, as long as I've been here anyway, over 23 years. And it is just great that people wanting to share their knowledge and what they can do, because that's what makes it all work, all right? And I think Indiana also has a great volunteer base, but we're always looking for more, by the way.
Yeah.
If anybody out there would love to come and just volunteer for the day and learn how to do some of these things, because it gives, it's a great little, it's a long day, but we feed you. We give you little breaks, but basically it's a lot of helping out with kids, and there's lots of levels of things. You don't have to be an expert in anything. That we find places for people to help out. We have judges that are around that have to do, because they evaluate these teams. The last few years, because of COVID, we've been doing judging through remote situations. They would do virtual judging. So the teams would prepare and do their things and present to the judges, and they get a certain amount of time, and they have all of the things they need to do to talk to judges, and then we will hope to go back to in-person judging this next year, but we'll see how things go, because I think that interaction between students and judges is important for them to learn how to do that. Basically they're practicing for that interview for that college, or that scholarship they want to go for, or maybe they're doing that for their first job. They want to learn how to do interviews, and this is really a good thing for that to happen, because there isn't a whole lot of that in high school.
Right. Down to the final 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Double-digit lead for the Blue Alliance, trying to get those robots high up there. 87-42. That's the robot from Madison Grant. They get up onto the rung right before the end of the time.
It's great. Both of them got 20 cargo in, over 20 cargo. It's going to be kind of close. We'll see.
See, 49-26. That's the robot from Columbus high up there for the Blue Alliance. Great performance by the red, but we'll see if they get enough points on the hanger. It is not enough. Blue Alliance is your winner in qualification number 38, 82-66, the final score there. And with that win, 4 ranking points for each of those robots. 49-26, that is the robot from Columbus, moves up to 6th in the rankings. On the other side, Western drops to number 7.
It's great that they can get they still get ranking points even though they lost.
Right.
And because that's not an easy task. And with the replay, you can see all of the pre-programming it was done with autonomous mode to go pick up these cargo balls and putting them into the goal. A lot of the teams will have some kind of targeting system to be able to find, because there is some reflective tape, or you want to call it, around the top ring up there so they can find that target. And that helps them do that. And they do a lot of testing to make sure they get that to work. And so it's great. Oh, look, I'm getting ready to climb, and the replay of that. Oh, 292 is really quick at getting up there, too.
Yeah, they are.
All right.
So a good win. So we get ready for our qualification number 39 on the day. On the blue side, you will have teams from Perry Meridian, Purdue Polytechnic, and Washington. There's that reflective tape
yeah,
that you're talking
yeah,
about.
little strips along in there, and they use a limelight product or a little targeting machine that will shine up there, and then the robot can see that. You have to do a lot of giving you information about where it is, and then you can determine on distance and what angle and what kind of shot you want to try and make based on a lot of data that they collect to be able to make that happen. And they have to do kind of like a light scan, if you want to call it, every event they go to, because the lighting will be different. So they have to kind of tweak those in to make sure that they'll actually find the goals. And this morning I noticed several teams that have been really great about doing that were struggling because of the fact that the lighting was not quite to what they had pre-programmed into their robots. But I think they're all fixed now because they're all doing really well.
Just a minor little adjustment.
Yeah, well, it's important. You know?
So I want to point out these guys right here. These are fans from Munster.
Yeah.
With these light up numbers. They are robot number 3147. What's kind of cool about these signs, I've noticed, they can change colors. So if Munster is competing with the Blue Alliance, those lights will change to blue. Here for this upcoming matchup, they're on Red Alliance, so they have changed their signs to red. So not just the robots when it comes to technology, but even the fans get into it and using technology on these fancy signs that they got to cheer on their team.
You know, it's always great to find something that the kids can do on their own and bring up with that. And this kind of thing is what really makes that happen. Not everybody can put their hands on the robot. There's not that much robot there. These robots have a maximum weight of 125 pounds without batteries or bumpers. When you add batteries and bumpers, they're getting closer to 150. But the thing that more than anything else is that some of the robots are pretty light. I know our 461 robot is just a little over 100 pounds. And you got to kind of calculate a lot of things for that, particularly on that climb. What are the forces that are going to be on there? So they're using the physics and the math and things that they've learned to figure that out. And that's special to me, because where else have they done anything in school that really applies some of that stuff they've learned? All right?
You mentioned how big these robots are. Our analyst this morning, Rachel, was talking about back in the day, you know, when they first started, first robotics competition, these robots were small enough that you could put in your backpack.
Yeah, they were about 12 inches by 12 inches.
Yeah, as the sport has grown, the robots have grown as well.
And so is the field, because originally the field was 12 feet by 12 feet.
And now you got a full basketball court.
Yeah, this is actually 28 feet by 54 feet. So it's pretty good size. And throughout the years, it was 1-on-1, and then it went to 2-on-2, then it went to 3-on-3. So it's grown with the number of teams, but also the size of the field. This is looked like a really close match too, coming out there. A lot of shooting going on.
Yeah, a lot of points being put up, especially the Blue Alliance. Perry Meridian, Purdue Poly, and Washington. They've already scored 14, now 15 cargo. They only need 18 to hit that cargo bonus, and there it is. Still 77 seconds to go. They have already put up 56 points, and they're not stopping.
Yeah. Red doesn't have as many shooters in this game, but they're really working hard. Some of them are playing defense in a sense to keep the other ones from shooting, but it's not enough to keep it going. It's still quite a difference in the number of cargo shots. It will get there. We'll see.
Meanwhile, the refrigerator, as we have been calling it throughout today's broadcast, the robot from Plainfield already starting work on the hangar. And that team still trying to make some adjustments coming into the state finals. They were known for being really strong. That was one of their strengths, is climbing the hangar. We've seen them struggle here today, and so they're trying to make some adjustments. They have fallen numerous times. There in your top left corner of your screen, that's the box robot, if you will, trying to make it to the top. Down to the final 12 seconds. All three blue robots are swinging. Oh, one drops.
Red's got three robots, one more climbing. 461's trying to get up to the next level, and
234 did right before. Good recovery by Perry Meridian's robot. 234, Cyber Blue
Yeah,
dropped, but able to climb back up right before the buzzer sounded.
Doesn't look like Red made enough, even though they got 2 traversal climbs and 1 in the middle there. But it's not enough, I don't think, to make up the points. But we'll see here shortly after the judges or referees get all done with their time, and we'll see what happens here.
Making sure there's no penalties. Final scores are in, and it is Blue with the win here in this matchup, 103 to 91.
Nice high scores on both sides. So we had Super Duper jump up to 2, and 334 up to 7, and looks like 461 dropped from 2 to 5. So, but they still do well. Got 2 cargo points against 4 cargo points on the Blue Alliance. That was a really good match.
Yeah, it was. A lot of scoring early on, and no surprises when you look at their ranking. 2 of the top 10 teams there on the Blue side, like you mentioned. Perry Meridian up to 7th now, and Purdue Polytechnic back up to number 2 in the current rankings as we get ready for our next matchup. I'm Rob Connett, that's Steve Florence. The rest of our ISCE crew back with you here at Rose-Hulman. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, bright and early, as we will continue the qualification rounds starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning, as we'll take a look at the replay of this matchup. A lot of scoring, a lot of cargo going into that upper hub early on during the autonomous phase of this matchup. After the first 15 seconds, boom, then the players can control their robots. Some defensive push and shove there.
The refrigerator getting in the way, huh? Cool. Yeah,
Good to see the fans cheering on
I assume
these high school kids.
That one of their adult mentors is the picture there, because they have an award here in First to honor adult mentors. We call it the Woody Flowers Award after Professor Woody Flowers from MIT, and where the kids will nominate one of their mentors from their team to be able to go towards that award. And then every event has a Woody Flower, or like state will have a Woody Flowers champion that will go on to be part of the World Championship to be able to be possibly chosen for the national or championship Woody Flowers. Right? I mean, I understand that we have quite a few teams. I'm actually a Woody Flowers Award winner from 2006 and still waiting for the championship one, but I'm not worried about that too much. It was great and honor for the kids to nominate their mentors for this because they want to say thanks, you know?
Yeah. Fans from Pike High School get ready for their robot. 10-18, the Pike Robo Devils will be competing here in this next matchup. Going to be joining forces with that team from McCutcheon. 42-72 underway here in qualification number 40. And a quick start for the Red Alliance. Again, that's Pike, McCutcheon, and Twin Lakes on the red side. For the Blue Alliance, Center Grove, Huntington, and Lawrence.
Yeah, that was pretty close. It looked like a lot of autonomous things looked like.
Yeah, good start there for the Red Alliance.
And you notice that some of the robots, like 1018 for an example, is focusing only on that lower goal because that's what they chose to do, and they do a good job of that. They're really very high scoring, but going after that lower goal, they'll pick up a couple of cargo and then just put them in. Right? And then a lot of teams will focus on the upper goal, but they probably can shoot the lower goal too. But it's a difference of points of 2 and 1. So.
Seeing some defense there on the right side of the playing field. 10-18, that's the Pike robot. Trying to get to that red cargo, but getting blocked. Pretty fun to see the defensive side of these performances.
Right, you know, like 1741 is trying to block 4272, and they have a swerve drive, so they would spin around in circles just to kind of dance around them, I'll call it. And they get away and hopefully make goals, but you never know. We're still 43-30 at this point. We'll see how it goes from there. We have one more for the Red Alliance, and they'll get that ranking point.
And flurry of goals there for Blue. under a minute to go.
Yeah, they pick it up. Again, that defense can really make a difference. Okay, well.
Cargo bonus.
Yeah, cargo bonus for the Red Alliance, which is great. And then we're getting close on the blue. They just need 4 more, and they'll have the cargo bonus.
35 seconds to play. It's a 7-point lead for the Red Alliance. Close battle. 30-second horn has sounded. You'll see those robots head to the hangar zone, try to climb up the monkey bars.
Yeah, look, 42-72 just squeaked underneath the other one, and now they're going to climb on the Red Alliance. And we've got 10-24 climbing on the Blue Alliance.
Now to the final 5 seconds. It's going to be close. You see the score there. It's going to come down to how far you went on the hangar zone. Look at 10-24 hanging on by an arm.
Yeah. This is going to be real close. It may be 1 point difference.
10-24, that's Kilobytes. That's the robot from Lawrence. 15:01, Huntington made it to that traversal wrong. That'll be helpful for the Blue Alliance. Red also got the cargo bonus. Blue did not. They came up 1 cargo short. This is going to be close. We'll see what happens with the total tally.
Could come down to a penalty, or it could come down to nothing. It just be, and we also have had ties before, which is interesting. We haven't had any today.
Nothing today.
Yeah.
We've had, I think, our closest matchup so far has been a 3-point win. And that one was determined by penalties.
Oh,
it
wow.
all came down to penalties earlier this morning. We'll see. It's taken a while for them to tally up the points for this one.
I did see a flag by official earlier.
It might come down to penalties. Here we go. Final results. Blue Alliance, your winner by 1 point.
Yep, that's what we were thinking.
78-77. Wow.
Yeah, you saw that there was a 4-point penalty by the Red Alliance, which gave 4 points to the Blue Alliance.
That was
which
your difference.
Made the difference.
Wow.
So
the Blue Alliance, Center Grove, Huntington, and Lawrence getting a 1-point victory, our closest one here today. And you see the movement in the rankings. Lawrence to 4th, Huntington up to 9th now in the current rankings. Wow, What a finish.
Makes it great with the kids and things, and we're going to see that and how important the strategy can be.
A lot of scoring early on by both teams. A long shot there by Red. And it was close throughout the entire 2 minutes. Came down to the hangar, and 1 penalty by the Red Alliance was the difference. Blue wins it 78-77. Our closest matchup of the entire day. We've been going since 10:30 this morning, and we're at 5:15. We got our best matchup of the day. Wow, that was good.
There's a penalty.
You see the referee signal the penalty there. And it came, you see the timer in the background. That penalty came with about 5 seconds left. That was the difference.
Ow.
In that matchup.
Kids get excited and they sometimes overdo things. But
let's throw it down to the floor for our introductions for our next matchup.
In the middle position, 85-64.
The Disco Ducks.
The Disco Ducks. Finally over here, team 6498.
Castle Robotics.
For the Blue Alliance, team 3176.
Purple Precision.
Team 1720.
Fixed Gears.
And finally, team 135.
Pin Robotics.
buckle up. This should be a good one.
Yeah,
you saw
should.
there on the blue side,
Today.
31-76. That is Brownsburg right now. That is your top team heading into this matchup. They have had a phenomenal day here today at the state finals. So you got Brownsburg, Penn, and Fixed Gears. That is the team from Grant County. On the red side in this matchup, you'll have Westfield, the Shamrock Robotics, the Disco Ducks from Princeton, and Castle Robotics.
Disco Ducks is my favorite name of all the robots. And I like their shirts to go with it too. It's just imagery is a real good thing about having food. So we'll see how this all goes here.
Wow, a lot of cargo in the top. Oh, a human shot from the corner hits the top. Both teams at 4 cargo. Neither of them got to 5 in that first 15 seconds.
But tie score at the point.
So neither team with an advantage to start this one.
Yeah, they're just putting in cargo one after another. There's no one playing defense on each other at this point, but we'll see how that plays out. Oh, there's one.
There you go. As soon as you said that, little ramming on the left side of the playing field. Now they're double teaming here at the bottom.
Yeah, you saw the referee maybe. Oh, there was a penalty.
That'll probably go against red.
Yeah, I got the feeling maybe something was pushed. You know, there's what we call the robot perimeter, which is the frame of the robot. If you have anything from the opposing robot go into the frame area, inside that frame area, then that's a penalty, right?
So the penalty came as they were trying to double team the robot from Brownsburg. Not a bad strategy. Trying to stop the #1 team from scoring.
Yeah.
But a little too rough, and so penalty points will go to the blue at the end of this matchup. They already lead 54-40, under a minute to go. Big flurry of points there at the top. Hub for blue, now up by 20.
Yeah, just imagining tomorrow when we're going through eliminations and how we pick your alliances, and you're going to come up with this, all this scoring, and they're going to have strategy. Some of them will play a lot of defense, some of them will just let offense go and hope that things go, but it's just, it's exciting. This has been very, very good.
Under 30 seconds to go, robots starting to climb up on their hangars.
Looks like red made up some of the differences, but not enough yet. They're still 10 points ahead with blue.
Got the robot from Westfield, the green neon lights on that red robot. Already at the top for the red. The blue trying to climb. And time is up. Looks like blue already with a 14-point lead, and then we'll add the points from the hangar zone.
They're pretty similar, so it'll probably be a blue.
It's looking like a blue victory here in this matchup.
Both teams did get the 20 cargo in, so they got the ranking point.
Waiting for the total points, and it looks like it'll be a blue victory. Final score, 103. And so Brownsburg stays at #1, but it helps the other two teams of that blue alliance. Penn moves up the rankings, now number 27. Fixed Gears, the robot from Grant County, up to number 30 in the rankings as they get 4 ranking points as blue wins 103-89. Hey, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more coverage of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on the ISC Sports Network.
I was a member of Team 135 back in '06, and the benchmark of who I was before build season and who I was after is so profound.
This program is what made me an engineer. When I was in middle school, my little brother and I used to watch BattleBots all the time, and I actually saw an ad in the paper, thought that this was BattleBots, went and had an awesome old machinist say, no, we're doing this thing called FIRST. 17 years later, been mentoring for almost a decade.
I do this because I think that it's a great opportunity for students to get involved in something that can have an impact on them for the rest of their life.
I really enjoy mentoring students in the same way that my mentors taught me when I was in high school.
I enjoy being with the high school students, with helping kind of forge their careers and help them make good decisions, help them become leaders.
Biggest change I see in my students would have to be the character and the integrity that they establish, the gracious professionalism that they grow to become habit and harden into character is something that is not teachable in a normal school environment. They have to go through the ordeals of FIRST.
Watching my students come out of their shell as primarily very intelligent but introverted students, watching them at an event like this where they're in a space where they're comfortable inside their own skin and watching them blossom into the people that they are destined to become, it's the reason I keep coming back.
It's nice to see over the course of the season everyone getting passionate about the same robot and working together as a team.
I think the biggest change is watching someone come in as a freshman or sophomore student, and as they spend 2 or 3 years on the team, they learn to express their opinions, they learn to communicate better.
What keeps me coming back is it's fun.
I am pretty much addicted to this program. I am a longtime firster and I really enjoy it, and I really enjoy the challenges and having to work through new challenges every day.
Seeing them rise to the occasion every single time, they keep blowing me away at every turn.
Watching the students change, watching the students grow, it changed my life.
A good win for the Blue Alliance in our last matchup. Brownsburg, the top team as they stand, part of that victory. Defeating the Red Alliance, which was made up of Westfield, Princeton, and Castle. Rob Connett, Steve Florence, and the rest of our ISC crew back with you here.
I was interesting watching the video that we did on timeout there, and I noticed several mentors that in there. I remember when they were in high school doing this, but they're mentors now at schools. A lot of them are engineers, a lot of them things, and so also saw lots of engineers that were mentors already, as well as teachers that are mentors, and so it's a great experience for kids to be able to have an interaction with a professional in many different fields, right? Some of them are software, some of them are business, some of them are engineering, mechanical or electrical. So these experiences with FIRST Robotics is just the only way their kids are really going to learn about how to do these things, how to be, where do I want to go, all right? And but don't think they'd all go into engineering. We have lots of students that are maybe they'll go into business, or they'll go into design, or maybe it's graphic design, or maybe they go into one of my students, she spoke 5 languages I had many years ago, so she wanted to go to the State Department and be a language interpreter. But I don't know if she ever did that, but it's just interesting how they all find their path. Well, I'll just make it this way. There's a place for any student on a FIRST team. So we got a robot down there that's
a little bit of a delay for our next matchup. That is 447. That's the robot from Anderson getting a little tape job.
Yeah, I think they're having some connection issues. They had issues earlier today where their robot wasn't connecting, and they have this little blinky light on there, that little orange light that they know at the field when they look at it on the scoreboard, on the control board, whether it's connected or not. All right, and if it's not connected, then they do their best to get them connected. All right.
So it's kind of cool, and we saw this earlier. We had a bit of a delay for the start of a matchup because the robot from Penn was having some trouble.
Yeah.
And we were waiting for a good solid 5 minutes, but it's kind of eventually they couldn't get it fixed, and so their alliance had to go with just 2 robots. But it is kind of neat, and understandable to, hey, before we start, a robot has some issues. We will give them time to try to fix their issue before we get started.
It's real important to get that to figure out a little bit. And the gentleman down there that had said FTA on his shirt, that stands for Field Technical Advisor, all right? And what they do is they're the ones that try to make sure all the robots connect and do all the things with the people at the tables over there to see what they have. Well, we got a lot of shots in here. They can score. Blues making 4, 5. Oh, they got it. Yeah, they got it. And it's going to be great to see.
Again, if you're just joining us for the first time today and this is all new to you, the first 15 seconds of a matchup, the robots are autonomous, preloaded with cargo, and they shoot from their tarmac to start out. If you score 20 cargo total, you get a cargo bonus at the end. If you score 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds, then you only need 18. So that's why you see for the Blue Alliance, the top right corner of your screen, they only need 18 cargo now to hit that bonus. But because the Red Alliance did not score 5 in the first 15 seconds, they still need 20 in order to score that bonus. And we've seen it so far in a few matchups, Steve, where the first 15 seconds can make or break you.
Yes, it can. And that, like right now, Red's catching up with cargo. They got 13 in of the 20 they need, and Blue's still at 9. Well, now they're up to 11. But anyway, they're all moving along with this. And yes, that autonomous mode, depending on the game, each year's a new game. Sometimes autonomous is more prevalent in scoring than it is now. This one's pretty even this year, where autonomous you get a little bonus, but sometimes it can be really a lot. And then the end game is also a high bonus, which is climbing up those rungs of the monkey bars, if we'll call it.
40 seconds to play. It's a 7-point advantage. Now a 9-point lead. Now 11 for the Blue. Closing in on that 30-second horn as you'll see some of the robots head towards the hangar zone, climbing up the monkey bars. Low rung is worth 4 points. That second level is 6 points. You get to the third level, it's 10 points. And if you get to the top one, the traversal rung, that is 15 points for your team. And it might come down to the hangar level. 5-point advantage. Red team still shooting some cargo to make it a close matchup. Final seconds. And it's going to be a close one. We'll see how many points we get at the hangar level. As they stand right now, it's a 3-point lead for Blue, but they will count up the points in the hangar zone, and we will double check, make sure if there were any penalties during that matchup. Just a few matchups ago. Penalty was the difference, where we had a 1-point ball game.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. We're going to see here shortly after the referees get together and decide whether everything was great, and then they'll put up the scores. But this is going to be close.
Again, on the Blue side, Evansville North, Madison Grant, and Fishers. For the Red side, it was robots from Anderson, Kokomo, and Warren Central. As the referees are reviewing something.
So the referees have the striped shirts like a lot of things, and the gentleman that has the yellow and black shirt, he's the head referee, all right? And he makes all the calls at the end to make any decision for that. If a student has a question about a call or something, on the floor over there, they'll have a little big question mark. And the student could stand in the question mark and say, I want clarification on this. But only a student, no adults, all right? And that sometimes happens. More of it will happen in the eliminations round usually than it is in the rounds that we're doing right now. So looks like they're getting close to making their decision. And
still discussing, still reviewing. And again, there might be a penalty just a couple of matchups ago. So what they were reviewing was a robot hanging on to in between one level and another, and in the end it's Blue winning it 85-82. And again, look at the penalty, Steve.
Yeah.
8 penalty points awarded to the blue. And once again, that was the difference.
Yeah.
Second time the last 3 matchups where a penalty has decided our winner.
Much like other sports, you'll find a foul or whatever it is that
Yeah.
makes things happen and make penalty points or foul shots or whatever. And so yeah.
So it goes to the blue, 85-82. Again, the Blue Alliance in that matchup were made up of Evansville North, Madison, Grant, and Fisher. So another win for Madison Grant,
Right.
the newest team in this field, still ranked in the top 10.
Wow.
They have been putting on a show here in day 1 of the state championship.
Kind of tells you that you don't have to be an old team to do well. all
Or
right?
a big team either.
Yeah, you just got to kind of figure out what works for you and do it well. All right? And that really makes a difference. Do what you can do and do it every time. Consistency. You'll find that some robots are really good in one match and may not be so good in the next match because maybe it's technical difficulties or maybe they put a battery in that didn't quite have all the juice it needed. So. And by the way, we have regulations about everything. We can only use certain motors. We can only use certain batteries. We can only have so much weight. You can only have a lot of regulations. So there's this big, thick book about all the regulations the kids have to go through and see. So
Matchup number 43 underway. On the blue side, Homestead, Bloomington South, and Washington. For the Red Alliance, Western, Northwestern, and University.
pretty close score there.
16-14 after the first 15 seconds of play, and now players control their robots for the next 2 minutes.
Red just put a bunch in, that's for sure. So, and again, all of these robots in these qualification matches, it's randomly done by a computer generator. It's not something that somebody sits down and does all that. So there's a math calculation that they do, and they randomly put all these teams together, and then you, as a team, have to go talk to your alliance partners and figure out a strategy to play. All right, and they have to do that fairly quickly.
Right. And that's what we've been talking about it all day today. Different parts of this that make this sport so unique, and I think that's one of the big ones. Is each matchup you had different alliance members, like you said.
Yeah.
And so you have to discuss with other teams, hey, what's our plan going into this matchup? How are we all going to get a win in this matchup? Closing in on a minute to go, and it's a pretty big lead for the Red Alliance here in this matchup. Western, Northwestern, and University high schools.
So both Northwestern and Western are in Howard County, right near each other, near Kokomo, and they are strong teams, both of them.
Coming into the state finals, Northwestern, they call themselves Cybertooth, ranked second in the state. They won the Kokomo district. So they are one of the top teams coming into the state finals, and they are leading this Red Alliance a big, big lead as the 30-second horn sounds. They lead by 30.
Wow. Moving right along.
15 seconds to go. You see the Red Alliance climbing up the rungs.
Both teams got their ranking point for cargo and trying to work on the ranking points for the climb.
Western and Northwestern at the top. University also in there for the Red Alliance, getting up on to the bars. And this is going to be a big win for the Red Alliance. They'll tally up the final points, make sure there were no penalties, and we will await the official results of this one.
Yeah, it's been good. We've had very few penalties throughout the day, pretty much. And by the way, we have things called yellow cards and red cards, much like soccer. Yellow cards is caution about something that's happened more than once, and a red card means that you are disqualified. So, doubled the score.
120. That is the third highest score we have seen today. They double up the Blue Alliance. And so you see those rankings. Western moves up to 7th. Northwestern now 9th. And University into the top 20 in the rankings as they stand.
Yeah, you can, looking at a 461 right there and see how they've got capes on and garbs and little antennas and all kinds of things. And it's just, like I said, it's really great to see high school kids that are willing to put themselves in a place where they're actually, you know, different in a different way. It's not like being different that I've got long hair or short hair, or I got a beard, or I wear different clothes or whatever it is. So this is, you know, they find a different comfort zone, I'll call it. Yeah, it's just so amazing on how they can make these robots work in high school kids. And they really only have about 6 weeks to design and build, and then it goes a little bit longer with our system that we have today compared to years ago. Years ago, we used to have to put robots in a crate, and they got shipped to the events you went to, and you didn't see them until you got to the event. Now we bring our robots to the event, so we can continue to work on them and do things. But again, most of the work is done in that 6 weeks period. Again, the kids are very actively involved with all of this design, build, and figuring out things. You know, a lot of times they would say, well, I want to do this in autonomous. Well, you better read up on it, figure out how it works. It's not like we're going to tell you what to do. There has to be this desire to learn more and go look what's out there. There's also forums that they can go look at, and other teams will post things about how they do. So I also like the spirit they have. We actually have an award in first called the Spirit Award. So one of the teams will win that tomorrow at the end of the thing during award ceremonies about how spirited they've been throughout the day. We also have Imagery Award where the robots look like, and their pit looks like them, and their dress or garb or whatever you want, their swag, whatever you want to call it, all is very theme-oriented, and you'll notice most of them are that way. Yeah. So it's kind of tough on the judges to figure that out, by the way.
I think so far we've seen it. You see gold capes, you see adventure hats.
Yep.
I know McCutcheon High School, they're the Mavericks, so their group has been wearing cowboy hats all day today.
Yep.
So that'll be a fun aspect tomorrow as well to see who wins that sportsmanship award.
And so the kids or the teams also give away buttons or pins that may be their team logo. And you saw that one hat that had all the little ducks on it. Guess what that was from? The Disco Ducks.
Disco Ducks. yeah.
So they share all those things. In fact, kids will collect those and keep them for the year or wear them on a coat.
Our next matchup underway. It's number 44 on the day. On the blue side, you have Purdue Polytechnic, one of the top teams in the state, along with Castle and Penn. For the Red Alliance, Center Grove, Perry Meridian, and Columbus. And a big early lead for Blue.
Red's catching up a little bit. They're working at it. And again, sometimes your cargo gets on the other side of the field and it's tough to see where it is, and the little cameras can help, but they still got to go find it. That was a penalty because they knocked over a robot.
That's going to be a big one. That
will be. And the referee will talk to the head ref, and they'll figure out what that was, whether it's malicious or not, and we'll see what that does. That could be a big penalty. Looks like Red is catching up a little bit, and
despite being down a robot.
Yep.
That's the second time today that we have seen a robot on its side or on its roof.
So you just saw Super Duper, which is the Polytech school. They have a little sensor inside their robot, so if they pick up the wrong color, they shoot it out the back, and it doesn't go up into their shooter. And they're also limited to only have 2 cargo in their robot at any one time. They can't have more than that.
Purdue Polytechnic, again on the blue side here in this matchup, robot 7457 coming into today. undefeated on the season,
Yes.
ranked number 1. Their first 2 matchups this morning, they lost. Their first 2 losses of the year, but they have rebounded pretty well this afternoon and still one of the top teams as the rankings stand right now. 30 seconds, under 30 seconds to go. And again, Red down a robot after some major contact. We'll see how the referees play that one out at the end of this matchup. 10 seconds to go. And all 3 robots on the blue are up and hanging, and that will score them more points. Buzzer sounds. This is going to be a big win for the blue. Well, keep an eye on what the referees, how they're going to, what they're going to do with this one.
Blue Alliance scored 27 cargo, which is well above the 18 they needed.
So they easily get that cargo bonus. And again, the referees will review and see how one of those red robots, there you see the team of 1741. That is the team from Center Grove.
And if you notice, it's a very tall robot. There's a height limit too, but which can make it very tippy, if you want to call it that, because there's so much center of gravity is a little high. All right. Again, we'll find out here shortly what happened with that, whether the penalty was malicious or was accidental, but there'll be something, I'm sure.
As the referees still getting together and discussing how they're going to determine this penalty. Again, it was the Center Grove robot that took a tumble in that matchup.
Yeah, so they'll get this all straightened out, moving on. We don't do, we don't do any kind of video replay, absolutely none, because we want to make sure that the referees do the best they can, and we take their word, all right? And they do a really good job. A lot of at this level, they're all very experienced. So there's a red card. So
that's our first card, whether it's yellow or red.
Right.
Our first card that we have seen today, a red card given to, I believe they said it was given to Purdue Polytechnic.
Yes, and you know, like I said, the students have to go up and talk about this, and they can talk with them a lot. But
so 16 penalty points given to the red, not nearly enough. Blue still your winner, 105-71.
Yeah, they lose ranking points. They lose a lot of things and go with that. So.
Saw a little bit of a replay there on the left side of your screen. So it was the robot from Purdue Poly knocking over Center Grove's robot. So they were issued a red card. Now, for those that don't know, Steve, how serious is a red card? Was it just those penalty points, or does something else happen?
Well, what happens, they carry that with them now, all right, so that they will, not that if anything else malicious happens, they could be disqualified, not eliminated, but disqualified from a match.
Gotcha.
And that means all 3 robots lose that match. So it can be even greater than that.
So anyone teaming up with Purdue Poly, we're like, hey, well, let's take it easy.
Well, it's more of the drivers get so excited. And if I noticed that, I think he was backing up and ran into him. I don't think he was going forward, the robot driver. I assume it's a he, but I don't really know. But the person, all right? And it's difficult. So
we will keep that in mind. That little red card against Purdue Polytechnic. As we get ready for our next matchup, we're closing in on our final matchups of the day. Again, we once we get through 49, that was our normal schedule for today. We do have a couple of replay matches. Earlier today, matchup number 19.
And 2.
And 2.
Right. And both of them were field had a fault and not something the robots did or anything. The field had this issue, and so they honestly need to replay them to make that work. So what's interesting, one of those 39-40 is in both those matches, so they got to play 2 matches back to back.
That'll be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Again, one of the top teams in Indiana, 39-40, and that'll probably change their rankings a little bit, and we'll see how that goes from that. But
here in this matchup, number 45 on the blue side, you got Westfield, McCutcheon, and South Bend Career Academy. For the Red Alliance, Twin Lakes, West Lafayette, and Evansville North.
this will be an interesting match. Got 2 good robots on both sides, and the other one is really good. They're good as well. We'll just see. It may come down to the how many cargo they can score, as well as how far the climbs go, because all of them can climb pretty well. So we'll see. So, if you notice, the field was all laid out in a pattern that they had, that they decided at the game, and the teams will start getting their autonomous mode, and they'll pick up balls and shoot them, because they only start with 1. I see one team, or 461, is trying to do a 3-ball auto where they put 3 balls in, and whoops, the one kind of coughed, but they got 2 of the 3 in. So got 5 in for red, so they only get you to get 18 now. So we'll see where they go.
8-point advantage for red.
Ooh, couple missed shots there. Blue got a couple in.
Again, Westfield, McCutcheon, and South Bend Career Academy for the blue. Twin Lakes, West Lafayette, and Evansville North for the red. Halfway home for the Red Alliance. We're talking about their cargo, 9 of 18 in order to get that cargo bonus.
Yeah, looks like red's still trying to get the lead going here still, but it's blue's trying to catch up. It's getting close.
Minute 20 to go. 43 to 32 now. And the red team closing in on that cargo bonus. There it is. They have their 18. Still over a minute to play here in this matchup. They have scored 17 in the upper hub, 4 on the lower end.
Still shooting and working hard and trying to pick up cargo and put them into the goals.
Blue team not going away.
No.
They've cut the deficit to 8.
2 more by 461 there in the upper goal. 60 to 48. Wow.
Here comes the 30-second horn. One of the red robots already getting a head start in the hangar zone. That is 7198, the robot from Twin Lakes.
There goes 461 to get in there too.
West Lafayette will start to climb. On the blue side, Westfield and South Bend Career Academy up the monkey bars. 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go. It's a 9-point advantage as they stand now. It'll all come down to the hangar zone. Red team, they get that third robot up off the ground, and that might do it.
Yep.
We'll check the double scores and the officials to see if there were any penalties. I don't think we saw any.
No, and it looks like both of them got the cargo bonus and they got the hang bonus, so we're going to get somewhere between 4 and 2 on each of them. So.
And again, even if you lose a matchup, what's more important is getting those
qualifying points.
Those
Absolutely.
Qualifying points.
Yeah.
So you can lose a matchup, but we'll keep an eye on it. Red Alliance wins at 99-84, and we were talking about those ranking points. 4 ranking points to each of the members of the Red Alliance. 2 ranking points go to the blue. Steve, thanks so much for joining us, man.
I'll
really
be back
appreciate
tomorrow.
It. Absolutely.
All right.
As our rotating panel of analysts, we're going to get Andy in here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship here on the ISC Sports Network.
First has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of First alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the First teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented First in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in First events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewarriors.org/bill.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman on the ISC Sports Network. A 99-84 win for the Red Alliance in our last matchup, which featured robots from Twin Lakes, West Lafayette, and Evansville North, beating out Westfield, McCutcheon, and South Bend Career Academy. As you take a look at some of the highlights of that matchup. Got about 6 matches left for today. The qualification matches will continue tomorrow morning, and then it's playoff time. We get to the real nitty-gritty tomorrow afternoon, where we will hit the playoffs, and eventually tomorrow evening we will crown a state champion here for the First Indiana Robotics District Championship. I'm Rob Conant, along with the rest of our ISC crew. Now joining us in the broadcast booth, Andy Mundell, one of the mentors from Purdue Polytechnic, one of the top teams that we have seen this season, and here today in our first day of action. Well, everyone here joining us at Rose-Hulman. So Andy, what have you seen so far? You've been down there with your team, and tell us what has been going on in the playing field and back in the pits.
Well, on the playing field, we're seeing amazing improvements from teams across the board. As you mentioned, my team has been one of the top teams this season, but the gap between that top tier and the next tier, it's almost disappeared. There's a lot of teams who could win this.
And we've been talking about how after today, and we'll have a few more qualification matches tomorrow morning, once we are done with the qualification matches, for those that are new to this sport, how this is going to work for the state finals. After we are done with the qualification matches, if you are in the top 8 in the rankings, you get to pick your alliance going into the finals. And that is where it can get kind of fun. For anyone that likes, I don't know, fantasy football, where you have a snake draft and you get to pick players, it's kind of like that, where the top 8 teams, they get to pick who's on their team.
Definitely. And you'll see, it'll end here in a couple matches, but the teams who are in those top 8 positions, they are not going to stop. They're going to go into the night analyzing data to try to create lists for those that draft.
Next qualification matchup is underway, and a big score by the Blue Alliance. Already 7 cargo in, 5 on the upper, 2 in the lower. Again, that Blue Alliance is made up of Fishers, Pike, and the #1 team right now in the rankings, Brownsburg, as the Blue Alliance with a slight advantage here. 32-17. A couple of more balls going up. And Andy, we have been watching. It feels like as we've gone throughout the day in the afternoon session, you're seeing more and more defense. And we saw in a couple of matchups ago where one robot actually knocked over another one and got a red card.
That was my robot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can assure you my driver didn't intend for that to happen, but just like in any sport, sometimes things happen fast on the field and you can't react in time. You got to know the rules. You got to be ready.
So with that red card, does that change up your strategy at all, or do you play it a little more cautious, or hey, that was an accident, we're going to keep doing what we're doing?
I think we're going to view that one as a fluke. They bumped into him. They were hitting. There's a small barrier across half the field. I'm not sure if you've noticed that the robots bump over. It's where the wires from the center mechanism are. I think we just caught him at the wrong time. And we're telling our driver, don't worry about that. That's a fluke accident. Don't get in your head. It's a lot of pressure for these teenage drivers and operators. It's a long day. They're carrying the weight of their whole team has built these robots over weeks, and they're the last person in contact with it. There's a lot of pressure.
Closing in on the final 30 seconds, you'll hear that horn go off, and you'll see the robots already on the Red Alliance. That's the refrigerator from Plainfield hitting the top rung. Got a quick early start, and they will need it. The red team is trailing right now 62, now 64 to 43. They're going to try to score a few more, but it looks like the blue team is going to pick up the victory here. Buzzer sounds, and right at the last second, the red team did get that cargo bonus, getting their 20th cargo in. But looking at the hangar system,
yeah, that's going to be close about whether or not blue gets awarded the climbing ranking point there. Not sure who's touching now.
kind of tough to see from that angle. And we saw, I believe it was a couple matches ago, where a robot had one arm on one level and another arm on the lower level. Explain to the viewers how that scoring will then work if you got one arm on a higher rung, but the rest of their robot is still on that lower rung.
Yeah, I believe that the wording of the rule is that you can't be supported by any of the lower rungs. Otherwise, you earn for that rung. So if the referees can look at it and say, you know, without that lower rung there, you know, there's too much weight onto that lower rung, they would award them the high instead of the traverse highest level climb.
Red Alliance, wow.
Oh.
Came down to the hangar, and the red team with the comeback. You saw there one of the blue robots fell at the last second, and that will be the difference. 21 hangar points. The red team comes from behind to win it, 72 to 66. And Andy, we might have to get a replay from that blue hangar zone. I think one of the arms broke on that robot.
These long days are grueling, not only on the kids, but definitely on the robots. They're getting beat up, they're getting hit. You asked about the pits earlier. Between every match, you got your team going over every bolt, every nut, trying to make sure things are staying tight, things are working how they should. And, you know, sometimes you get to the end of the day and something just stops working.
Human shot bounced in and out. So you get a look at some of the scoring plays for the blue team. 50-10, that was the robot from Fishers. And you get a closer look at just how awesome. Let's just be honest. This is awesome to watch a robot do its thing, sucking the ball, you know, be able to score it back into the lower upper hub, and then climbing the rungs as Plainfield able to get to the higher end. Here is the replay on the blue. 50-10, boom.
Oh.
And so that was the robot from Fishers. And because of that drop, they got 0 points. There's another angle of it. Oh, just snapped.
Yeah. Luckily for them, it's near the end of the day, so they're rushing back to their pits right now to try to put that thing together for tomorrow.
So the red team, a come from behind win because of that hangar zone and getting 21 points on the rungs. And so that's a win for Plainfield, Bloomington South. And how about Madison Grant? We have been talking about them throughout the day. They are able to pick up another win. This is the newest team in the field. Just started competing this year, and they are still ranked as one of the top teams. They have had a great first day here at the state finals.
Well, I got to be honest, I'm a big fan of Argyle Tech. We had them in our shop last summer. They participated in an off-season event and ran one of our second robots. So I feel a little bit of a little bit of pride to see them doing well. But honestly, that's just the way all these teams are. When we were a new team, we got invited into the shops of these veteran teams, taught us a lot, really helped us along the way. There's something about these competitions that they often don't call them competitions, it's cooperatitions, because you're working with people.
I like that.
Yeah, people who your opponents one match are going to be your alliance the next, so there's no reason to not help each other out along the way.
That's kind of been the theme as we have gone throughout the day. We've had a rotating panel of analysts join us throughout the day, and I feel like each one of you has mentioned how at some point throughout the day you will see either in the pits or right before a matchup where these teams and these kids, even though they're competing against each other, in a way they still find a way to help each other out.
Yeah, and it really goes back to the mission of FIRST. There's a phrase that gets thrown around that this is one of the few high school sports where everybody can go pro. Everybody has the ability to become an engineer or to run a small business or to, design T-shirts. All the things these kids are doing are applicable to actual jobs out there. And a big part of that is being collaborative, working with people, having what we call gracious professionalism, where, you have this mission to win this competition, but the larger mission is to develop these kids as people.
We just got the announcement that we have a few more of our scheduled matchups coming up. We will have a small award ceremony as well. And then we will also have a couple of replay matches where earlier today, matchup number 2 and matchup number 19, because of some technicalities, they did not award a winner or a loser. They said, hey, we will simply replay this matchup later today. So we will have a couple of replays later on. How about a human shot, we like to call, from the bottom left corner, getting to the top.
They should be keeping stats on those human players. I'm sure some teams are.
On the blue side here in this matchup, you got Kokomo, University, and Homestead. For the Red Alliance, Anderson, Lawrence, and Carmel. And a slight advantage for the Red Alliance here early on. You're seeing some good defense there on the right side of the playing field. Robots trying to force the others away from their cargo. Flurry of shots going up for the Red Alliance, hitting that upper hub. And now the red team up by 8, now down 6. That might be the hardest thing, is broadcasting these matchups because of how often these robots are scoring. As soon as you say a score, boom, it changes again.
Absolutely.
So you blink and the score will change.
Well, definitely, especially at this level. If you see one of the early tournaments, sometimes it's a little slow to get that scoring going, but at this level, we're at the state championship. These robots are really starting to click. The drivers are getting better and better. They've been putting in hours of practice in their own shops all week probably. So it definitely becomes even more exciting as the season progresses.
2 more balls go up from Robot 45. That is the robot from Kokomo, Technocats. And now they will head to the hangar zone and get an early start going up the rungs. 30-second whistle blows. Right now it's a 10-point advantage for the Red Alliance. But as we have seen before earlier today, it might come down to how many points can you score in your hangar zone. The more rungs you climb, the more points you get. Final 5 seconds. Red team trying to get a robot up before the buzzer sounds. 868. Is it off the ground?
Yeah.
They might be by a couple inches. The referee, you saw there in that shot, take a look at it to double check and make sure that robot from Carmel is indeed off the ground, and that will count for 4 hanger points.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to get the best angle on that. They count that 5 seconds after the buzzer sounds, so the robots have to hold it there for the full 5 seconds without hitting the ground.
Final scores are in, and it is the Red Alliance picking up the victory, 75-64. 4 rank points to each of the teams on the red side, and as you see those rankings, Lawrence now up to number 2. They have had a great performance here today, slowly working their way up the ranking board. So another win for Lawrence, along with Anderson and Carmel, part of that Red Alliance. Take a look at wide, deep shots from the humans. One for the blue and one for the red. Now, Andy, again, we might have some new viewers new to this. They might be saying, hey, is that allowed? I thought it was just robots that could score. But no, your humans can score from the corners as well, right?
Absolutely. We like to get as many students involved in it. Every year the game is different. So some years the human players are involved in more ways, sometimes in less ways. This one, the biggest impact a human player can probably have is making that shot.
When you found out that this was the game that was going to be played, we call it Rapid React. That's the challenge this season for First Robotics. And you found out, hey, all right, it's kind of like basketball. We're shooting balls into a hoop. Did you guys recruit any basketball players to be part of the robot team?
We definitely thought about it. There was talks. I didn't want to insult any of my students. I wanted to tell them, I think you guys got a shot at it. No, but they've been practicing. We went to we went to 39, 40, and 45's shop last week. They have a full field with a nice high ceiling. Our shop isn't tall enough to practice the human player shots, so we use a parking lot when the weather's nice.
Nice. Let's throw it down to the field and get our introductions for our next matchup.
We got team 8564.
The Disco Ducks.
And finally, finishing out our Red Alliance, team 3147.
Munster Horsepower.
That's not about me. That thumbs down is about something else. That's not me, right? Am I okay? Okay, good. For the Blue Alliance, 29.
The Digital Goats.
Team 3940.
Cybertube.
And team 1501.
Team Thrust.
So there we have our teams for our next matchup. On the blue side, Warren Central, Northwestern, and Huntington. So this should be a good one.
Absolutely.
Looking at Northwestern and Huntington, 2 of the top 10 teams coming into today's state finals.
And 829 can definitely add a lot of points to that alliance as well.
On the red side, you got the Fixed Gears from Grant County, the Disco Ducks from Princeton, along with Munster, the Munster Horsepower, making up the 3 robots on the Red Alliance. And after the first 15 seconds of play, quick advantage for Blue as they were able to get 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds, and so now they will only need 18 total to get that cargo bonus. And that's a big lead for Blue early on. 44-18, couple of more cargo, and 2 more going to the upper hub. A lot of offensive power here for Blue Alliance in this matchup.
Sometimes with an alliance like this, you have trouble finding your own balls because they're hard to get to. In the tournament rounds tomorrow, you might see some defensive bots pick up the color of the opponent's ball and just hold on to them, just to have less scoring options for the opponents.
It is an offensive juggernaut for Blue Alliance. Still over a minute to play, and they have already put up 67 points. They have already hit their cargo bonus. Wow. Our highest score on the day is 130. They might be challenging that. .45 seconds to go, and it is a runaway here with the Blue Alliance. Teams from Warren Central, Northwestern, and Huntington. 85 points put up by the blue team. There's the 30-second whistle. Warren Central already on its way up the rungs. Here comes Northwestern's robot as well for the blue, and Huntington right behind them. On the red side, Munster climbing its way to the top. Grant County, the fixed gears, working their way up as well. Horn will sound, and I don't think 85-64, I don't think the Disco Ducks got there in time. I don't think it's going to make a difference anyway. Big performance by the Blue Alliance in that one. The Digital Goats from Warren Central, Cybertooth of Northwestern, and Team Thrust of Huntington, 125. And as you see, they get 4 rank points. And with that, Warren Central moves up to number 11. Northwestern is now ranked 5th, and Huntington moves up to number 7 on the scoreboard. So big win, 125-64, and you take a look at an onboard camera during that matchup. Pretty cool view there, Andy.
Yeah, this is another option for the human player. If they don't want to shoot it during that time, they can roll it out to their robot. The robots are often more consistent and accurate, and they can get within a better range often. So it still takes a little bit of skill and timing to get it to the robot, but if you can have a higher scoring potential.
As you see, 39-40, that's the robot from Northwestern, Warren Central, and Huntington. All 3 robots perform well in the hangar as well, and a big offensive production, 125 points in the win for the Blue Alliance. Getting ready for our final scheduled match of the day. Again, we'll have a couple of replay matches coming up as well, but this was the final one scheduled. As we'll get ready, we'll throw it down to the floor one more time and get our introductions.
76.
Purple Precision.
And 1741.
Red Alert.
That's our Red Alliance. On Blue Alliance, the last scheduled match of the day, Team 461.
West Side Boiler Invasion.
Team 292.
Panther Tech.
And Team 8742.
That's Argyle Attack.
So there you have our introductions for match number 49. To get a look at some of the teams. We got members from Center Grove and Brownsburg talking to one another. They will be part of the Red Alliance along with Castle. On the blue side, West Lafayette, Western, and the rookies from Madison Grant. Argyle Attack has been one of the top storylines today. Brand new team, rookies this year, and they are performing very well here in day 1 of the state championships, ranked as one of the top teams, and they have been pretty impressive so far. As the Red Alliance gets their 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds. So they will only need to get 18 total to score that cargo bonus. Don't count out the Blue Alliance, West Lafayette Western, and Madison Grant.
Yeah, there's some good robots on both alliances here. This could be a very important match for rankings.
Keep an eye out for 1741 in your bottom right corner right now. That is the robot from Center Grove, the one that took a tumble a couple of matchups ago from your team.
Yeah,
sorry to call you out there, but
we barely nudged them. No, yeah, they fell over. They're a little top heavy of a robot, and it just didn't go our way on that collision.
So luckily, no major damage, and their robot 1741 is back out there to compete.
Yeah, no, they have a nice durable robot. They won an event earlier this year, actually with us. So no bad feelings there. They're a great defensive bot. You can see them playing some really solid defense right now.
Blocking one of the robots there. I believe that's Western on the left side. 1 minute to go, and we got a tight battle, 46-42. There's a flurry of points for Blue, but Red answers right back with 2 more balls in the upper hub. Tied at 50 with 43 seconds to go. Both teams have hit the cargo bonus. That'll be 1 ranking point. 30 seconds left. 5-point lead for the Blue as the robots will head to the hangar zone.
1741's got one of my favorite climbs this year. You can see them doing this rotating climb up the rungs. It's very unique.
Trying to make it to that top rung. You see it in action there on the bottom left corner of your screen. That's the robot from Center Grove. It is there. Blue robot up ahead. That's 292. Western makes it to the top right at the very end. And this will be interesting. It might look like the Red Alliance has 1 more robot, and that might be the difference.
Yeah, it looks like Red's going to hold on there. That climb from 1741 was really key here.
So a good bounce back by Center Grove. They get knocked over in their last competition. They bounce back and make it to the traversal rung to score 15 points for the Red. Looks like 3176. That's the robot from Brownsburg making it to the 2nd level. The only robot that made it to the hangar zone for the Blue was 292 from Western. As you see the replay from the start, a flurry of points from both teams. And it was a tight battle all throughout the 2 minutes. $31.76. The robot from Brownsburg. Here's your final results, and it is a win for the Red Alliance, 78-72. And so Brownsburg with another victory, 3 more ranking points. They will stay at number 1. And you look at the Blue team. West Lafayette ranked 4th. Western drops a bit to 8th. Madison Grant will stay at number 9. So count it a win for Red, but still a good performance for the Blue Alliance as well.
Yeah, they have to still be happy with how they're doing there. Winning is definitely important for rankings, but a lot of these teams are just trying to showcase their skill, so those top teams who get in that position to be captains will want to work with them. So we get 1741 there. They played great defense, but they're showing that they also have a climb. Or, the other side, they're just focusing on getting as many balls in there. Win or lose, there's high schoolers out in the stands taking data on these other teams, and they're gonna be at the top of those pick lists come tomorrow.
Award ceremony coming up. We'll take a quick break, and we will have more action from Rose-Hulman. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship here on the ISC Sports Network.
Being a part of First is just being a part of such a life-changing program. I love being a mentor and I love working with these students. Even the smallest things can make a difference, and that no matter what your skills are, you can be a contributing member to whatever you're involved in. The amount of change you can see in students and just what this program can give to students, you can't see anywhere else.
First has meant many things to me throughout the year and has given me so much value, and it provides me with such a sense of community and family.
My favorite part about being at First is the community. I feel like I get to meet a lot of interesting people. We did the cha-cha slide in the stands, which was really fun, and I really like feeling a sense of belonging.
Yeah. So we're getting set up now for the replay of match number 2. We will have one more replay after this one, match 19, and then we'll roll right on into the awards. We'll be doing the Woody Flowers Award tonight and a couple others.
Welcome back to Holbert Arena. Rob Conant, Andy Mundell, and the rest of our ISC crew. So we are done with our matches that were originally scheduled for today in our qualification round of our state championship. Earlier this morning, we had a couple of matches that were deemed a replay. So a couple of technical issues. So there was no winner or loser announced. Instead, they'll say, hey, just to make sure everything's fair, we'll just replay the match. So we are replaying match number 2 from this morning, along with match number 19. Now, why that is significant, Andy, is you have the robot from Northwestern, Cybertooth, in both of those matches. They will be competing back-to-back here in these replays.
Yeah, I don't envy them at all here. It's really hard to play back-to-back matches. You got to have your pit crew ready to go. Got to have a fresh battery. Maybe you're coming off the low of a loss or the high of a win, and you got to turn it around and do it again. But you know, these high schoolers are just like other athletes when it comes to you know, the nerves and all of that. They've practiced this, and that pit crew is probably ready and waiting for that robot to come off the field with a fresh battery.
So here is your matchup for the Red Alliance. South Bend Career Academy, Anderson, and Fishers. For the Blue Alliance, Northwestern, Penn, and Carmel. So again, it was deemed a replay from this morning because of a technicality. And so they are setting up for this replay. Again, coming into the state finals this weekend, Cybertooth, the team from Northwestern, ranked 2nd in the state. They won the Kokomo District. They had a record of 34-2-1 coming into the state finals. One of the top teams in the state, and looking at the updated standings after today's action, they are ranked 5th right now.
But they have a really good opportunity here to maybe move up even more.
Yeah.
You know, they're missing 2 matches in terms of ranking points they could possibly earn. Still a really good chance to be up there.
So they're getting everything set and ready to go. It looks like might have some work going on down there on the floor. And a team member looking at robot 447. That's from Anderson. So looking at the updated rankings as we stand right now, Brownsburg is ranked number 1. They are 9-1 on the day. Kilobytes, that's the team from Lawrence. They are currently second. Right behind them in third is Tiger Dynasty. That's the team from Fishers. And then the rest of the top 5 as they stand right now. Westside Boiler Invasion from West Lafayette. And the team in action right now, 3940, that is Cybertooth of Northwestern. So this is a replay of match number 2 that was deemed a technicality issue from this morning. So again on the Red Alliance, South Bend Career Academy, Anderson and Fishers. And a big start for the Blue Alliance. That's Northwestern, Penn, and Carmel. As they were able to score 5 cargo points to start out in the first 15 seconds. And they are out to a 9-point lead right now, under 2 minutes to go here in this matchup. A couple of more balls going up into the upper hub for the Red Alliance. Blue responds with a couple of more in the upper hub. 90 seconds to go. 10-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. And we're keeping an eye on Northwestern. Pretty easy to spot them with the purple LED lights on their robot. They will be playing again in our second replay match immediately after this one. A minute to go. It's a 6-point advantage, now an 8-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance not going away. Again, that's South Bend Career Academy, Anderson, and Fishers. Blue ball bounces out, no good from the upper hub. Now we are tied. 30 seconds to go, and this is coming down to the wire. Couple of misses by Blue. Red takes the lead. 3 more balls go into the upper hub. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance will try to score more points in the hangar zone. Great climb there by 2 of their robots, including Northwestern and Penn. Carmel trying to get to that bottom rung. Now they're going to go for the second rung. Under 5, 3, 2, 1. All robots, all 6 are up and hanging as we end qualification number 2 as they stand right now. It's an 8-point lead. I'll correct myself. It's only 2 robots for the Red hanging. 50-10 was left in the dust. That might make a difference, Andy, as we'll collect the points. Blue team still has an opportunity here.
It could, but 50-10 was shooting right until the buzzer, so part of that point lead you're seeing ahead of time is them out there.
And it will be indeed the Blue Alliance, 99-96. A 3-point win, and again, that will help Northwestern. There you see it there. They have moved up to number 3 now in the rankings.
Yeah, and they are rushing off the field right now to get back to their pit and get a new battery. They know they've got the next replay match coming up here.
There was also a penalty. 4 penalty points go to Red, but that was not enough. 99-96, your final. Blue Alliance gets the win. That's a victory for Northwestern, Penn, and Carmel. And as you saw there on the final scoreboard, with the win and the ranking points, Northwestern now moves up from 5th to 3rd. And like you mentioned, Andy, they will have a quick turnaround because our second replay also involves Northwestern.
And their next match is definitely not an easy one. Great alliance on the other side here. 2 alliances that played it very, very close. It was looking like it was going to be a tie. Then they said it needs to be replayed. So this could be an exciting match.
Northwestern will be on the Red Alliance for this matchup. along with Lawrence and Homestead. For the Blue Alliance, Purdue Polytechnic, McCutcheon, and Columbus. So we will get ready for our next replay. We'll take a quick break and then get ready for our next matchup, our final matchup of the day. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on the ISC Sports Network.
So this is my second year doing first. I did FTC last year and this year. Now I'm doing FRC. I thought it was really important to bring FRC to our kids just because it's a next level challenge. It requires such a higher level of teamwork, of collaboration, of hands-on engineering and manufacturing skills. I mean, by trade, I am a manufacturing teacher. It's what I do. So having the students have to manufacture to certain tolerances, to work together, to talk, to communicate, and an end of the day objective to hit. It's just so rewarding to watch the students work together, struggle and achieve, and work as a unit. It's the best part of education. It's why I became a teacher, is to watch my students flourish in an environment that is challenging, exciting, fast-paced, crazy. I love it. I'm absolutely hooked. If I could do 2 FRC teams, I'd do it. If I could do 3, I'd do it. It's so great. I mean, what my kids are accomplishing, what my kids are doing. I watch it day in and day out and see this is because of their drive. Like, getting FRC at our school was a student thing. I said, hey, if you guys want to do it, make the money. They made the money. They made it happen. And it's great to see where there's a will, there's a way, and my students always seem to find a way.
Welcome back to Holbert Arena. Rob Conant, Andy Mondell, and the rest of our ISC crew has a bit of a timeout in between our 2 matches, our replay matches for the day. And mostly because Northwestern and their robotics team involved in both replay matches. So they just finished up the replay of match number 2 from this morning, and Northwestern's Alliance, along with Penn and Carmel, got the win, 99-96. And now we will replay match number 19 from this morning. Andy, you mentioned it right before we went to the break. Going back to that match, it was neck and neck the entire time. Came down to the wire. It looked like it might have even been a tie. The officials took about 5 minutes to discuss. We were wondering what was going on, and then they announced, hey, we had a technical issue on the field. We're going to replay it later. And so now is that time to replay match number 19, and it should be a good one.
Absolutely. You got the Blue Alliance has got 3 pretty good offensive robots. The Red Alliance has got 2 solid offensive robots and a great defensive robot in Homestead. So how the teams choose to play this, and Homestead's definitely going to be playing some defense, but will the Blue Alliance go triple offense or, try to counteract, maybe slow down Northwestern or the Kilobytes from Lawrence? They might try to switch up strategy from what they did earlier because they've already played this match. They might want to try to catch the other team unaware.
Let's throw it out of the field for our official introductions for this matchup.
In 3 of the last 4 matches. On the blue side, 74-57.
Super Duper Robotics.
42-72.
Maverick Boiler Robotics.
And 49-26.
Galactic.
Now we have this one match, and then we have some awards to give out. So don't go anywhere.
Here we go, our final matchup of the day. Again, Northwestern, they just got done with their first replay match back out there once again in this one. They will be on the Red Alliance this time with Homestead and Lawrence. Purdue Poly, McCutcheon, and Columbus for the Blue Alliance. Underway. First 15 seconds are autonomous. Oh, wow. Blue Cargo bounced in and out. And another one bounced in and out. Neither team got 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds. And now the next 2 minutes of play. Again, when they played each other this match this morning, it was neck and neck almost the entire time. Looked like it was about to be a tie. And then the officials deemed it a replay due to a technical issue on the field. And so that is why they are replaying this one. And again, Andy, neck and neck, tied at 26 right now.
Yeah, they're going ball for ball.
Like you mentioned, you got 5 of the 6 robots out there have been offensive powerhouses here today. And they're showing it. Everyone aiming for that upper hub. Again, that's worth 2 points. The lower hoop is worth 1 point.
Yeah, you saw a lot of the lower hoop earlier in the season, but here at the state championship, these robots are all shooting for that high hub for the most part.
How about the Blue Alliance? They have already hit their cargo bonus. A minute to go, and it is a 20-point lead for Blue. Purdue Poly, McCutcheon, and Columbus making up that Blue Alliance. 70-48. Oh, blue team, they cannot miss. They're shooting lights out in that upper hub. Red Alliance has hit their cargo bonus. 30 seconds to go, they'll head to the hangar zone. Northwestern is up. Lawrence is up. On the blue side, Purdue Poly has worked its way up. Quick climb by Purdue Polytechnic all the way to the traversal rung. Blue is up, everyone is up to end it, but it is going to be a big victory for the Blue Alliance. And so the win will go to Purdue Polytechnic, McCutcheon, and Columbus. We'll await the official scoring on this one. Final score 119 to 87. And you see how that adjusts the rankings. Purdue Poly now up to number 2, McCutcheon up to 9, Columbus up to 6.
Yeah,
Lawrence drops to 3, and Northwestern goes right back to 5th.
Yeah, I got to say I'm pretty proud of my team there, 74-57. Shout out, well done, Jeremiah, Noah, Xavion, Jonathan, all on the drive team, Reese. They recovered well from that red card. They didn't let it get to their head.
And so a win for Blue, and that will wrap up our competitive play for today. Coming up, they're going to be handing out a few awards. We'll take a quick timeout, and then our award ceremony is coming up. Day number 1 of the first Indiana Robotics District State Championship here on the ISC Sports Network.
FIRST has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of FIRST alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the FIRST teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented FIRST in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewarriors.org/bill.
So this is my second year doing FIRST. I did FTC last year and this year, now I'm doing FRC. I thought it was really important to bring FRC to our kids just because it's a next level challenge. It requires such a higher level of teamwork, of collaboration, of hands-on engineering and manufacturing skills. I mean, by trade, I am a manufacturing teacher. It's what I do. So having the students have to manufacture to certain tolerances, to work together, to talk, to communicate, and an end of the day objective to hit. It's just so rewarding to watch the students work together, struggle and achieve, and work as a unit. It's the best part of education. It's why I became a teacher, is to watch my students flourish in an environment that is challenging, exciting, fast-paced, crazy. I love it. I'm absolutely hooked. If I could do 2 FRC teams, I'd do it. If I could do 3, I'd do it. It's so great. I mean, what my kids are accomplishing, what my kids are doing. I watch it day in and day out and see this is because of their drive. Like, getting FRC at our school was a student thing. I said, hey, if you guys want to do it, make the money. They made the money. They made it happen. And it's great to see where there's a will, there's a way, and my students always seem to find a way.
The environment is. With a lot of other sports, you don't see the sportsmanship that we have here. Everybody really does take gracious professionalism to heart, and it's like other sports, you don't see the teams rooting for each other, but we're all so nice to each other. And then in the pits, if you need something, there's 100% chance that another team will give you whatever you need if they have it. It's so nice. I really like seeing the way that different people challenge the same problems. Because there's teams that have things on their robots that we didn't even think of when we were talking as like a group of like 20-ish people. I think it's really worth it to be a mentor. Like, it takes a lot of time, but we all have such a huge respect for our mentors and what they do for us, because they really are what keeps our team running. Because while the students do a lot of the work on the robot and stuff, the mentors organize us and they give us some sort of a direction to go in.
Thank you for all you do to continue to further the mission of FIRST and inspire the next generation. Finally, for some of you team members, Rapid React may be your final season competing on a FIRST team as a student. Now let's recognize those of you who will soon be FIRST alumni. Would all the students in their final year of high school please stand up, all the seniors? We look forward to seeing you back here next year and seeing what you do as FIRST alumni. Now, we're going to meet our Dean's List finalists. In 2010, the Dean's List Award was created to recognize the leadership and dedication of FIRST's most outstanding secondary school students, the FIRST Rock Stars. Every year, Dean's List semifinalists are selected from each district qualifying event. It is now my honor, as your tournament MC, to welcome to the field all prior Dean's List Awards winners from Indiana and beyond, who will congratulate the 6 Dean's List semifinalists from the qualifying events. When we call your name, please come down to the field through the opening in the pipe and drape to be recognized. Come down straight through here. We're going to shake all these previous winners' hands, and then go down there and we'll applaud you. Starting off, we have Jana Wilson. I guess we're not shaking hands. Oh, there we go. Nice. Kaya Webb. Is she coming? Kaya Webb? Not here. Okay. Luke Fehrenbacher. Brianna Porat. Brinna Porat, I'm sorry. Brinna Porat. Audrey Henning. We have Audrey. Is she coming? Oh, there she is. And finally, Trevor Langley. We have here. All right. Tomorrow we will present the Dean's List Finalist Award, and that's who will go on to represent the state of Indiana at the championship. Now we'd like to recognize the mentors for their dedication to the students and the first programs. I guess you guys are done. So thank you. Thanks to the Dean's List folks. Can I have all the mentors stand up right now, please? If you still have the legs to do it after the competition. This is a fun question here. Mentors, think about the number of years you've been in first as a student, alum, or mentor. Now please remain standing if you've been in first for half or more of your life. Anybody still standing? A round of applause for our long-term mentors. I'm running up on that halfway mark myself. But that is quite dedication, quite dedicated. We really appreciate it. And now it's time to recognize the pinnacle of mentorship at first, our Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner. To present the award, please welcome our two championship Woody Flower Award winners, Andy Baker and Chris Foltz.
Hello. Hello. This is a big award, as I always say, but we're going to give some special recognition. Two award winners in the past weren't recognized here in the state of Indiana as Indiana State winners for a Woody Flowers Finalist Award. The first one I want to recognize is Frank Hobart of 2197. Come on out, Frank. Hang on. Just Frank, come on out. He won virtually in 2020. That's right. Yeah. So Frank. Also, in 2021, we had a winner that didn't get to do this either. That's Amy Lamada from 4926. Okay, so now, come on out, all the finalist award winners, come on out. Yeah, you might have to let you bend around this way, like right here. You can't, watch the camera. We got to be that way of the camera, that way. Okay. All right. So, what's your name? What team are you from? Cheer. Give it all you got.
Mike Taylor, 2014, Team 3487.
Allison Phelps, 1024.
Chris Noble, 4580, 3176.
Joe Reel, 292.
Kevin Kelly, 234.
Steve Florence from 461.
Taylor Fry, 8334.
Alan Anderson, Team 45.
Jerry Becker, 1675.
Debbie May, 1023.
Cindy Qualley, 3494.
Smith, 1024.
And Newby, 447. Right here at Rose Holman.
Bill Whiteman, Team 135.
Jim Langfeld, 135.
Mike Cook, 1720.
Evan Hochstein, Team 2470.
Chris Elston, 1501.
Amy Limata, 4926.
Free Cobart, FRC, 2197.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I've heard a nasty rumor that one of these wonderful mentors, after 25 years, is retiring as a teacher at Penn High School. Jim, I think we should all encourage him to stay involved in some way, right? Yeah. 25 years of working with you guys and gals. That's great. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now we have nominations for this year's first Indiana Robotics Woody Flowers Finalist Award winners. I'm going to read a lot of names because you guys and gals nominated a whole bunch of wonderful mentors. Some of them are not here. I'm still going to read their name because their team isn't here. But when you hear their name, you're gonna cheer loudly for your nomination, right? So, Team 45, Christy Edwards. Stand up. You're gonna stand up and wave. Yep, that's it. All right. Team 71, Dikshant Sharma. Team 135, Frank Lockwhite. Team 234, Steve Warner. Team 461, Brad Thompson. Team 829, Craig Harvey. Team 1018, Peter Argo. Team 1024, Dan Phelps. Team 1501, Wayne Donges. Team 1529, Anthony Stanich. Team 1646, Jill Rubacha. Team 1720, Justin Charot. Team 1741, Jordan Miller. Team 1747, Mike Pierce. Team 2197, Neil Tucholsky. Team 3176, Ben Nelson. Team 3494, Ben Cerveni. Team 3940, Elizabeth Smith. Team 4272, Alexander Henry. Team 5010, Curtis Roseboom. Team 5188, Garrett Hart. He's here. Team 5484, Emma Clark. Team 6498, Jason Maxwell. Team 6956, Matthew Veldman. Team 7198, Pat Yoder. And Team 7617, Meredith Hogan.
All right. In the earliest days of FIRST, we were lucky to have a bright light directing us in the right direction. Woody Flowers held that light, and he often used it like a laser beam to point out the obstacles in front of us. He sometimes used it to clearly illuminate the bigger picture. Woody is no longer with us, but he's sort of standing with us here. But we're fortunate enough to be able to have a lot of his feelings and ideas in videos he made, this one from The Good Stuff.
You're likely to be very successful. You will have a nice relationship with society. You will provide stuff that folks like, and in exchange, society will love you. You will feel needed. But you don't want your success to put you inside a success bubble, looking out at what some are calling the useless class. If you want a meaningful and happy life, each of you need to figure out how to pull at least 100 others with you towards success. This is very, very hard. You will need all of the gracious professionalism you can muster to help others get to the good stuff.
FIRST robotics programs stand apart from others in the STEM world due to the FIRST ethos of gracious professionalism, cooperation, and a commitment to the FIRST core values. The guiding force for this FIRST ethos is provided by our mentors. Students have shared evidence of their inspiring Woody Flowers essay of how our FIRST robotics competition mentors have led their team using their knowledge, dedication, and unwavering gracious support of our youth. This season, the FIRST community was even more grateful for the knowledge and support of our mentors as we returned to in-person robot build challenges with many students new to FRC build seasons. Woody Flowers stated, "Creative activity is one of the few self-rewarding activities. This year's Rapid React Challenge has the FRC community in a full creative mode. Woody believed that societies get the best of what they celebrate. The Woody Flowers Award celebrates our students by providing them a means to formally recognize their mentors with a WFFA nomination. Students have an opportunity to implement gracious professionalism through high-quality work and emphasizing the value of others in their essays. Being recognized by your students make this honor even more meaningful to a mentor. Because this award celebrates Woody's tradition of guiding us with clarity and integrity, it is meaningful to the whole First community. The Woody Flowers Award celebrates outstanding communication in the art and science of engineering and design. It was created by Dr. William Murphy in 1996, seeking to recognize one mentor who, in the concisely communicated written words of students, demonstrates the leadership, ethical behavior, and technical communication skills that were exemplified by Woody. And for our winner,
At each regional and district championship event, one mentor will receive the Woody Flowers Finalist Award. Then, one mentor will be selected from this renominated past finalist to receive the 2022 Championship Woody Flowers Award. Here at the First Indiana State Championships, your essays shared high praise for the accomplishments and dedication of your mentors to your teams. Based on your input, we now recognize the contribution of one mentor to the First experience. This firster of 17 years was a student on a high school First team just like many of you. In Indiana, her efforts keep First Robotics program functional as an FTA and board member. She is looked up to because of her kind demeanor, passion, unique problem-solving skills, and gracious professionalism. Please join us in congratulating the 2022 Indiana State Championship Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner, Liz Smith. Team 3940.
That does it for our program today. Let's hear it once more for Liz Smith, the Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner. Remember, we have another full day of matches tomorrow. Opening ceremonies start at 9 a.m. The pits close at 8 tonight, which I think is pretty soon. I had a great time. Look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Take care. Drive safe.
There we have it. Once again, congratulations, Liz Smith from Team 3940, Cybertooth of Northwestern High School, your 2022 Woody Flowers Award winner. And that wraps up day number 1 of our state championships here at Rose-Hulman. Andy, it's been a fun one here today, and guess what? We get to do it all over again tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow will be even more fun.
Looking forward to it. You will be our first analyst. So you end with us tonight. You'll be our first analyst tomorrow morning. And like you heard there, our opening ceremonies will start at 9 a.m. That is when our coverage will start right here on the ISC Sports Network. Andy, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
All right, for everyone involved with ISC, I'm Rob Conant. Again, day number 1 is complete. We will continue the qualification matches tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. until about noon. And then just after 1 o'clock is when we will start the playoff matches. And by tomorrow evening, we will have a 2022 state champion. Thanks for joining us here today on ISC. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championships from Rose-Hulman. Good night.
This is my first year at First. I'm mainly a member of our programming sub-team at Cyberblue 234, and I was really excited to get into something like this because I've always enjoyed coding and computer science, and I feel like it has been a very valuable experience, and I've gotten a lot of educational experience, and I've been able to meet a lot of people who I wouldn't otherwise talk to at my school. We have a lot of different mentors at Cyberblue. They're very supportive of the team, and they work with the team rather than like telling the team exactly what to do. So we have a lot of resources that are available and a lot of ideas that get shared around the students. The mentors just supervise those ideas and basically let the students get to their full extent. It's a very supportive environment, it's encouraging to the students, and I think the mentors do a really great job of helping the students both learn and have something to be proud of.